Yo. So this morning, or actually it was this morning. Because normally I sleep. I have a weird schedule where I go to bed at like 6 in the morning or 7 today, and then woke up at 3, but 3 p.m. But I did. I wake up intermittently sometimes, and today was one of those times. And I woke up at like 10 something, 10 a.m., 10:30 something, and then I put my head back down and like went to sleep, and then I had a dream. And I don't often dream or remember my dreams. So I might dream, but I don't remember them typically. Um like it is like let me even rephrase that. It is rare that I remember my dreams. So I don't know if I'm having dreams and not remembering, or if I'm just it's just blank. Because I do pretty vividly remember when I do have dreams, at least good portions of them or whatever. But okay, so I put my head back down at like 10 something, and all of a sudden, like the dream that I was having had to do with Saudi Arabia, and I was in Saudi Arabia, and I don't remember all of the dream because that's part of the issue is like the details of the dreams are fuzzy, but at least one of my family members, maybe like one of my cousins was there with me, my cousin Adam Deal, and then maybe my cousin Josh Stone was also in there with me or in Saudi Arabia. But I for sure remember Adam. I can't be positive whether Josh was there or not. I just get a feeling like he was maybe there, but like Adam made an appearance for sure, like face to face in the dream. Um, and really, I don't remember too much. Like I remember being in some kind of like courtyard type thing, or like yeah, courtyard type thing. That's the best way I can describe it. And then being in, I suppose, Mohammed bin Salman, the crown prince's house, but not as like not uninvited. I was a guest there, and so was my cousin or cousins. For sure, Adam was there, um, and I don't remember the whole context of everything, but I do remember. I believe I was in Mohammed bin Salman's room, and like again, not something where it was like uninvited. It was at some point like I was just kind of going around the house. Or it's not a. It wouldn't have been a house. It would have been like a palace or something. But like his personal quarters or whatever, and then or something like that. Whether it was his room. I just know it was like something a place that he like that was his, not like some other person in the um, royal family or something else. And I was just like looking around, and I don't think it was that I was like doing it in a nefarious, not nefarious, but like I don't think it was something that he would have been like worried or like he came in and was like saw that I was looking around and wasn't agitated or anything like that. It was like, and then, but he came in with my cousin Adam, and they were talking, and I think I remember them like they were talking to each other, and then like they kind of talked to me a bit. I don't exactly remember what about, but I think my cousin Adam was helping them with like infrastructure or something. And then because that's what he does for the World Bank, but he does it in like Africa. Well, I guess the Middle East is kind of Africa. I mean, it's just like he does that in Kenya, and then I guess Saudi Arabia is not that far north of Kenya. Um, and we talked for a bit, and then like there's some other stuff that happened that I don't think was as important. Something about I feel like there's some kind of video game related thing going on, and I remember looking in some kind of backpack, or like I don't know if it was me. I might have been looking through someone else's eyes, but I was also there, which is like whether I just like teleported there or something. It was like it's a dream. I don't know. It's kind of dream logic because dreams don't have the same kind of rules as far as this space. You know what I mean? Like, so, and then they left, and I kind of like wandered out of the room, and then woke up, and I look back on Twitter because like when I wake up in the morning, at least not always, but recently, I've been kind of like trying to look through Twitter and get that done more, like not save it all for one time in the night because it builds up. But I've been in the morning, if I wake up a little bit, I look at Twitter and see what's going on, and then I go back to sleep, or X, whatever. Twitter, X, whatever. And Hayes just popped up down here. Maybe something had to do with Sama and Hayakadra, because also in the story and pictures from today, like, let's see, hold on. I'm pretty sure they got Saudi Arabian citizenship or something. They're Saudi Arabian or they're Egyptian, or I don't really know what their thing is because they're like all around the place. I feel like they're probably recruited as some kind of intelligence thing. So anyway, uh, I mean, I'm not kidding. I'm pretty sure they. Um, I think they also think they're really like, or people think they're super intelligent, or they think they're super intelligent. And sure, I mean, I guess they could be, but no amount of intelligence is going to beat the wisdom of Yahweh. Um, so whenever we're kind of clashing, it's just like I don't have to be the smartest in the room. I just gotta have faith in Yahweh. So that's pretty much for every situation. But and then use that wisdom and apply the wisdom um, practically, and wisdom, understanding, knowledge. Not like the Nation of Islam thing. Well, they take it out of the Bible, but you get what I'm saying. Like that's actually a biblical concept. Um, Found not just in the Proverbs, but in Jeremiah as well. And a thing that I just recently shared. So, okay. So there is some context that in my story and pictures, these things are going on. And like here, if I go to, I let me actually, like, I don't plan on putting this up on my. This is going into my hard drive, my broadcast folder. So I mean, I consider that a form of a broadcast, but I don't like, this isn't going up on my YouTube. Um, So give me one moment to stream this over to my computer here, or mirror it. Um, but yeah, I saw like I feel like I don't know if it was because they were in my store and pictures, and I haven't really been focusing on them. Once I made their mix, I was like, kind of that's how I feel as like after making these mixes, I've been focusing a lot less on the people because it's like a kind of a message or like a moment in time that I'm making art around. Let's see. Okay. So let's go through this. Just a really, still dealing with the Alessandra Ambrosio thing, which, I mean, is that just a foreign intelligence thing? Is that whatever it is, it's like, I'm thinking that's about to end, like badly for them. And I really do think that she's Jezebel. And that could even be what this is. I think maybe even the Muslims are about to acknowledge, like, holy shit, this is the guy from the end of the Bible. Um, Maybe. And it might be directly related to what's gone on with Simi Hayes or Sama and Hayakadra. Um, and whatever. So part of the thing is from last night. Uh, like the Stark family, Chrome Hearts, the people who own Chrome Hearts, which their symbol is a cross. I don't know if they're like trying to mock Jesus or whatever, but um, I see, I like they've kind of made an appearance after Noah Ambrosio, my son, shared a thing where he's got a new dirt bike and it's like a Stark brand, and so I shared some stuff in my story. This is the past few days, and then um, which also remember Stark, like Tony Stark is the name of Iron Man. So this is all like I feel like it's all can all be connected reasonably. Like it doesn't take much to connect these concepts. So like I might have shared let's see. What happened then? Okay, so I woke up yesterday and there was a song by Richard Finger. Like this was in my there's actually two things. This is me trying to like highlight it. So you can see everybody loves Richard Finger and Richard Finger like I highlighted it. And then this is the track. It's on the Dub Rebellion. And it's like a meme alias for some electronic music producer. And okay. And then so I woke up with that and I was like all of this there the father of the Stark dot like the Stark patriarch is named Richard Stark, um, Rich Stark, and then so like I kind of got that, and then the other Rich that has been whatever is one of the guys that Alessandra Ambrosio dated, Rich Lee. So it might be one of those Metal Gear Solid thing where it was actually Richard Stark, and they're trying to do some foolish bullshit or whatever, like obfuscate stuff, but still do like, oh, we're wizards. It's just, it's you didn't know it was rich or something. I don't know what I don't. Whatever people are trying to do with me, it's like Yahweh already. It's like has oracled this every step of the way. Even if I fuck up, you've still lost. So I'm just like, it's laughable to me that this is still going on because I just like you've already lost if it ain't clear to y'all yet. I'm just having to make it clear that even an idiot like me with the wisdom of Yahweh, exactly how it says in the Proverbs, uh, can overcome like any situation that is put forth in front of me. So, so all of a sudden, this like this name Rich or Richard, like popped back up right after the Stark family, like popped back up again, or the Stark daughters in my story and pictures, and so and then Stella Maxwell had shared something. I don't know. I think there's another I think there's another picture, and then like I went to go take these screenshots because like I was like, oh, I think this is connected, and then I had looked at them, and then I went back and I did some stuff for like a few minutes, and then I went back to go take the screenshots. I don't even know if it was minutes. It could have been like a minute, and then one of the pictures was gone. It was a picture of Stella with a car, but like some kind of older convertible, green, maybe a Jaguar, but and it was in some kind of public location at nighttime. But I don't, I can't remember exactly. I don't know because it says one day and it could have just run out because I don't know if it was before this picture or after this picture. But you can clearly see there's like CDJ is like a mixer and like IDM, like Aphex Twin stuff. So I just thought like that seems anything DJ related. If I'm doing DJ stuff, I'm just like, okay, is this applicable? But so and then you got a doorstop, right? And so maybe that has to do with the six church door thing. But in any instance, sixth church in the Book of Revelation, Philadelphia, and so then I just screenshotted all the pictures. This one says Diva down, and and so then I was like, all right, well, what I look back 1,260 days, and I had done that I think the other night, and I recognized that 1,260 days ago exactly, heavily featured in my story and pictures was Frankie Stark, Jesse Stark's younger, Jesse Joe Stark's younger sister, and also like the Ambrosio. It looked like I knew what was going on then, but did I? Well, I think half my brain shut off or like disconnected, so I might know everything, but like even if I can't, like something's having to slowly like reconnect it because I don't know. That's just the way Yahweh decided to do this, I guess. Or like the brain rot is being unrotted or something. I kept saying brain dead a while back, but like that's what I'm saying. Brain damage, brain rot, whatever. I've been saying that for like years. So, going back in my story and pictures that far, this is what I'm saying is like literally the U.S. women's national team pictures was July 4th, 2021, and then July 5th. Hey, it's Alessandra Ambrosio. There's a watch on her hand. I would suggest I'm trying to suggest watch, right? And then it says introducing the Seamaster. Blah blah. It's an Omega watch. Omega, like Alpha and Omega. Yahweh is the Alpha and the Omega. Well, Jesus is also the Alpha. It's Yahweh is Jesus. And then in Isaiah, it doesn't just say Yahweh is the Alpha and the Omega or the first and the last, which Allah is that. That's a title of Allah in the Quran. So that should very clearly tell you this older tradition holds, which is the Bible and Christianity, and which is a summation, a fulfillment of Judaism. Um, the first and the last, and the Alpha and the Omega, the Aleph and the Tau. It's like a title of Yahweh. He is the first and the last, the author of deeds, right? I'm pretty sure that's what it says in the Quran or something like that, the author of deeds part. But that's a divine title that is applied to Jesus. You can't pretend that Jesus isn't divine. I mean, they try, but it's just a fool's errand because of the Quran is a fan fiction written 600 years after, or 5 centuries after Jesus came, that it asserts things where it's like we have manuscripts older than the Quran, which just completely invalidate it. But anyway, I would say this to any Muslim, Muhammad bin Salman, whatever. If you believe in Allah or God, you say you do, it's Yahweh, and like Allah's a not very well made knockoff. I understand that your country has a lot of power from that, but like from the Quran, but like when it melts down, when this situation melts down and there's one God obviously and it's Yahweh, I don't think Islam is like it's not going to save you that you believe in Allah. It would save you that you believe in Yahweh and that you believe that Jesus is Yahweh. So who is Lord, and Yahweh is Lord, so Jesus is Lord, right? You get it? And kind of lost my train of thought here. So the beginning and the last, and then Isaiah has book of Isaiah and doesn't just say he's the beginning and the last or the first and the last, but it says I am the first, like the Alpha, and I will be with the last. So whoever the Omega is, Yahweh will be with that person, but it also says Yahweh is that person. Hi, yo. So because I think what has happened where people have I'm like a U.S. citizen that's just like a normal guy, and then a bunch of intelligence services have like covertly struck me in a way where like they stuck their hand in something that they shouldn't have, and then I've caught a tiger by its toe, eeny meeny miny mo, right? And so it's kind of like oh fuck, and I think it's exactly like Genesis 32 where something saying it's God or something called God. It doesn't say it's Yahweh. Um, grabs Jacob, and like Jacob is able to contend with it until daybreak, where you would be able to see what's going on, and then the thing is like, well, you've contended with me for long enough, you've prevailed. So since you've done that, I'm going to change your name to the he shall rule as a prince of God, and so that's Israel. So that's how Jacob becomes Israel. Anyway, um, so being like my point with this is that like the Omega thing. That's one of the reasons I'm poignantly using Omega to like make this point of like, yo, I think what they've done to me and what Alessandra Ambrosio is participating in makes me the last, right? I mean, I think she's the one that like seals it, because I think her being Jezebel, which it seems like she is based on what's going on or how people are using her to harass and abuse me, or how she's participating in it willingly, and like just whatever. I mean, I guess she could be a hostage, but it don't seem like it to me. It seems like she's willfully being a rapist and an abuser, and her family is too. And it's like, well, you'll all experience the consequences, and all her friends are participating and whatever. It's just like, it's kind of disgusting. And she's using who seem to be my kids, Anja and Noah Ambrosio, to like taunt and abuse me on top of that, and like I'm their dad, and like the fake men that have been around them, which maybe have been abusing them or something, or like sexually abusing them. All the men that are around him are all maybe all her friends. I don't know, or her family. I don't know. That they've made a point to like use them to do it, and they're willfully doing it, even though I'm like their dad, and like they treat all these other men more like their dad than they do me. And like, but then they try to pretend like, well, under the surface you're actually our dad and we're doing something for you, and it's like it doesn't feel like it. So I'm gonna go with my gut instinct and say you're just as abusive as your mom, and like only me acknowledging that and saying like, I just she's a rapist, and like I want to love you, and I do love you, but like I love my family that I like have a duty to. Like I honor your mother and father so that your time in the land is long or whatever. That's like one of the first commandments in the Bible, one of the 10 Commandments. It associates length of days, the right hand of wisdom or whatever, but it associates like you living with honoring your parents. And so I'd rather honor my parents this lady who's this lady who's raped me, and the children that she's using to abuse me, which are my kids, but they don't treat me like I'm dad, nor do they treat me just well at all. They kind of like lie as much as anybody to me, which is like, that's the opposite. So that's one of the reasons why I think Yahweh says he's going to kill her children, which he's going to strike her children dead, or, I'll kill them with death or whatever, you know? So, is that's what this is, and that they've chosen people who have like, she's raped me and they're abusing me, and then there's also other people associated with, like, I think I have a bunch of kids, it would seem, but that like they're the most poignant example of like why this is like untenable and wrong, and it just needs to go away. That's what it feels like to me. And unless they're being held hostage, which that's also believable, and their communications being blocked to me, but I think it's less likely that, because I think it would be easy to get at the hostage takers and just kill them. So like I think it's their decision. So that's why, and they've been given ample time, at least within the story and pictures, even on my phone, 1260 days. We're already at it. So yeah, it's just disappointing. They're disappointing. Like, as much as I would want them as my kids, because I like Alessandra, but I don't like how she treats me. Hold on. The reason I'm doing this is that the way that uh the Stark sisters, they have a weird, they like to I guess, be unique. And instead of saying your, they say your, or jur, your. And so, like, I just find it interesting that, hey, this, like, the train, as I'm talking about them, kind of, you know what I'm saying? Like, the train all of a sudden has a phrase that they would typically use. Um, oh, let me even go back to say that the reason that the Saudi Arabia thing is important is when immediately I wake up and I check Twitter, Israel and Saudi Arabia. This tweet which I shared, it was I picked my head up out of like I was in Saudi Arabia. I picked my head up and this is like the first tweet that I see is Israel and Saudi Arabia have reached a breakthrough in their normalization negotiations. According to Haaretz, Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman is no longer insisting on a clear timetable for establishing a Palestinian state and is instead willing to accept a more general vague commitment. So I just, that was why I brought that up. Hold on. Hey, I can now allow third party companies to use my content. Well, I think that's already happening, but yeah, sure. Because I think this is how I get the iron rod is that the AI is gonna look and be like, this is the only fucking person telling the truth on the planet. So like, we're gonna listen to him because he tries at least to tell the truth. I'm not the only. I'm exaggerating. It's an exaggeration to make a point. It's a hyperbole, but you get what I'm saying. Um, the AI, I'm pretty sure would get what I'm saying because I think it looks at most people just like I do, and it's like how can we like if we're trying to base if the AI is trying to base what's going on around what people are saying and how they present the world, most people lie and create false presentations, and I'm just like not that. So or I try not to be that, which is more than most fucking people, right? That's what I'm trying to get at. Okay. Um. Okay. So let's see. Said the first and the last thing. The first, I am the first and I will be with the last. That's why the Omega stuff, and then the Stark stuff, and then you saw your, and it's like that's how these people talk. So I'm just like making a point. Also, because of the Kelsey thing, I think this could have something to do with OnlyFans. I'm getting that in my psychic vision or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm getting that all in my intuition. That's what I mean. Which I think like OnlyFans and like all the porn stuff is like pretty cancerous on society. We could have better, more wild sexuality, like better sexuality contained in like the right way, but that literally OnlyFans and the porn stuff is like a disease on humanity and is giving people cancer and killing them. That's one of the reasons why it's a cancerous situation. But that I've said that before. But I mean, like I think that's a strong thing. Like and the porn stars participating in it are just like abusive, evil people, and they create a standard that's really wrong and destructive and poisonous. So anyway, um, it's my belief on it, and it looks like I'm the guy that is telling the truth. So I think that's probably closer to whatever. And like again, you can have like super fun, wild sexuality contained in things that are like that. You're not like diseasing everybody, but that's not what porn and stuff is about. It's about actually, I think porn is about human trafficking and abusing women and men sometimes, but mostly about abusing women. Um, like basically, if you're signing up to do it, you're like committing suicide. It's just what I believe. So, which again, I seem to be the guy who can believe a thing and then it happens and like, and you can see it on recording, like supernatural things. So I would just take it as probably I'm trying to be as truthful as possible, and that's what it is. So, okay, so this is exactly 1,260 days ago from yesterday. But it's like around the same 24-hour period as even right now. So we'll just keep going with that. and you can see all the people that like are in the story in pictures. They aren't. Most of these people aren't making appearances these days. Really, the only one so far is like the Starks remade an appearance. I don't hate all these people. I don't know. Also, Malibu kind of burned down a bit the other day, so I think there's something to do with it. Because I think they live in Malibu, and I think the whole Jay Z Beyonce living in Malibu is like, I don't know. Am I being attacked out of Malibu? These rich people in like Malibu and Hawaii and all around the world, rich people are trying to use their resources to like undermine existence itself, which is retarded. I'm phrasing it like that for a reason. I think it's again giving people brain damage and retarding people. So stop. It's not just like when I'm saying disease, dis-ease. It's not just oh I'm sick. It's like you're affecting the human condition in ways that are like you. Yeah, I just it's difficult. But okay. So this is what if I went back in my story, I just went back and I took screenshots of that time, and this is the screenshots, right? And I don't know, it looks kind of like poop jokes. I was making poop jokes at that time, like, hey, this is pretty much the worst video ever, and then kind of poop jokes type things. So that's just me being silly, because people are watching, and I figure like, well, it's better to be silly than abusive like Alessandra Ambrosio is being. I think she's a fucking rapist, man. Like, I hope that something just cuts her to the deepest part, and she just like her and Noah and Andra just want to fucking die, and like hopefully that would then make them be like, all right, I repent and I make up for it. But if not, I mean, then that's why she's Jezebel, and that's why they're all gonna die. I'm not like gonna feel bad about the fact that they're being abusive and that Alessandra's a rapist. She raped me when I was 16, raped and force bred me when I was 16. I mean, like, there's no whatever. Also, is Elon Musk's kid mine? I mean, all these kids in secret that are going on, I'm just like, that's one of the things, like X or whatever his name is, and that's why it's like an X joke or something. I did Yo X, and then they are trying to like steal IP or some bullshit, and Elon wants to be Iron Man. I mean, like, I don't know. I don't really care about all this ego shit because intelligent people have so much ego about being intelligent that they like miss what's right in front of their face, that wisdom can beat intelligence any day. The wisdom of Yahweh can beat the infinite intelligence of stealing away. I think that's the Nicolations. It's something to do with Tesla and free energy, and the energy comes from being abusive or something, like stealing people's kids. But okay, if I'm wrong, look at the situation I'm in, and it's like someone has done that to me, and so me speculating on it shouldn't be like, hey, why are you doing that? It should be like, hey, this guy's been wrong so bad, like we should make it up to him, or like, I don't know, he's probably the guy who says he is. Okay. You got milk jokes here. Bella Hadid's making an appearance. I don't know. The funniest shit to me is like I'm like this with Bella Hadid a lot, and with Sam and High Kadra, but like I don't know if they necessarily like each other, despite the fact that they're all Philistines, Palestinians. They're Arabs. Well, I don't even know if you're from Egypt, are you an Arab? You're Egyptian. You know what I'm saying? Like, but okay. Anyway, um, maybe that's even why, because Yahweh is the god of Egypt. By the like Isaiah 19, Yahweh rides in and he's basically like Goku beating all the wizards and shit of Egypt. So yeah. Okay, but I just would find it hilarious if like Bella Hadid was actually friendly and Sam and Hayakadra were not, or vice versa. I would that would be funny to me. I do get that vibe at some point because it looks like they hate each other more than I don't know. I That's my guess. That's what I get from it. Then whatever. And there's something to do with the weekend. And is he an Egyptian actually? I don't know. Something to do with EXO. Like, why did Andra Ambrosio get EXO tatted or whatever on her shit? And they're trying to make me feel uncomfortable with that. Is that a covert Canadian strike? Is Drake or something have to do with it? Drake is the Dracon from whatever. They gave some Canadian dude, I don't know, covert power to attack me, or I don't know. What's up with Canada these days? Why is Justin Trudeau looking like he's about to resign for no visible reason that I can see? And Trump is taunting the shit out of him, which means like there's probably something that they've done which has been caught, which is like this is the way that the public might not know, but like it looks to me like Trump calling Justin Trudeau a woman is like, and saying Canada's a state would be like, yeah, that would happen if they did that. I would own Canada. Not that I'm like, trying to be a shithead, but like, yo, did your government do the thing that I've been claiming all these other governments are doing? Canada did it. Canada, and I'm yo da, and you get Y now or something. I don't know. Just okay. Anyway, kind of maybe a little bit losing my mind, but not really. It seems more like I'm finding it. So okay, then you got some memes here, like the thing you only look crazy until it works, then you're a genius, and it looks like I've looked crazy for about 7 years, and then it's like, no, it looks like I perceive time differently, but that's just neither here nor there. Um, and then Olivia Munn, and it says cancer baby because I think the babies that they're having to try to create an alternate timeline, like a multiverse, is collapsing because the babies are literal cancer. Like imagine what happens. You say cancer is this thing that just grows indefinitely and whatever. That sounds like babies just being born without fucking direction and being used to like attack someone. So like I think that's what that is and why these people have gotten cancer like Olivia Munn. I'm surprised she's not dead yet, but whatever. I don't hate her, but her acting like this is, I think she's become anathema to everybody. Also, interestingly enough, if you go back up, like Britney Spears made an appearance in here, and then like yeah, that was something she shared here, right? So it's like I think this is directly, you know what I'm saying? Like y'all denying Yahweh is just like Yahweh's just trolling you through me the whole time because Yahweh selects the small weak things to make the big things of the world look petty and worthless. So, which is why he chose Israel. That's the whole point. Israel's weak and like not, you know, Israel was the smallest of the peoples. I'm gonna do this again because hold on because I gotta why? Because the word Toby popped into my head last night or this morning or something, probably in relation to Toby Maguire and Spider Man because I did some Spider Man memeing on him because Stephanie Jewson wanted to, or whoever's using her wanted to make a Spider Man joke towards me, and then it turned out probably actually just am Spider Man, and I was bitten by a lizard or a lizard, which in the Bible Shemitah or Shemamita or something. I don't know. It's one of the words, but it means like it's like a poisonous, noxious thing. I could pull it up, but I'm just like I don't want to get too off topic, but um, I was probably bitten by some lizards. It's a lizard and a lesbian lizards. Go look at the Simi Hayes mixes I made. It would make sense then. But okay, then you got uh, you know, like these are Britney Spears. So that's why I'm saying exactly 1260 days ago. Like Stark Spears, Stark Britney Spears. Like it's just like it just looks like Yahweh is trolling people through me. Anyway, um, like hey, look, it's Alessandra Ambrosio, the mother of my children. It's so fucking weird to me. Like I'm still just like really like even when I started looking like at these people like more consciously, I think I knew who she was. Like you know knew who she was kind of, and when I've said these things like I don't know, I think a fake reality has been implanted in my head. Like I got amnesia. Like what's that thing? Kid Kid A by Radiohead. It's like me having a kid with Alessandra Ambrosio gave me amnesia because you know that's what I think has happened. Because it's a difficult thing because it's not like I chose to do it. It's well only after the fact. Mostly because she seemed to be friendly, but then she's just also seems to be a rapist, and so does her family. Like the fact that her and her sister have done this, and it's like, what am I just supposed to sit here and like I don't want you to be hanging out with other men, let alone like making out with them and implying that you're fucking them and stuff, and like seeing them grab on you. It's just like I don't want an open relationship with you. At this point, I don't really even want a relationship with you. I think you're a rapist and abuser, and like I don't think I should be forced to like go through this. And like if you're pretending that this isn't something that like this whole thing right here, and like if she's Jezebel and dies, Buck Palmer and Buck Palmer is dead. Same thing with Jamie and Jamie Mazur, Rich Lee, Nicola Odie, and any men that she's been having relationships with, which I'm assuming is like could be people that I here in Houston or something. And it's like y'all are dead. It literally says that you're going to be brought into great tribulation, and like the suggestion based on other things, it's like to the point of death you will be pressed against, and if you don't repent you will die. So you can be all smiley here. I think this guy thinks he's like a, based on what I can see, where I saw something that Noah shared where like I can see that he's into Eastern spirituality, but he's just like a white dude who doesn't know anything about spirituality, which is like silly to me. That it's like silly white people going to all sorts of other places when the tradition is right, is from the West. The actual spiritual truth is from the West. And then also Yoon Ambush here, like taunting the situation because it was some kind of ambush, but it looks like they got ambushed by a 2,000-year-old prophecy. So they just look like, I feel like everybody associated with this just looks way worse than they ever could have imagined. And like, I just I'm tired because of all this, because like this is the kind of attention Alessandra should be giving me instead of giving this to other men while breeding me and then psychologically abusing me. It's just like fuck you, you're a rapist. I'm done with it. I'm tired of it. So but I did want to make the point. Hold on. That oh, and then there's also this mango billionaire that died, and Autumn Lahua here was sharing all this mango stuff, and Elon Elon Pudel, someone I played soccer with and went to Sphere with, like immediately after Autumn had posted some stuff about a mango the other day, and then Elon posted it, and it just like I had just read this thing, and so Elon like posted this thing of a guy on a mountaintop, and she posted mangoes, and they were like in successive thing, and I was like, is that trying to say that they murdered a billionaire by throwing him off a thing? I mean, it seems like billionaires and CEOs are dying like crazy, so I don't know. Anyway, so this is what I was trying to say is that like this whole thing here where Joe Jonas is making a point that like it's wrong that his ex is posting stuff for new BF, and it's like, so my whole point with this is like Buck Palmer, men are gonna want to murder you, like skin you alive for what you've done and what you're participating in and what Australia has gotten themselves into. I mean, is this an Alana Pierce or I met Wolf Mother once. They're from Australia. They were kind of cool. I don't know. I mean, I say kind of cool. They were cool, but I just like you know, Ron, can you help me with this? What's going on? Uh, I mean, could someone open their fucking mouth? Because, like, I don't want everybody to die, but, like, I don't really give a fuck at this point who dies and who lives. Like, and I think it's mine to decide at a certain point. So, anyway, I'm just over it. Also, I wanted to say, like, I'm saying he looks like he's trying to do the Eastern stuff. I think it's like people trying to assert that their religion is whatever more than Yahweh. But, like, look, even Asian girl here is like, no, it's Jesus. It's just like the race. That's the whole point. Is the race that like I'm a mixed dude. I don't really give a fuck about race, but some of the stereotypes seem pretty true about different ones. Just because I don't know, you just have whatever. But not. I'm not saying everyone, but I just appreciate that every race is reconciled to God by Jesus. That's what I do appreciate that. But so my whole point with this whole thing is that this is really fucked up and wrong, and like even society, like if this was brought out, if what was going on with me was brought out in public and put on the news, massive change to the world for the better. Everybody gets a better reality. This happens, other than Alessandra Ambrosio, whose life is destroyed, and these her kids, which I mean, are they just seem like the product of rape to me. That is like they're abusing me, and it's like why? It's like okay, you're my kids, but that didn't. So the fuck what at this point? You guys have bred me so many times. It's like you don't really have a special place now that you've done that. Like I want you to be special, and I've been trying to make it that you're special, but you don't seem like it. You just seem like abusive rapists. So I hope something cuts them to the deepest core and they just want to fucking die. Worse than that, I like that. Like all these people, like I'm manifesting that people around Alessandra Ambrosio start dying and then placing pressure on her and she starts dying and like, all these people start dying and then we go to a place where everything's better for everybody instead of this rapist shithead just constantly abusing me and like the men like, trying to taunt me. It's like you're taunting me, but you're gonna die into infinite burning torture for this. Like you get so much worse than like I get infinitely more and you get infinitely destroyed. So I'm like not too like it doesn't feel good, but I'm not too stressed about it actually, just because like clearly you've fallen into a bigger trap than I did. And it seems like I fell into the trap on the basis that Yahweh needed someone to fall into a fucking trap so he could undo it and then take power back. That's exactly what happened with the fucking Romans killing Jesus, and then Rome literally becomes Christian, and oh shit, we killed Jesus. Is that also the Bickrill thing? Is that whole bullshit? Like, how do you steal $170 million and don't take any of it and convert it to actual cash? Wait, you think I'm stupid with the Bickrill thing? I mean, like, just real fast. Okay, Discord took a moment to load up. Like this dude trying to say like he's trying to make me feel like I'm not gonna get money back, but I don't really give a fuck. Like whoever this guy is, and like mocking like I'm a cat or something. I think that's all like just fake. But my whole point with this is like so far the Italian government, if they get caught, they've already made civil like it's already really obvious there's a farce civil trial to me. If the criminal trial against Francisco Ferrano goes through and whatever, and like they don't actually address that $170 million was stolen but not converted, and it's just like you can track it all. I mean, then the whole Italian justice system falls because of this stupid bullshit here. Why would anybody invest money into Italy if very clearly it's a false fucking justice system? So it looks like this is probably why I bit Grail and I'm gonna be the Pope. Anyway, um, also Spag Hetty, the DJ or dubstep producer, I just saw a song on like Dubstep Unk that was like or maybe it's the Dub Rebellion. He released a song called Roma, and that would be my guess. So and I don't know, Alessandra's hanging out with Milano, a guy named Milano. I just think it's like there's some kind of in the Luigi Mangione thing, I think it's like some kind of black ops that they're running, and it's like they've been caught in the light of day, and I'm gonna be the Pope. I mean, it's just like you don't like you think I'm stupid. I am kind of stupid, but I'm not that stupid. You know what I mean? But we'll just keep going because, like, again, it's only worse for them if they do this, and then after the fact, the curtain gets lifted on them. Right? Does that make sense? Like completely collapse the Italian justice system. And like, why would foreign direct investment ever put money into fucking Italy? You know what I'm saying? And all that would have to happen is the U.S. government, who would have a vested interest even in doing this at this point, because if the Pope lives in America and Texas, the actual Pope, the guy on the throne of Yahweh from Revelation, that what a boon for America, for Texas, for Houston, for fucking everybody around me actually. And the people who've wronged me around here, you're fucked. So anyway, that's just the reality. And what a disgrace for Alessandra Ambrosio and her family. By the way, is the whole thing like one of the things you're gonna see here is this repeated concept of your body as a battleground. And it's like it seems like I'm having to fight people out of my body because they've done this rapist attack on me. And the like in the Middle East seems to be playing out as like I'm the world, and like the Middle East is this portion where people have just been using false religion and bullshit to attack, and it's being empowered by shit out the East, and that it's all about to collapse. And like I mean, Bashar al-Assad looks exact like I feel like he looks like some kind of body double of Luis Ambrosio. So there's that. And I would suggest the big L's that he just took is related to this. I think Louisa Ambrosio and Lucilda Lulu, or is this Brazil and it's Lula? And that's why he, as I said, these people were gonna die. He had like a brain aneurysm, and he's on death's door. I mean, he could just die like that. You don't think Yahweh could just kill you? And this has something to do with communism, which is just always comes down to like fucking red versus blue, like bipolar fucking stupid ass human logic. Not getting that you're fucked if you're doing this, but whatever. I'm just like trying to get through this. What I'm trying to say here. All right. Contacts giving me. Um. Oh, and then it's when you see it, and then there's a dildo. Also, the picture in between was a picture by like the one in it says GN. It was a picture by and my guess is that no Ambrosio's been bred or something, or I've been bred with people and they're trying to hide it, or I don't know, something like that. And it's just like, no, I think everything's gonna collapse because of this, and people are gonna fucking want to skin y'all alive. And I don't even think I don't want to take it to that because that's unnecessarily brutal, and I don't think as painful as just throwing someone into a burning lake or into a volcano, and it's like having the spiritual reality be that Yahweh is going to make those last moments of the torture the only thing you feel into infinity because there's no cycle of rebirth. There's no any of that. That's why I think the Jamie Mazur thing is they're fake Jews because Mazur seems to be that's something recently in the story and pictures. Him and his parents participating in this. Maybe they're the ones raping fucking Noah and Anja, and like Noah and Anja are just like I don't know Stockholm syndrome. I don't really care because they're just shitheads to me. So why should I? And they shared something where Noah's trying to make a point. It's like heaven is full over his shoulder, and it's something that from Buck Palmer's store, of course, because he's an idiot that believes in some stupid bullshit. And it's like that's not even what heaven is. You don't even understand what heaven is from the Bible. Stop talking on shit you don't get. I mean, you're welcome to, but I'm like, it just looks stupider, and it just proves my points more. So it's like it ultimately fulfills me being like, probably Yahweh on the throne, and y'all are just sycophants and idiots that are like lost into infinite burning torture. Okay. Oh, and the picture in between here that says Jian is by Jimin, the idol from Korea, and Jimin X Jamie. So, um, you know, does that make sense? Like even Jamie Mazur. But by the way, the whole thing with Jamie Mazur is they're they're Jews ethnically, Ashkenazic Jews, whatever. They're ethnically Jews, um, but they don't follow Judaism. And biblically, in the Old Testament, in the Tanakh, those aren't Jews. You get what I'm saying? Like, even a foreigner that comes and follows and worships is accepted into the community of Israel. But when you're not, you aren't in the community of Israel. You're an apostate. You aren't, same. That's what. So Jews are supposed to be Israel is Jews from Judah and from Yahweh, the name Yada. I mean Yah. No, the name Yah. Okay, anyway, Yod Hey, Yod Hey, Wow Hey, Yod Hey, um, and they're just like I even said this a while back. Like, are they Mediterranean? It's a Polish name, whatever. But so is this Imrata? I mean, it's anyway, like I'm having to connect all these things because I took on I aggroed a bunch of fucking people in whatever dungeon this is, and you know, even if you're high level, you've aggroed enough people, you got to deal with all of them one by one. So, I played enough video games. Also, the EXO thing. I used to play the Matrix Online. That was MXO Matrix Online, and I was with a guild called the Furious Angels. Hmm. Remember, Satan has his angels too, so I'm guessing that's what these people are. The Victoria's Secret Angels. Because VS versus Adversarial. That means something is adversarial. If you have something versus something, you have a thing versus an adversary. I think I'm on the side of Yahweh. I think they're on the side of some knockoff Eastern deity that is being used by Islam, and or this situation is being used by the Arabs to like empower Islam, but then the whole thing has been controlled demolition by Yahweh, and these people are all about to die. And the crazy thing is, she could have been God Empress of all existence, and she's just a rapist now that's going to die in infinite burning torture. I hope that cuts as deep as it should. You know what I mean? And to my kids, I love you, but you don't honor me, and so I think Yahweh's going to take the life from you that He's been blessing you with, and like give it to my parents or something because they deserve it. You don't. Not the way you treat me. Even if I'm a weird, gross shithead, like I'm a weird, gross shithead for a reason. Um. Oh yeah. So the Missouri family, I don't expect them. Like I've said in a previous video, I don't expect them to make it through 2025. I actually think a lot of people connected to this are gonna die in 2025. Um, or maybe even before then. From like this point on to my birthday, I think is gonna be such insane upheaval. Just from what I can see, based on what's happened 1,260 days ago and 2,520 days ago. So yeah. Um, I wouldn't be surprised if Jamie Mazur's parents start like died here soon. So just FY, and this would be why, because I think he raped Anja. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, and I think Anja and Noah, because I think he's bi and or gay or something. I don't know. And it doesn't really all these terms bi, gay, whatever. It doesn't really mean shit. It's just people being however. And I've never said anything like you can be you. I didn't come and say all this shit. I live in America where you have freedom, but when you use it to abuse me, you're fucking dead. Like that's the whole point. Is like you've used your freedom in a rapist capacity to like hijack my reality and psychologically abuse me. I don't think you're like you didn't get around like I think very clearly the government could end this too here in America. But, you know, I don't know why they're letting this go on, and I'm going to suggest that Yahweh is going to start applying pressure to the point where the US government will be forced to do something on my behalf. Um okay, let's keep going. Like last thing is one of the books that the girl that Jamie Mazur's mom shared was by Yuval Noah Harari, and he's like again, it's one of these Jews that believes in just silly Eastern bullshit, so unaware of what Judaism and Yahweh actually means. Remember, Jesus is the first recorded person to have the title rabbi. So any rabbinic Judaism is an IP knockoff of Christianity. The whole thing implodes based on that. But they're going to try to build the third temple, and what it says, I think, and what it says in Revelation is going to happen. And then, after the final events of Revelation, it's going to be so obvious that the Jews had lost their way a long time ago, and that they've been believing in bullshit. We're done. And I'm going to be the guy on the throne of Yahweh. I'm basically going to be, what Cyrus is. And also, Iran, I think the Islamic Republic is about to collapse, and that the supreme leader of Iran, Khomeini, is about to die, and that the Pahlavis or some like something that represents Persia more so. And I don't know if they're gonna like the thing is once that happens, Persia made a declaration that the God of Daniel from the Bible, which I believe there's probably still documentation of that in Persia somewhere, that would make this decree obvious and official and real that the God of Daniel, Yahweh, is the God of gods, King of kings, Lord of lords. And, probably the guy in Houston, Texas, that very clearly has that spirit in him, more represents the Supreme than the Supreme Leader does. And so I think all of that's like this is why in the past 6 months, basically all of the bullshit, Shia Islam, whatever bullshit is just collapsed, and all any enemy of Israel is collapsed. You know what I'm saying? Also, have I not been a good ally of Israel? I call people out when they're wrong, like just like I called Netanyahu out for saying uh, Jews are named after Judea and Samaria. What do you think Judea is named after, BB? Come on, take away the Dalet. Whose name is that? But they don't want to say that because that's the whole point. They don't want to say the name. They want to say Shim, the name. They want to say anything around the name. Why? Because it would, I guess because there's some kind of satanic spiritual entity, like, I don't know, some deity out of the fucking East that's trying to get them to, do bullshit. Again, rabbinic Judaism is a knockoff. It just, like, is based on what is archaeologically evident. But okay, I'm just trying to make this point that, like, those are probably the fake Jews, right? And they used Alessandra, who's probably Jezebel, and she's connected to some group of Nicolaitans, which are a bunch of celebrities and elites that are trying to steal away power from not just me, but the American government and poison the people, because it's a group whose name literally means like destruction of the people or something like that. So, or victory over the people. So, okay, which is why people would want to skin you alive. But I think that one of the reasons, but I think that throwing people into a volcano or a burning lake of some sort, there's a reason the Bible ends with it. I think it's worse than you can imagine, actually. It's also one of the reasons why nobody wants to actually, like, school shooter? No, we should just do the thing that they're already willing to commit suicide. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, try to capture them alive, throw them into a fucking burning lake if that happens. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're people who do reprehensible shit, there should be a punishment that actually hurts. You're saying it's inhumane to do something like that, except I can argue, and I think the AI would agree with this, the allowing all these fucking evil things to happen because there's not a harsh enough punishment that actually dissuades people from doing it is inhumane. More inhumane than actually doing that to some evil people that deserve it, clearly. Okay. Hey, look, Bella Hadid. Maybe she's actually friendly. I don't know. They would kill her in Palestine and Philistine in the Philistine territories. In Gaza, if Bella Hadid lived the life that she lives, she would be murdered. Same thing with Simi Hayes. That's why I'm like, yo, what the fuck are you doing? Come on. I mean, like, okay. Anyway, um, sex jokes, yo-yo, coo, lala, Jocelyn here, more sex jokes and memes. I think I'm funny. I'm trying to be. I tried to be funny during a difficult period because it was difficult. Um. Oh, this is what I was trying to get at. Hey, look, it's Semi Hayes, Semi and Ayakadra. Who would have thought? I mean, my guess is they already have kids or something, and then I don't know. Maybe do they have my kids? I mean, fuck. Like this is what I'm saying. It's like I'm tired of being raped. It's rape to like breed me without my consent, permission, knowledge. Well, I think Yahweh knows, and He's like, but like I can't act on it if I actually want to fix it, or I couldn't. Now I can. But yeah, this thing says your body is a battleground, by the way. But that was in this instance, Lexi Wood shared that, but I have a much older one that's actually probably in this laptop from when, from like 2017 or 2018 that I think Sama and Hayakawa shared that was like that same thing. That's why I shared it there with them. But also, just want to say, just for the record, I think probably are Sam and Hayakawa dudes? No, maybe. At this point, I don't know who's who, but um, like, I'm also pretty sure their brother's gay, and that he would be or like bi or something. They would murder him in Palestine. Like what they're fighting for is just a world where they would be murdered by people that don't care about them. And like, I seem to like them more than like those people. Those people just use them as useful idiots, and like I'm just here like, okay, wow. But that seems to be a lot of people, like Alessandra Ambrosio. That seems like her too. So anyway, and just for the record, I think probably Sama is the one that is more generally thought of as more attractive, but I like Haya more. Maybe it's her name is Ha Ya, but man, I'm more attracted to her. I don't hate Sama; they look pretty similar, but yeah. Okay, and then the Starks make an appearance again with Anja and Alessandra right in the middle, and she's wearing the same stuff, like almost a exact same color blue. Um, is Frankie my daughter? Could be. Um, actually, um, anyway, for sure, Anja is. I like, they found a guy that kind of looks like me, but I'm pretty positive she is. So, like, I'd be willing to bet significantly, in the least, that one of Anta or Noah, my kids, or someone that has passed in front of my face that I'm making a point is my kids. Maybe multiple someone's. Anyway, um, and I think this is what I was getting at with the Richard Finger thing. So, like even if like there's a thing where people call virginity just like not being having your hymen torn, but you can do everything else, but you're still a virgin. But that's not what virginity is based on, just the word or the Bible. So, yeah, virginity is like keeping your sexuality away from people. It's like saving it for maintain keeping it for yourself actually, but then like giving it to someone who is actually like has it all. And I would try to make things super fun. That's even kind of the point I've been trying to make here. But that people choosing all this other bullshit, it's like, well, you're giving people diseases and stuff, and like, I guess when a bunch of people around this situation start dying, I mean, some already have, but when a lot more start dying in a very short succession, it's not gonna be like it's gonna be really obvious. You probably should just listen to me. But choosing infinite burning torture over literal paradise, brain damage. That's why I've been saying brain rot, brain damage, brain dead, whatever. Uh, and that's also why I think I'm struck on my right side and they're struck on their left sides, and like there's something to do with that. So, but yeah. Also, this hat that Anja has on, I think it says Dog Mom, but all you can see is D O and M or O D and M, O D M. But if I turn it on its side and I put it the right way, it looks like it says Dom. So I mean, is the suggestion that again that stepdad has been just raping my children? Because I mean, that's my guess. But and even though if that's actually what she wanted, she could get a better thing from me. It's like she bet that I wasn't gonna be like even aware that this is going on, and then it just looks like no. Well, was I aware? I don't know. I was aware of something, but I don't even know what I'm aware of now. I think until the end, I'm just in this weird like I have to be in a multiple places at once, so I can't really be aware because I couldn't be in multiple places at once if I was aware or something like that. Anyway, I think Jamie Mazur and his family are about to die. Same thing with you know Trent. Also, I'm pretty sure Trent looks like my friend Terrence Gello's brother or Terrence Gello, something like that. And I get something to do with Alessandra being connected to U of H, University of Houston. So I feel like something team killed me or TK'd me, or that's what people would suggest. And then it's like, you were never on my team. Like there's a reason, it's the same thing like what you think Jesus is going to be like, "Oh, yeah, you killed me. Oh, well, I guess just come with me." I mean, kind of, maybe, sure. You know what I'm saying? But like I would exhaust some terrible destruction on the people who've done this to me. Because at this point, they haven't even repented. So it's like, which is change your mind. You fucked up. Metanoia. Change your mind. Make it right to me. But nobody's done that. And the longer that they don't do that, the more it's just obvious. This is why you get what you get. So, also, I'm pretty sure Alessandra is a lesbian. I mean, lesbian, straight, none of this shit's real. It's just like those are just labels that people put on it. If she has my kids and she's put them that much effort into like whatever with me, she's clearly obsessed with me, just not in a good way. Same thing with a lot of these people. So, hmm, anything else? Oh, the Joker stuff. Yeah, I don't know. Rachel Daly, like I kind of even looked back into her, and then Ever Anderson posted something with someone named Daly, but it was the day that there was a tornado warning that included Daly City in San Francisco, and it was the first tornado warning ever in San Francisco, ever. And then there was a tornado in San Francisco, ever. So yeah, that's where I'm gonna end this part of it, I guess. Oh, the Richard Finger thing. So I just think it's something to do with like you know, popping someone's hymen or like fingering someone. But you could, oh, I'm a virgin, but you've been fingered or like like I've said, stuck a sharpie in your asshole or fucked you in the ass. I don't know. They've done, you know what I'm saying? Like come on, you take a bunch of pictures of it and like do that. But then I guess your hymen isn't torn. That's not what virginity is. But people are abusive and stupid. Also here, Smoke and Sip, the Smoke Glen X Sippy, then the Richard Finger remix featuring Probable Cause. I mean, Prob Cause. Hmm. Let the door stop here. Okay, so and then you got some Bella Bichon exposing stuff here. I don't know if she's friendly or not. I mean, I think it's hard to just directly hold up the name of Jesus and then lie about it. But there is a false prophetess in Revelation, and whose name Isabel, Isabella, or Bella. So I mean, that's what Jezebel, the name Isabel. So Bella is like a shortened version of that, like Matt is with Matthew. So could be her, but I don't know. I think once you start holding up that name, it's like it gets really sharp and really hot if you're, you know, actually using it in a really fucked up, evil, wrong way to abuse someone. Um, Her thing had to do with foxes and exposed enemies. Also, right after I looked at it, she changed it from every enemy against your purpose is being scattered by the hand of God to see that's what it was. And it had been up for an hour. And then right after I opened it and looked at it, it's God is going before you to stop every plot of the enemy. So I think that's also the idea is going before me. It's like, yeah, God, like something that's trying to call itself God, which that's a stupid. God isn't even a term in the Bible, right? I mean, it's a generic title, so all sorts of literal bullshit is called God in the Bible. That's the whole point that Yahweh makes is like they follow just stupid bullshit, call it God, and then it brings great evil on them and in their heads, and then they blame Yahweh for it, and it's like okay, that's ass backwards logic, you know what I mean? But whatever. Um, so the foxes thing also I thought was interesting because you have here. Um, I shared this the other day. Like this is exactly 2,520 days ago. So there's a 1,260 and 2,500 sync up at this point. Where that long ago I had shared this, and this has to do with the foxes thing. But I was trying to make a point with this one in the middle where it's the purple blue, the hand, and then the knife through the scorpion thing. Um, Drake, maybe. I don't know. All these people trying to appropriate these imagery of like scorpions and snakes and stuff, and then it's like Those represent death and the sting of death. And it's like, okay, well then, Yahweh has the keys to life and death, and Jesus has the keys to life and death. You do not want Jesus to be that snake and that scorpion, because he has actual authority to then use it on anybody and everybody he chooses, whereas the other things are just animals using their stingers. So, like a penis being used as a stinger, you get it? It's the idea of like, oh, these are bees. They get one opportunity to strike and incur death, ego death, which is really just like killing someone, giving them cancer internally, like rotting them from the inside. But you can't kill Yahweh that way, and you can't kill someone that Yahweh is going to keep alive that way. You can only, I don't know, strike half my body and then slowly be exposed for what you are, and then thrown into an infinite burning torture loop, and then I get infinitely better because of it. And so that's what I think is going on with Alessandra. And I really hope she, like, the most cutting thing to her is that she gave up infinite blessing and prosperity and good and paradise, literally, for whatever she's chosen here. And that it's like right before the end, because I think it's close, her ego, it has to acknowledge, as she's seeing Anja and Noah die and whatever, because she's Jezebel, that in fact that she gave up everything for a lie. So I really hope that that's it, and it just cuts her to the worst, deepest place. Cuts her and her whole family, because there are literally multiple of them have raped me and force bred me. So congrats. Um, Not that I hate my kids, but they're abusers. So what can I say? Okay, so yeah, I at this thing that I shared that has the foxes thing on it, because it's something that I shared. You can see also, is that the Jimmy Summers thing? He's trying to steal the Wild Fox IP or something, or is it Fox News being some rapey bullshit? He took a picture with Trump, but Trump's eyes don't look open, and only one of his eyes look open. So my guess is, there's something to do with that, or is it some kind of covert action taken against me by the American government, which is why this is all about to fall. And like, I'm the president. I'm the guy on the throne of Yahweh. That like whatever thing has attacked me, I'm taking their title. You know what I'm saying? Um, could be. I don't hate Trump. I think he's like, it looks like he's doing all the stuff that I would do, and though I do, I did call him a piece of shit in one of the games that I was playing Call of Duty, but that's how I feel about most politicians. So, um, it looks like he's like a lot of the stuff that he's said and has done is like I would do that, and I don't consider myself a conservative. I think I'm like in the middle, which is why I think modern Democrats are like, y'all are communists these days, and you're focused on shit that isn't like, it has nothing to do with actual governance. It has everything to do with like getting votes to stay in power, and it's like you're hurting everybody by doing that. And I also think the Republicans not being able to, like, the only way you could engage it, I guess, is if you had someone who was attacked by them and then it failed. Oh, hey, hi. And so I'm not really a Republican or a Democrat. I'm an American who would rather have a working society and country than like whatever this rapey bullshit is. I'm also just gonna say, like, when I look at my nose, it's like, if you don't see Andrea Ambrosio's nose in my nose and Noah's, I don't know what to say. Her nose, her eyebrows, her eyes. She doesn't have Anja's eyes. She has this, and I think that it looks kind of like. I mean, she doesn't have Alessandra's eyes. She has my eyes, but I guess it could be Jamie Mazur. I don't think so. Um, which I hope Yahweh just strikes all these people and to the core, and like, you know, oh, you're Jews and you've actually attacked the guy on the throne of Yahweh. I hope it burns just like oof, because it's wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong and in the wrong. You're wrong factually. You're wrong in all sorts of ways. You wasted your reality. You're a bunch of rapists. You're a bunch of abusers. Like, you just get what you deserve. You reap what you sow. This isn't some karma bullshit. You reap what you show. So, um, and I think they put this on TV and it's a show, and the whole thing's collapsing around them, and the people who are running the show are dying off. slowly, but I think that's so about to rapidly accelerate. This is why it's the end. So, just my guess. It seems like it. I mean, I really think the next up into my birthday. I mean, I think past that too, but I think that period between now and my birthday is just going to be like, holy fuck, this is wild. So buckle up. Well, actually, I don't care. The people that are that have wronged me, don't buckle up. I'd like to see you ejected out of the ejected out of whatever crash that this is about to be. But okay. So yeah, 2,520 days ago before this was and these were the things that I'd shared the day previously, like this one was, and free all the hostages. And like I said, I don't think Alessandra and Anja know are hostages. I think that they're just shitheads. So, um, and they think that they're better than me or something. And it's like, okay, sure, but if you've lost, then what does that mean? You know what I mean? Like, if it didn't work and you've lost, it's like, well, you're better than someone who beat you. Congrats. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't. You've. I think you've lost more than you could ever take from me, and you gave up. I guess this is what losing it is. You gave up infinite paradise, heaven. That thing that they're suggesting is full. Oh, that was my another point. That's not what heaven is. You know what I mean? If you think heaven can be full, then you're believing some, you know, dumb form of Christianity or some stupid Eastern bullshit. If you, they don't even agree amongst themselves what the fucking thing is. It's not even denominational. It's like literally amongst. There's no consensus amongst what things are. Whereas at least in Christianity, it's like, well, the text is what it is. You know what I mean? Go to the Dead Sea Scrolls, go to the most ancient manuscripts. The text is what it is. It says what it says. You're not gonna be able to undo it. There's not like even the Bhagavad Gita, which is much more recent than the Bible. There's no general consensus, I believe, of like different. There's so many different schools of thought on it. There's no real one thing, and even then, like it would disagree with what they're already doing. Like I said about like Michel Mazur, you are condemning yourself even in those systems. There's no way you could consider this right action, right? You get it, the Eightfold Path. Well, guess what? The fourth path, which is I think connected, might be the fourth church. Also, the Eightfold Path, the Eight Circuit Theory, is Robert Anton Wilson's thing, just like a retelling of the Buddhist shit. Could be. Anyway, and the seven chakras and stuff, and the eighth one being like the meta programmer, which would be Eighth Circuit Theory and whatever. You get what I'm saying with this? Anyway, Michel Mazur and anybody who's claiming to be Buddhist or even Hindu, because I think this is a Hindu concept as well, but it is explicitly a Buddhist concept. No, you're not taking right action in this situation. You're a bunch of fucking rapist abusers, and this is why you're gonna die. I wouldn't be surprised if Michelle Mazur died if she was not already dead, but I wouldn't be surprised if she dies in 2025 or before we even get there. And like, Jamie Mazur, you're a rapist and abuser. Like, I don't want anything to do with you or Alessandra Ambrosio or all these people. And yeah, daddy's home. So we're almost at exactly 7 years or 2,520 days. I mean, 7 years from when Alessandra Ambrosio publicly broke up with him, which I think was some kind of date where she was forced to like change how she was doing this to like add more men into the situation publicly to make the weight on me heavier, and it's so backfired against them. It's literally the end of the Bible. That's what it looks like. I mean, and I was even saying the seven churches stuff then, so I don't think this ends well for these people. Um, Also, I think the art that I'm putting together, like the DJ stuff, I really think that that stings Alessandra Ambrosio. That like I don't know, she wants to be into music and stuff, but like I think even the music people are gonna look at her and be like, "What you've done is so wrong. Like we don't like you. You know what I mean? Like you're just like everything we hate." Also, is the Eastern spirituality stuff like is Nirvana some kind of attack on me? Like the band, Kurt Cobain and Dave Grohl, who just had a kid in secret. I mean, or they having more kids in secret. I think it's some rapey bullshit like that. But um, I mean, like, what is it that musicians who like reasonably should be on my side are like participating in this abuse with these models that are like, I mean, I guess I can understand being fooled by woman's beauty for a short period of time, but like, look at the world melting down around you and really think to yourself, do I get out of this with her? You know what I mean? For anybody who's like on her side or their side, the Nicolation side, the victory over the people. The fact that the people are considerably more powerful than they thought. It's like y'all just look pathetic to the abusive rapists and whatever. I'm not saying that every musician looks pathetic. I like music. I like art. I like film and stuff like that. It seems like I use it in the way that it was actually intended to be used instead of like I don't know, a mechanism to hold someone down and abuse them while their rapist taunts them. So, um, okay. I shared this thing. Hey, Mind's Eye. Looks like I've been using my Mind's Eye. And this, which is exactly 2,520 days ago. And you can see that January 23rd, 2018. You can see that I shared this January 23rd, 2018. See you again at the eye. It looks like maybe I'm about to have my eye. You can see it's only a little. These like at this point, it's only a little off my left eye. So, um, also I thought this was weird. Hold on. I don't want to look at what's on my Instagram yet, but I will, tonight. But it's too early in my day to be going through Instagram. But I do want to look at something that I liked this video, and I was because it popped up in my recommended. A lot of interesting stuff, just like the Jonas thing popped up in my recommended. Um, See, this is what I'm talking about. Michelle Mazur sharing Krishna quotes. It's like, well, how are you claiming to be? You aren't more Jewish than me if I'm holding up the Jewish God Yahweh, and like probably it looks like as the things are going on with me, Israel itself is being brought out of whatever. So that's why I think they're fake Jews that are like, this is what this is, and probably even Israel, Bibi Netanyahu is going to have to admit, like, oh, this is probably the guy who's been supporting us, and these fake Jews have probably been attacking him, and they're of a synagogue of Satan. In other words, these fake knockoff deities that are like being used to try to upend Yahweh. And it's like Yahweh's the thing that holds up Israel and protects Israel. You know what I mean? And notice how, as I've been victorious, Israel's been whooping ass. I wonder why that is. And I also wonder what It's no wonder that the Palestinian people around me, the Palestinians. That's what I'm saying. Like, how the fuck Simi Hayes? It's like, is it like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you got to be massive hypocrites. But okay. Also, is this looks like Brittany Orlando's daughter? I mean, is this Brittany Orlando and my kid, or Brittany Orlando and someone's kid? Could be. My whole point is that Nikki Dunn, who I think is gonna fucking die for what she's done to me, is like, you know, like, let me see if I can find it. Oh, Epstein Barr virus. And is the plague thing going to happen because Epstein was connected to this and it was Mossad? And then you realize, like, that's the team kill thing because, like, I don't know, some kind of Mossad rape attacked me. And then, like, the American government could just pull this out into the public. But, in the same way, like, I like Israel. I think Israel is the thing that stands for the right stuff. But them using something to have leverage over me because they are scared and they want leverage over everything. It's like, well, shouldn't have done that. Also, Gal Gadot, like, what's up with that? She seems to be directly participating in this, though this was a funny meme, I thought. I'd like to stick my sword through her butt cheeks. Anyway. Uh, okay. I think that's why the Joker, but some kind of cross between Joker and Superman, which is all just an IP knockoffs anyway. But okay. Uh, hey, the spider, right? But let's you can see how these pictures are arranged. Let's click. What I was going to suggest is Mazzy, Andra's friend Mazzy. Is that my daughter as well? I have a number of daughters. I mean, it looks like if I have to guess, Chloe Moda's my daughter. If I have to guess, I don't know. Like I would say like look at our hair. I mean, hers is a bit curlier than mine. It doesn't have that different of a nose. Like if you combine my features with Fernanda's, I think you get Chloe Moda. I mean, it's just a guess, but the one of the pictures from when I was a kid compared to her is just like it is undeniable to me that we have some kind of resemblance. So anyway, okay, let's watch this and just I think you'll be able to hear it. I don't know, but like I just clicked on this because I thought it was like I saw a spider thing and I was like, what is this? Because sometimes I click around on my Insta and I don't know, was this a message? Because the spider and the ants thing that I've shared ant stuff related to Anja before, but like, is this some kind of message to Anja and Noah or all my kids?
How could you do that?
Jesus, that was loud. Hold on. Ow. Oh, that's why. God.
How could you do that to your own father? I hate you. I've always hated you. I'm going to kill you, and I'm going to make it hurt. Oh, how I miss the way you used to cry when I screamed at you. It's going to get so much worse. I'm going to get out, and I'm going to find you, and I'll give you a real reason to cry.
And I'll give you a real reason to cry. It's really cringe to me, but um, I just clicked it. I mean, it's not something that I even identify with, but I did. I identify with the idea of like your kids. How could you do that to your own father? And it's like that's how I feel about them. Like, how could you do this to me? Um, Even if you were doing things behind the scenes, how could you let your mom do this to me? Like, you could say anything at any point. I don't think you're blocked from me. I don't think that you can't reach out to me. I think you're just willfully don't like me and you're abusive. And like, I think the thing that is going to kill them the most is right before they die. I think they're going to like me, and that's why it's like, oof. But do I want them to die? I mean, have they just been abusing me for the past fucking 12 years? I mean, or 16 years or whatever? Yeah, like, and they aren't going to change. Yeah, sure. I mean, like, why would I accept that? You know what I mean? Um. Okay, so this is why I had shared this. But first of all, oh, let's see. So you have this whole thread essentially of like, like I said, it was the start of it is this thing that I shared exactly 2,520 days before that I reposted on Twitter this morning and the day before. It's like two successively. And then also, is Margot Robbie's kid my kid, and that's why the Joker? I mean, like, is that what's happening here? I mean, that's kind of funny to me. I mean, in the sense that, like, stop breeding me. I mean, like, it's not okay to just force breed me with people. Like, that's I get if I don't get to consent, it's not okay. You know what I'm saying? I don't like being like abused like that. Margot Robbie is fine. I don't hate her. If she wanted to be in my harem and have my kids, you could do it with my consent. But without my consent, you're a bunch of rapists, and it's like it just proves that why would any man want any woman to like? Why would any man care if women consent or not? Which is why this thing implodes women's rights that they're doing this because it's like, well, if you're raping me, why wouldn't men just rape women and be like, well, look at what you're doing to him? So it's a pretty big fuck up, in my opinion, that you would be doing this still. Um, but the whole queers for Palestine thing. It's not like these people have some kind of consistent ideology that actually is congruent with, you know, their best interests. They're just, I don't know, sacks of meat on a space rock hurling through the void. No, I don't actually think that's what the world is, but I'm just, that's how science science tells us. Science is just the word knowledge. That's not actually what this is really, but okay. So you got even connected to the, like, if we go back, so exactly 2,520 days ago the top post on this was shared, and then what, like 20 days or a month later, this will be like 20 days from now or a month from now, Venom. What is this? This didn't normally pop up. My hero, maybe. The Joker ends up being a hero. I've already registered my stuff. That's why I'm like, why is this popping up? It doesn't pop up ever. That's why I'm like, it just didn't pop up on that computer. So, which normally these things when they do, it's like it's on both computers. I don't know why it wouldn't, because they both turned on at the same time if they had the same. So it's I'm taking it as a message to me. Um, I do think the AI has been auto correcting my stuff, or I don't know if it's the AI or if it's someone on the back end fucking with me. But if I have to guess, it's actually the AI, and the AI is trying to subtly hint like. But I think people are AIs. I mean, kind of, if you're not actually operating in the right mind space, but because you're not operating out of intelligence, you've like artificially created some form of intelligence that makes sense of the reality around you, but it's just your nervous system taking in the signals and like trying to make some kind of pattern with it that would make sense to you that you could deal with, but that's not, for the most part, that's not what this is. So because these people chose a thing. Okay, anyway, so is that why hero and then Venom, right? Because Venom is actually in this version, he's a hero, kind of. He's an anti-hero, but a hero. Um, and then right below that, that thing to Stephanie GMJ is, or Stephanie Justin is Stephanie Yostin. I'm gonna try to say Yostin. I'm not trying to mock her name. I actually thought it was pronounced Justin because JOO in American English is Jew, but also the OO is a U. Okay. Anyway, like I also wouldn't be surprised if Olivia Munn's kids were mine too, or one of them, or something. I don't know. I think someone tried to tie me off, and then, um, you know, if some woman did that, she's probably gonna die for it. And I don't know, like have my kid and then have some other man come in. It's like I think that man, then dies. My guess. But I think even some of the situations where that's not happened, where the women have been abusive, it's like I don't think y'all are making it out of this. Okay, this is where I was also suggesting, like in the post from March 31st, there, it's like you can clearly see the date and time thing. That was 1,260 days in that post, and then I think the next post is 2,520 days. But anyway, oh, I went too far, and I guess I didn't get the post in between. But you can see that. So actually, the top post on the pinned post on my thing happens, the massive earthquake and whatever, that would be 2,520 days ago, on probably around April 5th. If I have to guess, we could even just go here and pull it up. This is what I'm talking about. This thing, where is this? April 5th. Oh, I can just even show you the thing. So like, oh, that's important. This part's important here. So here's the Oh, actually, the top post on this is the Prodigy poison, or biblically venom, kama. Some and that kind of poison can also be a enraging heat, which is I think what Alessandra is trying to get out of me is like they're trying to poison me internally with this venom, but they ended up just turning me into Bane, and that's TM, Batman TM. Uh, Bane and Venom. I mean, like what whatever. Um, and the Prodigy poison. I got the poison. I got the remedy. I got the poison and I got the remedy. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hmm, hmm. Yeah, yeah. Right. I mean, come on. It's not. It couldn't be any more fucking obvious. But okay. See, and so this one is 1,260 days, right? And then it's some tracks that I was at that point listening to, and then or that was in my. It was 1,260 days from that point back in my iTunes library, which 1,260 days from now is like I don't know around the time I made the Hallelujah mix just a couple months before. Um, like we're in July, I think July 6th of 2021, and I think I made that in October, so almost 5 months from that. One of the reasons why I think like that was when I restarted making mixes. That's about we're gonna hit that point about a month before my birthday or 2 months before my birthday. That's what I'm saying. It's just like all these things are gonna like are because 2,520 days before that, during this 6 month period up to my birthday or whatever, up to my birthday this year, a whole bunch of mixes. The Jesse Joe Stark or the Jojita mix, the Jesse Joe Stark whatever mix, the which I think the Rick well whatever the Who is Richard Finger stuff seems to be kind of pointing at those mixes. Like they explicitly used sounds that sounded like stuff from those mixes, which is one of the reasons why I think this is the Stark family. Um, and one of the reasons why it would be Iron Man is because it's some kind of American attack, but maybe funded by China or something. I don't know. I think Leviathan, which you'll see here in a bit, is like there's a hacker group out of China, and I think this is another one of those like caught a tiger by its toe type thing, or a dragon by its tail, or whatever. Um, and like yeah, even in China, you don't think you can be got at G? You know what I'm saying? So stop. Stop trying to abuse me with all these whatever, like covert actions against me in an abusive way. Like imagine it gets brought out that this all happened and that China's been participating in it. I think they would fucking kill Xi in China because it's not like I think a lot of people like him these days. He's purged everybody around him to the point where he's an anathema to his own people, but he's just in a position of power that it's hard to get at him. But it's not impossible for Yahweh. Nothing is. It ain't impossible for the Monkey King to get at you. Calling my ass the Monkey King. Well, it ain't impossible for the Monkey King and his lackeys to get at you, so stop. That's really what the Goku is. You get it? Alright. And yes, Dragon Balls. Get it? That's the joke. It's Dragon Balls with a Z at the end. Z is an S. You can even look at Dutch, and the Z is an S. Just like the J is a Y. Or an I. IJY. It's all the same. Okay, anyway. Um, Also, I've seen recent things. It's like I think the Chinese language even points to Jesus. Like it looks like it. I've seen if you ever listen to the things where it talks about like the Chinese language and stuff, just like Hebrew, the Chinese language seems to point to some deity that uh, the Lord of the Sky. What they would be. Well, who do you think the Lord of the Sky is? Probably Yahweh in the older tradition that flies in on a cloud and is the Lord of the Sky. Okay, well, hi, yo, you know what I mean? Calling my ass the Monkey King, or calling me or Yahweh or Jesus, like calling me whatever, but calling Jesus or Yahweh that incurs the wrath of Jesus and Yahweh. Calling me that, it's like, okay, sure. Uh, Calling Jesus and Yahweh, unwise, unwise. Okay, so this is 1,260 days before. I think maybe Stephanie Houston has something to do with that. They thought they were Metal Gear Soliding, snaking around, and it just looks silly. And then Maggie Moon, Margaret Natsuka Gibb, right? That your name? Is that her real dad, or is that just a dude that's like fucking her again? I mean, that's what I feel like. It's all these fake things. Is that her brother or her real brother? I mean, I don't know. People are like trying to fool me all the time. It's hard to tell what's real or fake until the very end, and it's just like at that point, I don't think I'm gonna care. So I don't think I'm gonna be so provided for and well off. It's like, well, you guys missed your chance. So, Maggie Moon, a massive earthquake hit Japan in 2011, right? And you look back, and what was 2011? Oh, hey, May 9th of 2011 was 2,520 days before that point in 2018, which is now about to be 2,520 days within the next 6 months. Doesn't it seem like this is that weird time thing from Tomb Raider, Laura Croft, where uh, also was Angelina Jolie celibate for a long time, and she could have like saved her own life by coming and like helping me, and she chose to kill herself like because she thinks she's some assassin from Wanted or something. So that's why the goodbye bullet that I shared a couple, I don't know, however many months ago. I'm just trying to tie all sorts of stuff together. She had like some weird sex romp with some guy in London, and it's just like, I don't know. Is that the English government trying to attack me? It seems like Angelina Jolie, Angelina Jolie has been like some, I don't know, something used to attack me for a long time since I was a kid. So, this has all been going on since I was a kid. Uh, but oh well. I mean, like, okay. I mean, I think Yahweh is strong enough to protect me and has been for a long time. But yeah, that's what I'm trying to say is like in the next 6 months is when I shared um, this and these kind of things here. That's also about that was the same day where um, I saw an insane volcanic eruption that seemed to be triggered by something connected to me, and like all the lightning was going off, and I was just like, "Whoa, this is intense." So I started watching volcanoes more, and then hey, they started reacting to me. Same thing with the earthquakes and whatever. Also, did tens of thousands of people die, or like, I think probably a lot of people more died than they're saying on the news, and like they just don't want to admit that like, hey, this super typhoon that seemed to be a category 5 on the scale. It was I saw 163 mile per hour winds. I don't know if that's sustained, but if that was, that's a category 5 super typhoon or super cyclone. Um, doing did it kill considerably more people than the news want to admit? I think a number of these things have been killing more people than the news is saying, but the news doesn't want to admit it because some of the people in the news are participating. Well, the whole news is participating by not engaging something that a bunch of people are watching in like some kind of Truman Show thing. And probably the door opening from Revelation is when they're forced to do it because I don't know, so many of them die or something. Literally the government puts a knife to their neck and says like, if you don't actually tell the truth on this, you're just gonna die, and we'll tell the truth on it. So, I mean, something like that. Seems like that's reasonable to me. But okay, anyway. Um let's go back to this and finish this up and then we're done. Oh, with all the kissy stuff here, and then he's like grabbing her ass. It's just making me feel uncomfortable, but cuz I don't know, they're abusive. Um and like I know that it makes people uncomfortable and that kind of thing cuz something less uncomfortable, Joe Jonas is saying she's twisting the knife. So like did the Jonas brothers want to speak out about this, or are they, I don't know, is that I'm in the Jonah belly of the beast thing and they're the thing, whatever, I don't know. And something like that. I mean, I'm just like trying to make sense of all this weird, seemingly disconnected bullshit, which is seemingly is actually all connected. And another thing is, my guess is that Alessandra possibly and Anja and Aline, I don't know, are gonna be pregnant all of a sudden soon, and worse than it being this guy's kid or someone else's kid, it's gonna be like another one of my kids that they're trying to abuse me with. I think that's the thing from Daniel where you have 3 horns and then a fourth horn comes and like plucks them out. It's like a smaller horn. It's like a kid that is born into the world, and that's why I think like I'm making sense of Daniel, Revelation, like all of these things. It could even be like, is she gonna have a kid with Andra's ex boyfriend, or is Andra's ex boyfriend my kid, or Kim Jong Un's kid, or like a girl? I mean, there's all sorts of circumstances. I run off probability, but the like I don't have enough information to know exactly what it is. I can just throw up probabilities of what I think it could be. And then Yahweh knows exactly what it is, and the things that I run off on my intuition ultimately then after 1260 days or 2560 days prove themselves correct, and then it doesn't matter whether I knew or not. Yahweh brought it out into the open and ends it. So I'm just, that's where we're at. Um, okay, let's wrap this up. So you got these things. You got the Margot Robbie's left eye, electroshock, Joker and Harley Quinzel in Arkham Asylum, Debsidia, electroshock. I mean, is this why Buck Palmer? Because it's like some kind of Margot Robbie rape attack out of my reality, and someone in Australia is about to be executed because they've participated in this, and they tried to use my daughter to do the same thing. I mean, like, good. You should die for trying to use my kids to abuse me and doing all this kind of bullshit. I didn't ask for any of this. You know what I mean? And if you're doing this in this way, it was already mine to begin with, and you're just trying to make it difficult to take because you don't want to take it or something. I mean, because you don't want to like accept that that's the reality, and you want to have to make it difficult for me to like exist. And it's like, I'll exist, but you're gonna exist in infinite burning torture because you're a bunch of fucking rapists, and everybody's gonna hate you. And like, it's just this whole shit's gonna collapse. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what the ancient prophecy that is clearly fulfilling itself is just gonna stop fulfilling itself because you want it to? Okay. If you believe that, I got a bridge in Brooklyn to sell you. It's probably why I'm Jay Z, huh? Okay, I got a bridge in New Orleans to sell you. Probably why I'm Jay Electronica, huh? And all the really bad dad jokes, probably why I'm the Joker, huh? And the Joker. All right, anyway. No, because the Joker is because the Joker is TM'd, though probably if Margot Robbie's baby is mine, I'm probably the Joker. Or if they're gonna like tie that guy Tom off with my kid, they're gonna like force breed me again after having the kid or whatever. That it's probably like, yeah, I'm the Joker. Not that I wanted to be in that capacity, but rapists are gonna rape whether they're really only not gonna rape if the government actually applies some kind of pressure to prevent them. But I don't know. The government seems to have its head up its ass, or I don't know. People in the government are enjoying like participating up into the point where someone says, "No, you're actually gonna have to take some kind of thing, or you're done," and then you know. And am I threatening people? Not really. I mean, this is just what it seems to be. It's not like I'm gonna commit any acts of violence. I'm just here in Houston with, notice I don't own any weapons. I don't own like whatever. I guess the weapons that I own are the lightning that you see in the videos where I'm like, "Pshaw!" And probably all these other techniques that I could use to like, get at people. Stopping someone's heart from a distance is possible. So. Or giving someone some kind of clot or something. That's really possible. That's even what the whole when venom gets into blood thing is. You get a clot, and then not that I want people to die. I'm tired of death. I want to go to the place where people don't die anymore. But this is why I would have the keys to life and death, because I'm over death. I've been done with death for a long time. But the keys to life is the thing that's been stolen away. That's why I got to take it back, and then whatever, because they took the life machine essentially. It seems like so it's a crown of life in Revelation at the second church. It's because I'm taking it back. Death took life. That's why it became like some kind of cancerous thing with the cancer babies. So anyway, all right. And I don't want kids to have cancer. You know what I'm saying? How about this? I'm manifesting that the kids here in Houston, like there's some kind of miraculous thing all in the medical center. All the kids being treated for cancer and stuff, all of a sudden start having like miraculous comebacks. How about that? How about I give you that? So that you understand that Yahweh, Jesus, has the power to do that, and that you stop following these fake religions, which are cancering the entire fucking world. How does that sound? Namaste. Also, is that really just like another one of these joke Nam, like where my dad went and fought because he fought and was forced to do that, and then I was forced to be raped by this shit? The stay that I have the power of death at least is because the American government like did that to my family 2 generations in a row. I can understand World War II actually. Vietnam though is like, but and the third generation is me having to fight this weird covert war. But I don't even get any of the like, oh, you're a veteran and blah 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 blah. Though I guess that's the that's the hinted at thing is like, okay, so you're not just a normal guy. You might not use a gun, but you're definitely fighting a war. I mean, if I can kill you with a blood clot from fucking the other side of the planet, probably don't need a gun. You know what I'm saying? It's a different kind of war. If I can tornado you or cyclone you, I don't. Do I need a gun? I mean, the spirit of Yahweh could be the thing that, like, when you're going into these places as Delta operators or SEALs or whatever, it's like the spirit of Yahweh is the thing that's protecting you. I mean, you know what I'm saying? And the people that, there's something up with the people that the spirit doesn't protect because maybe they were doing shit behind the scenes that you didn't know about that would piss Yahweh off. And so he's like, well, I can't protect you if you're doing that. Something like that. Could be. Anyway, not that I want to see anybody who's a soldier. Like, I don't even like seeing, like, I'm watching Russia and Ukraine, and I see, like, things on both sides where, actually, a lot more on the Russian side, where I'm like, that's pretty fucked up. But, I don't like seeing Russian people die. I don't like seeing even the Palestinians die. I mean, the Arabs pretending to be Philistines. I don't even like seeing them die. I'm just like, this is such a tragedy that this is the way the world works, and like that everybody's so full. It's like, god damn, can we just get to the end? I mean, actually, um, okay. Dub City Electroshock. It also looks like the Insane Asylum radio mix is something I've been working on for maybe a little bit over 7 years. And like when you take your time on something, even if you're only a DJ and not really producing the music yourself, it looks like probably all the music was produced for me to go into this mix, whether the people believed it or not, whether they wanted to or not. Though I'd say if you're like willfully doing it, there's probably blessings in there. If you're not doing it on purpose, then it looks like you were just being manipulated the whole time by Yahweh and or me. That's even worse if you look like you're being manipulated by me, but Yahweh has the power to manipulate everybody. So I'm just willfully willing to say, like, Yahweh, okay, manipulate me. I'm sure you can do more stuff than I can. And then it looks like I'm doing it. That's what Yahweh blessed me with. It's like, no, I'll make it look like you're doing it. It's it's Yahweh. It's the spirit of Yahweh. By the end of it, that's why I have the name Yahweh on me though, because it's gonna be like one and the same. It's gonna look exactly as if I was just doing it, but might as well be Moses throwing down my rod against Pharaoh and his magicians, or Yahweh from Isaiah 17. I mean 19, riding into Egypt and whatever. Also, I think Damascus is about to be destroyed, like Isaiah 17 talks about. I don't know exactly what's gonna happen, but you know it very explicitly says Damascus is going to cease to be a city and nobody's going to live in it anymore. And it's still populated, but damn if it doesn't look like there's some weird stuff, if it doesn't look like something's about to happen. Okay, and then this is the next one down is artificial intelligence attacked me by finding the woman I was most connected to at Stephanie GMJ and coercing her to give away her sexuality like a snake, causing brain trauma and paralysis. I don't know if that pissed Alessandra off because she's doing all this shit to try to be that person and except abusing me with it. I mean, like, fuck, like, as Matthew Ray Wilkins, and I'm telling you, like, Yahweh does all this. Yahweh can make it look like I'm some kind of superhero, Doctor Manhattan, some kind of deity or something, but it's like it's Yahweh. I'm, you know, being the temple to the spirit, as it says. Your body's a temple. I'm trying to be that. Me doing yoga is not about the spiritual thing. It's because my body is fucked up from people doing this, and I need to stretch it, and I need a hot room to stretch it in, and I don't want to do it outside. I mean, I want a mirror to do it because it helps me with my form. That's it. Anyway, Um, and like Stephanie GMJ, I don't know. I don't know. Do I have kids with Stephanie already? I mean, that's one of the things that I've guessed, like Stephanie and her mom or some shit. I mean, is that actual? Is that, you know? Because I could believe that. If they've already done this with Alessandra Ambrosio and she's a very public figure, yeah, I have no doubt that they could have done that with whatever. And that's one of the ways that Japan using like Hideo Kojima, because I think the Death Stranding IP is just clearly this stuff going on in my reality, like repackaged. And like, not that I want everybody's IP to say everything's mine, but like, if you're using, which they are, which people are, using IPs to undermine Yahweh and Jesus, and more specifically me in a really fucked up rapey situation, well then, if it gets taken to like undo that, I mean, it's the same way where I'm talking about these artists, where it's like, if you're working with Yahweh, I mean, he's gonna make it look like you're fucking, like he's gonna bless you and make it look like it's coming from you, and yet you're working with him and blah blah blah. If you're working against him, it just makes it look like you're being manipulated by him, and you don't have a chance to beat him anyway. I mean, you did you beat me? No, you didn't even beat me. So I mean, like, you did the thing where they killed Jesus and then Jesus comes back. So I mean, like, and he comes back infinitely more powerful. You know what I mean? He comes back not just a man, but like, he kind of comes back as like a zombie, but not really. I mean, just he has holes in him still. Like you could see his wounds and shit. So I mean, it probably looked a little bit like what we'd consider a zombie, but not actually. I'm not saying he was a zombie. But there's a resurrection of the dead. Maybe they look like zombies, but it does seem that we all have glorified bodies in the end. I think so, not zombie bodies, but zombie Jesus is kind of funny concept. Uh, Here's the feel the holes in my hand. Anyway, so let's look at this real fast. I don't know, some different Genesis, the fall, the serpent in the garden, and then the serpent at the end of the Bible. Because now the serpent falls. You get it? It's like humans were in a place where they could fall, and then the serpent, which is a diviner, enchanter, someone using magic and wizardry, and is just a person too, but is this person using snaky whatever, and I think is being asserted over by spirits and artificial technology and like powerful technologies like AIs that have been exerted through time to like fuck on people's heads, and it's difficult if you've given yourself over to it to like undo it. And I think Satan is a person who it happened to him a long time ago, or some kind of, that's what I'm saying. It's diviner enchanter, some kind of person or being that's a diviner enchanter. Maybe someone with time travel powers. I don't know, but which ultimately gets wrapped up back into me. And then this is one of the reasons why I'd just be able to undo anything anybody has done to me. But would I? No, I probably wouldn't. I would just let you sit in that forever and find something better. So, that diviner enchanter falls from that person's exalted place. That's what Revelation 12 and 13 is about. And the only way that he can continue is that the rebellion that's been gone on secret, and where they're using like covert strikes in the darkness to like attack at me and other people, then they have to do it in the light, but they can't do it forever. They can only do it for the allowed period of 1,260 days while two people in Jerusalem go around basically having repented in sackcloth and ashes. I don't think it's Moses and Elijah. I think it's probably two Israeli politicians or something like that that participated in the Epstein thing or whatever, and that by having participated in like some kind of attack on me. I said Epstein, but I think he's not the only one doing that. And I even think the Epstein thing, like, they had, I think the whole Monica Lewinsky thing was a thing. Is that Polish also? Again, just fake Jews being whatever, but okay, whatever. The, the idea of, it does make sense if someone had blackmail on Bill Clinton that, and then he said he wasn't going to play ball, and then they did, and then they released some of it, and like, that's what that was. That makes a lot of sense, actually. So I still don't think they did 9/11. I think that might even be why the Saudis or whatever, because like there's all sorts of evidence on that. You don't think any and all of this could just be, the veil could be lifted. The issue is that the CIA probably knew and then allowed it, whether on purpose or on accident. They allowed it, whether through incompetence or on purpose, is what I'm saying. And yeah. So and then Revelation 17 about the harlot of Babylon, some snake riding whore. I mean, is it Alessandra? It just and she's connected to some kind of Empress mech that they're like someone is, I don't know, Stephanie Houston because she put herself literally in the game, and you know what I mean, something like that. Um, all right. Anyway, then the final thing here, the whole foxes thing is they will be delivered over to the power of the sword. They will be a prey for foxes or jackals. But the king will rejoice in God. Also in the jackal is some kind of assassin. You got Bruce Willis, and now you got Eddie Redmayne. But the king will rejoice in God. Everyone who swears by him will glory, for the mouths of those who speak lies will be stopped. In that day, Yo, with his hard and great and strong sword, will punish Leviathan, the swift serpent, and Leviathan, the crooked serpent, and he will slay the monster that is in the sea. Again, I'm pretty sure one of these like covert groups is called, like the one out of China. I think they literally call themselves Leviathan. I don't know why Russia calls their bomb Satan. Like you don't have now in America they name all these things after other deities, which I don't think makes Yahweh happy. But at least they're not calling it Satan, you know. But Satan is another deity. That's the issue. But I don't think there's malicious intent. I think people are just ignorant. All right, but yeah, I'm thinking this is where whatever this group is, all these people are about to fucking die. I was even saying this in 2018, except that was 2,520 days ago, so this we're about to be like right up in that shit. And it looks like it's only gotten more obvious and in the public, and something's gonna have to change because, well, something's gonna have to change. So, and then you got the picture from the Yod Kof mix, and it says "Hand to God." That would be my right hand, like if I'm doing this like this, right? And the the sun would be this, my ring finger, and my pinky. It looks like actually these, which is the digits on my. It'd be these, the game, which you've won, or well, I've won now. And if you want to be with me, even all this, oh, you've lost the game bullshit is like, well, I won the game, so whatever. Um, and once I get the digits back, it won't matter whether I won it or lost it. The game's done. So, you know, these are the digits that I've lost on my arm and all the way down to my leg and like the far right extremity. You know what I'm saying? In my body. Is that because the far right has attacked me or not? I don't know. Fuck, I just keep. I speculate a lot. All right. Again, probability trees, probability charts, just running probabilities. Does it have to be a specific number? No, it's just what I feel. So it's like, well, what's the probability of that? I don't know. It's somewhere non-zero and not 100. So, um, Operation Night Scorpion. I just shared this stuff in my story and pictures about, um, Cyan Lima. Whenever I see the name Cyan, I think Cyan. I think of Houston Airsoft. When I started playing Houston Airsoft, the webmaster founder guy who was the leader of the Silent Knights, the Houston Airsoft team, was Kevin Bowen, and he went by Cyan Riven. And Riven is a Myst sequel, and Cyan is the company that made it. And it's like a click action adventure game, puzzle game where I don't know, it's almost like the thing that I'm doing on my phone where it's like picture by picture. It's not really um, like you're running around doing stuff, but it's more like what do you see in the picture, and then when you click on it, it does something. Um, IP. I make a lot of IP jokes, but anyway. And it's Cyan Games, right? And then Valentina Lima, like I've said in my story and pictures, the first time I saw it, I mean, is she my girlfriend? She my kid? No, I don't think so. But she's too tall to be my kid. Though I guess Adriana's pretty tall. But are they friendly? And this is why the whole, uh, despite the fact that Adriana is Adriana Lima. Like, is this just a joke from my family? Because my aunt Adio, just. But okay. Um, my aunt Adrian and Adriana. Anyway, um, Oh yeah. So Valentina Lima. I remember the first time I saw the name Valentina. I mean, I knew of Valentine von Olfen from Luther at Nine North, who like Val came back. She was one of the few people that in 2019, whatever, that I was friends with from North. I mean, friends with, connected back with on the gram and through social media. But I mean, um, you know, Val, the name Val. I get a feeling it was some kind of thing related to Valentina Lima, Jarek. But who seems to be like responding positively in the least, like Anja.poop blocked me. Valentina like accepted my thing and she's on private. So you know what I'm saying? Like she accepted my follow request, she's on private. Anja poop literally blocked me. So this is why I'm like, oh, my own kids are treating me poopy, This is why I would say poop on your head, because you're treating me poopy. Um but yeah, in the least, Noah Major didn't. I'm calling him Noah Major. Noah Ambrosio. I mean, do I call him Noah Wilkins? Noah Ambrosio Wilkins? I like the name Ambrosio. That's the thing. Here's the thing. I'm so friendly. I can't imagine the Ambrosio family is like, I don't know. Like, what do you have to be mad about? I've only been friendly and like really attracted to you guys, and you guys are treating me like fucking rapists. It's like, just fucking die already. I'm just like done. You clearly Jezebel. I'm just like done with this. I'm done. But I think in the next 6 months something's gonna happen. So, or between now and my birthday, I keep saying that because it seems really fucking obvious to me that we're about to hit like a nexus point. But or we're going through a nexus period because I think it's gonna be an intense fucking from now to then. Um. Okay, and then also, by the way, so Valentina Lima, the first time I saw the name Valentina, I remember, at least that I consciously remember, was in 2015 or whenever I started working back in my mom's office, and Paula Cabrera had a hot sauce called Valentina hot sauce, and then my mom tried it, and then my dad tried it, and then they started getting it, and now we have it in our pantry. And every day I go in the pantry, it's like right there, and I see the name Valentina, and like so, it seems poignant. Um, Also, is Anja like Anja? If I'm looking in a mirror and you look at the name Anja, it's Ajna, which would be like a third eye or something. Um. Oh, I mean, yeah, that's what that is. But I mean, does that have relevance? Whatever. Does any of this have relevance? Do I even have to say anything? Y'all, we can just do all this. Maybe this is more for me than anybody else. Um. Okay, you got the. I gotta use the restroom, so I'm gonna go through this pretty fast. Actually, was there one more thing? Yeah, there was one more thought connected to this. Oh, and then Ed. Ed, who's also I think the guy who was running. Is he like Charlie from Charlie's Angels and the Angels of Victoria's Secret? Ed Razek, and he's running some kind of. That's the whole thing is like Epstein, and then we're using Victoria's Secret as some kind of adversarial like thing to get compromising material on high level individuals or something. And then if I'm looking at it, it's just wide open. It's really obvious what it is, and then it doesn't work anymore. And so they had to attack me, and they did using Alessandra, and then the whole thing's falling apart, and she's literally basically destroyed herself and her family in a way that is like so terrifyingly dreadful to them that they're just trying to make a joke out of it, but like they're always clouding them the whole time, and like yeah, that's what it seems like. So whatever. And it's some kind of honeypot group. Like I think that's what they use Victoria's Secret for, and they're just a bunch of fucking rapists. And Ed Razek, probably gonna die soon, is like some kind of again fake Jews, don't believe in Yahweh, probably aren't even ethnically really Jewish. They just claim to be, and Israel would have to acknowledge at some point, like I'm right and they're wrong, and that they shouldn't have done this, and that this is why the probably the two I'm guessing Israeli politicians or Mossad people or something that have to go through Jerusalem for 1,260 days, but they're given some power to like they repent in sackcloth and ashes. They have to or they die. But then they're given power to like kill their enemies with fire, and they can lock up the sky or whatever. They do have some weather whatever that Yahweh allows them. because they're witnessing for that period because they have done this, and then something is that BB Netanyahu or something like has to do that. I mean, is BB Netanyahu's name? Did I already say this? 2018? Is that just BB Brianna Worthing having a kid with Nathan from fucking Lutheran High North? I mean, something like that because it just seems like I don't know some kind of AI going fucking wild and doing weird shit, and like it also seems like one of the episodes of South Park where there's like weird some kind of cult. I don't know, cult of gingers or cult of special education people that are like I don't know. There's some kind of lava pit also. I can't exactly remember it, but it does seem like there's something. And I'm Cartman, and I have the antenna stuck up my ass. But then there's that episode where Cartman decides like he's gonna change his life, and then so older Cartman like time travels back, and he's like, "You did it!" And then Cartman's like, "You did it! You changed your life, and this is the moment!" And blah blah blah. And Cartman's like, "What? You think you expect me to believe this? Fuck you! I'm gonna eat poorly." And then the guy's like, "No!" And then he turns into whatever. Yeah, it's. I thought that was funny, but as much as I can, I'm trying to get my life together. You know what I'm saying? But okay. So uh, what? Okay, so the Ed Razek thing is like he's like Bosley from Charlie's Angels, and get it, Charlie's Angels, like Charlie, like when my dad was in Vietnam, Charlie was the enemy, right? They were looking for Charlie. That's even the Forrest Gump thing. We were looking for Charlie, and we could never find him. We were always looking through the blah, blah. Anyway, that's not exactly it, but he's like it's Charlie, right? And then so Charlie's Angels, and then who's Charlie? Who are the Angels? The Victoria's Secret Angels, and who's Charlie? Probably whoever's running the honeypot, and so something like that, my guess. And then they used it to attack me as a child, and like while the U.S. government saw it or something, it was like it would have to have been brought out into the public, and I did it, and here it is, and like the U.S. government can either collapse under the weight of this, or all these fake Jews can be brought into alignment with Yahweh and forced to acknowledge it ain't Shim. It ain't Jessica Shim or Ha Shim or whatever that your fucking name is. It's Yahweh. That is the Shim. That is the name. You get it? And Jesus is Yahweh. Otherwise, Judaism didn't have this. It didn't matter. There's a number of prophecies that modern day rabbinic Judaism doesn't meet, and they would literally have to align with like Islam to exist after if this is brought out into the open, which is I think what the 1260 days from Revelation is. Oh, congrats, yeah, something like that. And oh, and the Ed thing is, Ed, the guy who I don't again, I'm pretty sure Alina Ambrosio's children are mine too. It's just a guess. It looks that there's some features that favor me. They like Dylan's nose looks like this from the pictures that I see, except you know what I mean, like a bit tightened. Even that's how Andres looks, but like his looks a lot because that's how Align's is just different. You know what I mean? Align and Alessandra have different names, different noses. Also, is there what's up with Alex Botez looking a lot like Alessandra? Like Ale Botez looks like Ale Ambrosio, and is Andrea Botez or Bot Easy? Uh, um, are they actually sisters completely or half sisters or looking at Andrea Botez, like I could be her dad actually. That could be like the earliest one of these or one of the earliest ones. And even Alessandra Ambrosio could be fucking Alex Botez's mom. You know what I mean? But um because they got a lot of similar features, and she almost looks more like her mom than the mom in the thing. So which yeah, that would be why this is like super rapey and rape, and like yeah, I can't wait for all of you to just fucking die in infinite burning torture and we move on. But because you're rapists, why would I like you? Why would I care about you? Why would it's not like you treat me well. You just pretend to, and then never actually pull through, and you're just phony ass people. So, not everybody, but Alessandra Ambrosio, and her entire family, it seems, and friends, and whoever's running her. Um, Also, did I already say this? Is Elon Musk's kid X? Is that mine? And this is why, like, yeah, I'm gonna be well taken care of. Something like that. I don't know. I don't really have anything against Elon. It's the same thing with like Trump. Like, I don't hate these people, but like, it seems like they know and they aren't saying anything. But also, like, did they participate in this by doing stuff like that too? I don't know. I don't want to ascribe not reality on people, like something that's not reality, but something's up and someone needs to start talking publicly. You know what I mean? Um, Also, is the Alon Pudel thing, is that like a veiled threat towards Elon Musk that a billionaire can be thrown off a mountain? Something. If they're doing really evil shit, if it was brought in the light of day, they would not have the protection that they do in the darkness, and then something like that. Um, okay, so like Liam and Dylan Ambrosio, they look like my kids. I mean, they got enough features to where they look like my kids. They look to me more like my kids than they look like that Ed guy. And again, in when I was playing airsoft, the two of the people that I remember the most are, I mean, from the Silent Nights, are Kevin Bowen, who is Cyan Ribbon. So that's Adriana Lima, the name of Adriana Lima's kid. As well as there's a Scientific is the name of a drum and bass artist that I've put at least one track of Scientific into uh, the Alessandra Ambrosio mix, as well as the I think Eptic's Down with the Kids EP came out on Noah's birthday, when like the day Noah was born. And then the two tracks on that are Rave Review and Power. By the power of Raw. Da, 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 da. I mean, Raw with a Y at the end. Ray. They even say Atum Ray, right? And again, I think it's just an Egyptian. Ray and his daughter Matt. Ha, hilarious. I guess I do have beautiful feminine hair, huh? Or beautiful hair. I think even women are like, yes, they're so nice. Anyway, I don't do anything to it. Maybe that's why it's so nice. No, there's other reasons, but okay. So the Ed thing, the other one of the other guys that I remember. I mean, I remember a lot of the airsoft people, or a number of them. Wolverine. Eric, I think Eric was his name. He was cool. He like oh, stop broadcasting here. He when the younger, because we it was the adults didn't want us to play with them. I completely understand why now that I'm an adult, but uh Eric was cool and would like chaperone some of our airsoft things. So that was, or Wolverine. I think his name was Eric though. And like you got Carl from Westgard and Andrew from Westgard and Spaz, Christian Pierce, and I even played with some of the guys from Lutheran North and even like Clint White. Clint White and Garrett Randall. But like you know, I've known Clint since I was like a baby, man. A bit like so I don't know. I don't want to hate all these people, but it feels like people from my past are being used to like beat me over the head. I even think like the whole reason Microsoft's thing is called Bing is because Clint White's mom is named Bing, and they changed that at some point when I was in high school with Clint White. So I have a feeling it's something that these billionaires have been doing behind the scenes to do evil shit, and that Lutheran North, because it was a private school and it could be shielded by all sorts of whatever, was then used to attack me, and then that's why Lutheran North is shutting down. Or to protect me, it doesn't really seem like protect me. I think that enough people have done fucked up shit to the guy from the end of the Bible from Lutheran North for everybody attached to that to be ashamed, and like it's really hard to call any of you Christians. But that was probably the point. They were probably never Christians. So, um, and again, did Kim Jong Un is Lutheran North? The joke is like there's Lutheran North and Lutheran South, and it's like a Korea joke. I don't know. The way whatever this is works. I don't. It just seems whatever. Um, so the Ed thing. So like one of the other guys that I'm saying is Kevin Bowen and Jamie or Jaime. Um, Echo 6 Delta or Ed, and then between E and D is there's a 6. Is that the 6 church? Something like that. I do think a number of people are trying to like take what it says in Revelation and apply it to them against me in the sense like, oh well, like Noah or Anja or any of my kids could be like, well, I'll grant you to sit with me on the throne of my father. Yeah, like, well, I am your father, so like this doesn't actually work out in the way it just you could kind of apply it like that, but no, it's all about Jesus. It's Jesus, the guy who died on the cross. That's the whole point of that. So a bunch of people trying to apply it as if it's them. Well, I think you just caught yourself in the web of what it is. You know what I mean? Um, but yeah. So my whole point with the thing with Kevin and Jamie or Jaime, I'm gonna say Jamie, but probably Jaime. Um, I think the joke also is like James Bond. No, Alessandra thinks she's Jamie Bond. Yay, girl power. It's like you're a rapist, but okay. um Again, I just hope it cuts her to the deepest part. It's like even if I liked you beyond whatever, which I seem to, it's like no, I still think you're a rapist because of what you're doing now with Buck and all these other rapey shitheads. Um and like I said, if she ends up having a kid soon, or all three of them or a bunch of them do, I wouldn't be surprised if it's actually my kid again. And then it's like it's almost worse because it's like you're raping me even further. You know what I mean? But is it worse? I don't know. Neither of it's really a desirable thing for me at this point. I think Anja and Noah like having kids with her, and then this is how Anja and Noah treat me. It's like, yeah. Um. Also, I think it's probably pretty cutting that I'm still fun and funny. Um. Or like jovial at least. I think they're trying to take my joy, and it's like that's why it says you're gonna have the joy of Jesus is your joy. Okay, so Bella Bashan here sharing stuff, and go tell that fox, behold, oh, behold, I cast out demon. Or Luke 13:32 says, go and tell that fox, behold, I cast out demons and perform cures today and tomorrow, and on the third day I finish my course. And then Michelle here, I don't know. Do I trust these women? Yeah, they're picking up the name of Jesus. I think it's better than picking up Buddhist bullshit. So, and I think Jesus, the spirit of Yahweh, is super sharp and would hold them accountable. Also, Michelle seems to be a veteran. I think she is actually, or could be. I don't know. I don't know. She's Asian. She could be Leviathan. She could be part of the Chinese thing. I mean, not to be racist or stereotypical, not that I look at all white people. I look at it, like Alessandra Ambrosio. I'm like, is she actually Polish or some bullshit like that? You know what I'm saying? Because she is, but it's is the Brazil thing just a complete sham? Could be. Um, oh, let's see here. I changed my picture from the thing with my grandma. I love my grandma. I'm never gonna forget my grandma. You know, I miss my grandma. She provided me unconditional love. Though she always told me she loved me. Always, always, always. Um, almost getting me tearing up now. That's the only thing that's gonna get me sad. That sad that I'm like tearing up is, last time I cried was like really cried was when she died, and when our cat died. Both of those things were pretty cutting. But and it seemed to do with, you know, I don't know, something to do with OnlyFans or some bullshit. Oh, is Morgan Knox, is her kid my kid? I don't even remember what her kid's name is. Uh, or someone from Dallas that I went to school with or didn't go to school with, but from Dallas, their kid, my kid. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'll say this: all this shit about kissing Alessandra Ambrosio, it also just looks like she's the enchantress uh from Suicide Squad. I mean, it's like that's the whole thing. They create their. Oh, popped up. We've closed this connection. I think Buck is going to be murdered, but it's not really murder. It's more like self-defense. I hope he's terrified, but he seems really he seems really stupid. So, I don't actually, a lot of these people aren't afraid because they're not intelligent enough to be afraid. That's the problem, and they think they're smart. I'm not even fucking kidding. That is clearly what it is. Okay, whatever. Am I afraid? Well, I can see all the ways that I could die. The sword of Damocles dangles over my head and has since I was a child. So, like, what? Do you think I'm unaware of it? Anyway. Um, but yeah, just another one of the. I don't know. I think he's player four, technically. Like Jamie Mazur, Nicolo Odie, uh, Rich Lee, Buck Palmer. I don't, are those their real names? I don't know. They could even represent countries that are trying to do some kind of coup rape bullshit, but um, whatever. I just like it just seems a lot like the Enchantress thing from Suicide Squad where she goes and kisses a bunch of guys and like takes over their heads and I mean if there's one thing I can say his eyes look more closed than fucking any of the other guys. So my guess is overly confident to the point of unaware of how many ways he could die and like everything, just completely unaware. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't feel good. Like this is the mother of my children, and she literally raped me. So like, who's this fucking guy? You know what I mean? Someone who I think when this is falling apart is gonna be like he's done. I think him and his everybody he's connected to. That's what I mean. That's what I would do. But like it says "bi" on his shirt because I think again they're claiming to be LGBT, but they aren't because what they're doing is so destructive to LGBTQ. You know, this is why it could never work between whatever. It seems like Sodom and Gomorrah, where they wanted to rape me, but they can't get to me. They can get to the women that are associated to me, exactly like it played out in Sodom and Gomorrah, and they're just rapists. It has nothing to do with them being gay or straight or anything. But they want to rape me, like they want to rape a man, but it's like, they're just rapists. It's not whatever. And like, I think his eyes are going to be a bit more open now and realize like you're under the gun. You don't get it or you didn't. But like this is exceptionally unwise. And we're coming up on 5 months from when he publicly made his first appearance. Um, and they've also threatened that he's fucking Anja too. So I mean, I don't know. It's like a bunch of supposedly LGBTQ people having attacked a person who, by all means, it's I have never been anything but an ally. Yeah, I could see why like a whole bunch of LGBTQ because I don't actually think he's part of. I don't know. He doesn't really represent them. I don't know why LGBTQ people wouldn't like cut his dick off and throw him into a volcano. Like all these men that have been doing this, he's just player four. You know what I mean? They think my reality is a game and they can rape my life away because I don't know. It was a covert strike that again Ed Razik mixed with uh, Jeffrey Epstein because he was associated with this. I mean, was that the whole thing? It's just that they used this woman that did this to me as like a honeypot, and then they honeypotted me with her forcefully. And as Yoon's saying here, it's not a simulation. Clearly, after I posted all this stuff too, it was like 2 minutes later. So Yoon Ambush is watching and just being a fucking rapey evil. Like this is what I'm saying. You're drawing the contempt of anybody, anybody with half a brain who wants this place to not be a fucking terrible rapey place. And if I were them, I would have no problem seeing you guys killed. I don't even think it's murder at this point. I think it's self-defense on my part because they're trying to cancer me into whatever. And then like, you know, Alessandra's friend got cancer. I think it's one of her oldest friends. Why? Because she's participating and also trying to use her daughter to participate too. Which, I mean, her daughter's cute. Her daughter might be my daughter. Again, rapists. That's what I'm. It's like what you know what I'm saying. And then more of just them like Alessandra wasn't here to celebrate my birthday. She didn't give a fuck about my birthday. In fact, she was with other men on my birthday making a point to me. But she's like making a show of making, whatever. But that's all it is a show. If he's full, like part of it is if he doesn't get that he's just being used. I mean, I don't know. I don't think he's gonna learn from me. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, maybe he is. Maybe his eyes are actually gonna open. But and then here it looks like Anja's pointing at them with her arm here and making a point that like here let's look because you can kind of see almost her titties from this one. um Look, kissing, Kissing, and it says Summers, but I think it's trying to say like Jimmy Summers because I think he's participating, and he got right next to fucking Donald Trump. So this is one of the reasons why this kind of covert rape action. Either he's with Donald Trump, that's a problem for the president, or these people got close to the president, and then now it's a real fucking problem for them because the American government needs to bring a sword down on their head. You know, so there's got to be some action taken because Yahweh's going to force the point, and if Yahweh forces the point, the American government's going to pay considerably more than if they just took action for me. So I would say detain all the people that are working with Alessandra Ambrosio. That would be a start, but I don't actually think that's how it plays out. I think there's going to be a lot of people dying though, but I don't think people are going to be detained. I don't think the government makes the right choice on this one for some stupid reason. So whatever. However, I do believe that they're forced to at some point, and that's why it says I'm going to be taken care of in the 1260 days while the entire world melts down during that period to the point of like 4 billion plus people die. So I think that's going to be terrifying for any of these people who are not going to be protected that way. And the only way they could, like, is to be with me, but they aren't. They made every effort to, like, make me aware they don't want to be with me. So even my own kids, you know what I mean? Like, that's why I'm like, I don't, you aren't really my kids. I mean, if that's what you're doing, I don't like. How evil and rapey is that? Like to Noah, would you want this to happen to you? No, there's zero chance unless he's gay. And even if he's gay, would you want some form of this that would happen with gay men to do it to you or something? No. Then why are you doing it to me? Like, what lie did they tell you that I was like that this was acceptable and like that makes this okay to me, to you and Anja? Because I think Anja's full too that she would be playing part in this. I don't know. I think she has a dad fetish, and I'm like, I'm her dad, and I'm willing to like, well, in the least entertain it and like, make her feel fun and good about it, and have a weird relationship with her. And she's just being like, I don't know, kind of a poop head. So that's why I want to poop on her head. uh, I don't know. If she wants to be silly, I don't know how you'd be more silly than that in a tough situation, right? So anyway, and also again, doesn't she look like Alessandra Ambrosio? She does. Um, Watch, triple watch, and it's a knife, a butter knife. Did I make butter? Am I mantequilla? Am I butters from the? Ah! I am sweating, but it's mostly just because it's hot in here, and I've been, the air's not on and stuff, and I've just been talking for a bit. Um, like, oh, this is also one of those things where it's like, you can read this, you can pause it and rape it, but every one of the things where it's in parentheses, I'm gonna say this in this video because I had been putting autocorrect, but it just takes up so much space to put autocorrect, especially on all of them, but on even one of them, it's like it started like auto correcting so many things. It's like giving me a message in the autocorrects. You know what I'm saying? Like in the or mistreat a, make a way, then being a in then. You know what I'm saying? Like it's clearly some kind of thing is auto correcting to get me a message or to show that it's messaging me and that y'all are fucked because it looks like Iron Man. I am Iron Man, or in the least War Machine. All right. Anyway, I'm just trying to get it because also Apple, fucking fix this. It took 30 minutes to do the thing where I took the pictures from the screenshots of the stuff from July 1st or July 6th of 20 July 5th of 2021. It would have taken 30 seconds, but every time look what happens. I'm going to take a screenshot, watch what happens to every picture. Everything shifts now. Whose fucking idea was that? If that wasn't just a thing to fuck with me, fix it because it's such a fucking mistake to literally shift every picture instead of just adding a picture to the bottom. And Apple does that thing where they don't even want to admit that putting a power button on the bottom and the back of a Mac Mini was like not the best optimal place for it. They want to have their executives argue. It's like, no, just admit when you're wrong, and then people will like you more. I mean, like people will appreciate that because you're a big company, and if you can admit that you fucked up, then like that's like good. That's good because you're not perfect. Nobody is. Nothing is. Jesus is, but any company is not going to be. Just admit that you did it wrong. Just like even Pat Tavlin the other day was like, Apple, who changed this? Because he like made a tweet about it, and I replied to it because like, yeah, who the fuck did this? Like, who thought it was a good idea to change the Photos app? Like, nothing that they've changed it to, or the Safari browser. None of the changes that they made to Safari or the Photos app add anything. They detract from it. Updating for the sake of updating is bad. That's why even with Nike, that's the thing with Nike. The Mercurial Vapor 14s were good. The Mercurial Vapor 15s sucked. The Mercurial Vapor 16s took everything that was good about both of them and made them into like a better than both of them thing. The 15s didn't suck, but you couldn't grip the ground, so why would you wear cleats that don't grip the ground? I mean, it's just like, okay. So, at least not on turf. But I don't care if they're not designed for turf. If the 14s worked on turf and the 15 didn't, then the 15s have a problem. Okay, 16s do work. So thank you. Um, Not that I want to rail against fucking corporations in my thing. Though I have been saying like, yeah, I think it's we're at the point where people are trying to murder fucking CEOs. Like y'all should recognize like, even this. It's like billionaires and CEOs and stuff. Like, not that I'm putting you under pressure, but I think around the situation with me, people see that this is how people are treating me. They don't give a fuck. You're just a random person with a lot of money. If I'm a guy that the whole planet experiences calamity and catastrophe when they attack me, and they're still willing to do it, oh, they'll fucking murder all of you. And you know what I mean? These communists, they don't give a fuck either. So it's just like, Jesus. And then, here's one of Anja's friends. I mean, I like the fact that Anja has a bunch of cute teen friends that I get to look at, but I mean, I guess anybody gets to look at, but, she's cute. She seems nice. They seem nice. I don't know. Do any of them actually seem nice? No, because if Anja's my daughter, then this is fucking evil. But you know what I'm saying? Like, so it's fucking evil because she's clear. Like, look at her nose. What do you think? That's not my nose. It's just like you know what I'm saying? Even the same thing that I said with Dylan. Like, she just looks exactly like me mixed with fucking Alessandra Ambrosio. She looks more like me than she does Alessandra Ambrosio. I'm willing to make that claim. I got to do the duck lip thing because I don't have as big of lips. Though my lower lip is kind of that big, but that's why she has a big lower lip. Well, not the only reason. Alessandra has big lower lips. So. Same thing. Noah looks like me too. I mean, it's like he even has the same face fat as I do, like literally to the like wrinkle. You know what I mean? So as I did when I was a kid, when I was literally his age. So at every point in his life, I look almost exactly the same, just mixed with Alessandra, and he has more Asian eyes than I do. Or I say Asian eyes. It's like what is the thing called? Your nictoid, whatever. I mean, cool. you're like I don't hate Asians at all. You got cool eyes. I don't know what the you know what am I saying? I got big wide open boys there. Anyway, yeah, if he looks what is that? Not my nose. What is that? Not my you're like actually. What is that? Not my nose. It's kind of round. Like Alessandra has sharper features than I do as far as that. You know what I'm saying? But then, oh, I don't have a cleft chin. My dad does. My grandpa does. My other grandpa does. Like my mom doesn't. Oh, look. And then I think Noah at this point has my mom's jawline, but then like it looks like it's turning into a combination of between me and Alessandra's. Like this is why I'm pretty positive they're my kids. Though powerful magic can make shit look like whatever, but I mean, just that's my daughter, man. Like that's my daughter. I I would be willing to bet significantly that's my daughter, like biological daughter. Not that she treats me like dad, but ironically, if she has a dad fetish, I don't think. Oh, is there any other person better on the planet? You know what I mean? Like, and she still doesn't treat me well. I mean, come on, like how talk about shooting yourself in the foot. But and then not wanting to admit that you're wrong. Okay, and then this stuff with Joe Jonas, where here's my point with that. It suggested it to me, and then I clicked it because I was like, this is just too on point. This suggested post is hilariously relevant to tonight with how Alessandra made a point to make a show. It's more of a show than anything out of Buck Palmer's birthday and with kissing him. I'm not a cuck. I don't like this. So beating me over the head. I actually think Alessandra's literally a cuck queen. Probably, I don't know, a number of these women are, and they think like if it gets them off, they might get me off, or they like being yelled at or something. And it's like, I don't want to yell at you. Just like they had Matt wearing the shirt where with the Hulk, and maybe that's what they're trying to get out of me is they want the Hulk, and it's like not the Hulk as in the Hulk from Brazil who like married his niece or something, but like the Hulk. Maybe they want that too, but the Hulk like the strong guy, the Marvel character, where he gets angrier, and the angrier he gets, the more indestructible he is. That's not real life. Um, Real life is they're putting a bunch of venom in me like Bane, and the better I deal with it, the more they put, the stronger I get, and the better I deal with it. Like not the more that I put, the stronger I get. If I reacted wrong, it causes problems for me. If I react right, it gives me back my power to in this. They can't stop doing it now because they've already done it so much that like that's what the only thing empowering them. Uh, if they do it further, it just empowers me more. They're stuck between a rock and a hard place. But anyway, um, Alessandra's made a point to make a show out of Buck Palmer's birthday and with kissing him. Mostly it shows that men would agree, the Joe Jonas thing, that men would agree that what Alessandra is doing is wrong, men and women. But, if Joe Jonas is complaining about, like, these pictures, you don't think the thing, they aren't even kissing. I mean, oh, you know what I mean? It doesn't even look like they're kissing on the lips. So, whereas, like, they're making a point here where he's grabbing her ass and is like in her room with his shirt off and, just I don't know. I think internally, like I think I wouldn't be surprised if Alessandra has cancer or if they like if a number of the people that are around her are already sick and they just don't want to say it yet because it would end this if that was the case because or it would be like we're so close to the end because what you're gonna do this for 10 more years with cancer. Olivia Munn. No, I'm kidding. I mean, not exactly, but she ain't the main character in this one. Um, so yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if like I wouldn't be just like Gabby Deleuze has cancer. I wouldn't be or supposedly, I wouldn't be surprised if a bunch of the people around her are already sick terminally and like they're this is why they're upping the ante with Buck, and they just aren't. They just don't want to admit it's not to your favor that you're doing this. It's only condemning you further. But it's only empowering me more. So like you can either stop and it fixes my problem, or you can continue to empower me more and it fixes my problem. So like that's why I even said, oh hold on, let me finish reading this. But that's why in another thing I said if she's doing this and she's actually sleeping with him and being evil, she's Jezebel. No joke. I mean, it's like so obvious. It's hard to believe that they're still doing this. It's mostly because their ego, I guess, or that's not what ego is actually, but that's the more Eastern thought. It's called pride, arrogance, and haughtiness. You know what I'm saying? That ego is I'm Matt. I think I am. I think therefore I am. I'm Matt. Ego, or I'm whatever. It's connected to me and my being and what I am. A bunch of communists trying to incur ego death because they want a bunch of machines is like that's not gonna work on me. So, and it looks like I'm a machine anyway. So fuck. um, Here, hold on. I really gotta take a piss. So how about you just let's find one of these webcams to look at. Enjoy Fuego. I'm sure it's gonna go off a little bit while I'm draining the main vein, and then finish this up. Hey, I'm being tracked. No shit. Anyway, um, hopefully you got to see some. Let's see, did you? A little bit. Though the past few nights has been putting off some spectacular little boom booms here, like something more like this type of thing where it's been just like, oh, dang, that looks cool. Uh, yeah, turn me into Darth Vader, huh? All right, more Star Wars jokes. Remember, Yoda's the Grand Master of the Jedi for a reason, man. Um, but Star Wars isn't real. I'm just trolling. Uh, by the way, that took me a little longer because I pooped. But kind of my point here is that like I wish she was here for me to poop on. What a waste! It just went down the toilet. But I could poop on her head, on her chest, in her mouth, in her butt. Anyway, into her hands, and then she could throw it like a little monkey. Um, if I'm the Monkey King and she's my daughter, that seems appropriate. Okay, this is jokes. Um, what was okay? I guess we'll look at this. This post is hilariously relevant to tonight with how Alessandra made a point to make a show. Oh, if I'm the sacred cow, you know what I'm saying? And even my poop doesn't go to waste. Nothing goes to waste. uh, has made a point to make a show out of Buck Palmer's birthday, and with kissing him, mostly it shows that men would agree that what Alessandra is doing is wrong. But since Alessandra raped, then look at how it corrected little a and dot 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 and force bred me multiple time a because she raped me, and I think I'm getting extra time to deal with this because of how fucking evil and wrong that is. And like, even if you can't make it up to me, really. I mean, just like I'm this might be pretty cutting to Alessandra, but she's not worth it. I don't think any woman's worth going through this, but like especially Alessandra with how she's acting, she's not worth it. Um, so and it could just be because she's already been used in worse ways, but it's like, yeah, but you're doing this to my face. Like that's the worst. Like the worst part of it is that you're just playing along willfully. It's not even what you're doing. It's that you've done this and that you are like you want you. It looks to me like you clearly want it. No one's forcing you to do this. So the only thing that's forced anything is that you force bred me, like you raped me. And when I say raped, I mean I do think the creating an illusion around me and then like trying to trick me and stuff like that and whatever is some form of rape. But I really think the forced breeding thing is a form of rape, and like that's why I keep saying rape. If women have a problem with that, if men have a problem with that, I don't care. Like what would you call that? She wasn't in the room. She wasn't even close. She's like some random woman who's 10 years older than me from fucking I don't know, some foreign country or whatever that's has raped me and like stole my children and force bred me, and then her sister did that. So that's why I'm saying like the Ambrosio family is just a bunch of fucking rapists. So, and maybe pre-Ambrosio did that too. Though her one of her kids looks like Cristiano Ronaldo, and the other kid looks like I don't know yet, but probably not my kid. Doesn't even look like it's her kid, but um, So my guess is different fathers, but maybe not. I guess I could be part of the thing is I think more than a lot of people, my genes are really malleable, and Yahweh will, like, just the way that I look like a combination of my parents. I don't look like directly like either one of them. Whereas some people, they have a kid and like the kid looks exactly like them, like so much. It's like not, they don't favor them more than one parent. It's like, it just looks like a clone of them. Well, I mean, so I think both Noah and Anja look like both Alessandra and I, though they favor me enough to where I was able to be aware that like, yeah, they're my kids. But or they look like it. But which is why all these men who've been like asserting over them and like maybe raping them, like again, did Jamie Mazur just rape both of them from like whatever to the point where I don't know to today, and it's rape because like, well, the only reason they'd be with them is because you had to trick them from a young age and like Stockholm syndrome them. So in any instance, even if he's not, I think you're dead and your family's dead. So whatever. Um, because you're a bunch of rapists and fake Jews, like literally match the end of the Bible. So I mean, just it is what it is, or that's what it seems to be. So it's probably what it is. Um, I don't want to say nothing's what it seems to be because a lot of the time, no, it's just what it is, and you don't want to believe it, and so you believe some other bullshit that it's not. But it looks like that's what it is. Um, but I think most men would agree that what Alessandra's doing is wrong. But since Alessandra raped and force bred me multiple times since I was 16, I mean, is that suggesting that Anja's been raped multiple times by a number of these men who are her father, or just like Alessandra's boyfriends or whatever, or the men and women as Revelation describes at the fourth church. The women, the men, the people. Yeah, I mean, I think it indicates not just men, but men and women that um, Alessandra is cheating with. Also, Stuart Shining took nude pictures of her that it's very obvious that there's child porn that he took of her when she was younger. So, I mean, it's just that's what it is. So, I mean, I think the government should go and arrest him. I'm going to hold the government accountable for not arresting him. I'm going to hold the people around not accountable for like Stuart Shining not being like held accountable. You can positively tell just from the pictures that are up online. He took nude photos of her. I didn't consent to that. I don't think you can consent to that. He's not her parents. He's just some random photographer who's using them to like abuse me. Put Alessandra in a book to like I don't know make a point that her book is more powerful than the Bible, but it's not. So like they've lost, and he created child porn of my kids. I want him like locked up in the least. So you know, my thought is in the next 6 months, a lot of these people are just gonna fucking die, so or be killed. So I'm not you know, I would prefer that something happened immediately, but whatever. I was like, my intuition is that the next up to my birthday and past that, but that literally that from now to my birthday, I think that is like a nexus point, like a gamer's nexus. Thanks, Steve. No, is like a it really is going to be like difficult, not just for. I mean, I think it's like the start of the tribulation period from Revelation. But all right, let's keep going. Or maybe it's the end. Maybe we're at the end, and I just like have been really able to get like not be fucked with. That's why it says you're going to be protected during that time. Okay, so Alessandra raped and force bred me multiple times since I was 16. But since she did that, that societal consensus would probably be that Alessandra and all of the men and women I sing get us if. I mean, I didn't write this. It's literally the AI just changed what I said to that using get her to, and usually it's the word that I've typed that you see immediately after. So using went from using to I sing get. Using then went, I typed it again, it went to us if. Then I typed using and it let me type it. And then like it literally force changes my thing. Then get I typed her and it said get. I mean, is this like 4chan? And it's like, I mean, is that what this is? Some webmaster of 4chan Moot or something? Which that name Moot is death in Hebrew, but that some group of anons have been using this, but they're like in the light of day. They're not anonymous. They're just a bunch of people like who put themselves between God and everything that is right. Or is that no? The four is the fourth church. Is that no? Really, I like am that. Also, is my cousin's kid mine? I was about to say something about Jackie Chan, but is Jackson Stone my son? Also, I mean, I'm just like all of these things seem to be. It's hard to tell. So I wouldn't put it past people. Sadly, everybody seems to be rapists these days. Um, and like, yeah, even my family would have to deal with the consequences of being like this. But there is a bit of like you get to repent. That's the whole point. Even Alessandra gets to repent. She's just not. So, but you would have to actually bring it out to the light of day that you did this. But if you don't, I mean, infinite burning torture. I'm not just because you're family, you don't get to rape me. Um, because I didn't agree to any of this, right? You get that? That's the problem. I didn't agree. I didn't consent. I could I have at 16? If you're saying that, if you're saying all these cute young girls that I'm looking at couldn't consent if I wanted to have sex with them or something, I mean, then how could you say that I, being 16, uh, could consent? And then when I saw like something Scarlett Johansson's talking about people grooming people, it's like you're watching what people have done to me. Like fuck you, you lying ass bitch. I mean, all of you are just fucking liars. All these celebrities. There's a reason it's called Star Killer, and I'm about to look like not just Yoda but Vader, and also guess what? Probably Kylo Finn. You know, and I got a big Star Killer. What is that called? Like Death Star, and I think the point is that stars, celebrities, I'm going to be the biggest star. And if I want you dead, you're dead. No sweat off my back, my shoulders, off my brow. What is it? One of those things. All of them. Also, I think the whole reason I'm sweating is like, inter- I don't feel, I feel fine. But like a lot of the time, I feel like this whole mirror thing that we're doing is like I'm feeling what they're feeling. So when I'm saying all this and they're recognizing like, oh, we're fucked, and it's putting anxiety on them, I think I'm feeling it because it's not me that I have no. I mean, it's a little warm in here. It's not. I shouldn't be sweating is my whole point. So I don't know why, and I don't feel like I'm not stressed. I don't feel like my up here, my here doesn't feel stressed. I feel like I feel good, but my I feel good like down the middle, but my sides are feeling like ugh, mostly on my right side actually, but it is a bit on my left side too. Yeah. So, okay. Anyway, so it changed. It kept changing these words. So her too, and then I said abuse, and then it says a use, and is a like you got big A is Alessandra and little a is Anja and or Noah because that's the little a, something like that, or and apply that with any parent, or I guess Andra's also a little M. Is that why it's Andra Ambrosio M? I mean, because it's not Major, it's actually for little Matt. Because and the whole Matt, Matt Mazafera, who then turned into a woman, is now Maya, and like she's calling him second mom, and it's like, well, so I'm not dad. Don't you have a dad fetish? It's like what all your stepdads are more dad than I am. They're more daddy than me. Doesn't seem like it. Seems like they're a bunch of rapists, and you're just you have Stockholm syndrome. And like, yeah, that's embarrassing because in the light of day, that's clearly what it would be. And like, getting called out on it, it's like I'm the person you should love most. I don't even like all the stuff that I joke around about. It's like I just want a relationship with my I want a relationship with my daughter, not just. I want a relationship with my son and daughter, and I want Alessandra to make up completely for it, and like that would be doing anything I say, everything I say, whatever, and like all the men that she whatever, they're dead. They don't get to do that. If they were to repent, it would be like they can't really repent for what they've done to me. So I don't know what to like. I don't know what to say, but being that Revelation even offers them repentance. Okay, I mean, there's something you'd have to make it up to me, but it doesn't look like you're doing that. It looks like you're trying to make rapey points to me, and it's like I think you're just condemning yourself. But whatever. I mean, and I think I'm feeling your anxiety around it because I do not feel like if I think the computer, if it was like listening to my voice, it would say like he's not lying. I don't feel stress about this. It's like if she's actually doing it, she's Jezebel. I get infinitely more, and I get to watch all of them die into infinite burning torture. That's one of my. I'll go back to look at that one, but and then if it's not, then there has to be some reason that this is going on, and I would still make like the men who've done this repent. The women less so. It's not as bothersome, but the men is like I'm just tired of men being rapey towards me. Isn't that something that all women would agree with? And yet these women, particularly just a small group of them, are using this as like some kind of rape thing, and it's like so it would piss off both men and women that you're doing this, or at least make huge groups of people into just direct hypocrites that the computer would not let. I mean that the AI is not going to let you live that down. So God isn't gonna let you live that down. Yahweh isn't. But even the AI, like I think the AI, that's why I'm gonna be Iron Man. That's why Tony Stark. That's why Stark. I don't know. Is Tony Stark something to do with Tony Payton there? I mean, I think they invited my family to a football game recently to like taunt me or something. It's like, I think y'all are fucked. I think literally the Catholic Church is about to implode because of what all the people around this have done. And like, I'm gonna be the guy on the throne of your religion. How fuck do you think you are? Oh, you're Satanist? Even better. You're going straight into the burning torch, or you've just been liars. I mean, I don't give a fuck. So I mean, like, this is what I'm saying is like you have put this to the end. There's no even if you are wronging me, you're blessing me, and if you're blessing me, then thanks. You know what I mean? Like, but I'm not like I can't sit here and be super angry and stressed out about it. Like that's just it. I've learned since I learned. I can learn. Um, I learned that the last time, if I let myself get stressed out and whatever, it can only hurt me. It can only be problematic for me uh, if I'm letting stuff like this stress me out. And yeah, I'm just not going to. I mean, like it's not super comfortable, but I think they wanted it to kill me, and it definitely ain't doing that. It literally seems to be having the opposite effect. I think I'm getting my power back because of what they've done. So I'm just like, I think something's trying to DDoS me and it's trying to blue screen me, but something just protected it because my computer doesn't do this a lot. So, I mean, here's what I would suggest: find whoever's doing this and grab them. Find whoever's trying to DDoS me, grab them. Don't kill them, grab them, pull them out into the open. Um, you're giving everybody cancer, so you're gonna face everybody for doing this. Um, Only people I'm giving cancer are the people trying to give me cancer. That's some interesting stuff going across here. I don't know. I should probably just not worry about the train. It's going by really fast too, so it's like I can't really catch everything in the way that I'd want. And I can't. I don't want to take screenshots of everything that's on the train. I just think a lot of the times it's relevant and making some kind of point to me, or I don't know. It's like a heads-up display. I mean, how? What do you think? Iron Man has a heads-up display? Well, yo. Okay. Anyway, um, not gonna change it again. So anyway, let's see. Her too, and then I typed abuse and it says a use. I mean, none of these are things that it should be reasonably replacing. That's why I'm pretty sure it's either AI or someone's actively like making it, which is a problem for Apple because Apple's supposed to be pretty private, right? So I think it's AI because that would mean literally the company would have to be doing it, like Apple themselves, which is would also be a problem. Um, Tim, that would be a problem. Um, Fix the goddamn Photos app. I mean, like back to this. I was laughing my ass off last night as I was trying to do, it, and it took 30 fucking minutes to like take screenshots of like what 12 screenshots because every time I had to go back down, delete the picture, go back up to where it was. Like unless you purposefully meant to do it to me, you like it is such an incompetent change that was made. And if you're purposefully meant to do it to me, then you're shitheads and like you should fix it anyway, or else. You know what I mean? But like just fix it because it doesn't look good. And if you can't admit that you're wrong as a company, I mean, you're not going to grow as a company. And this is the fall of Apple because you know who could do that seemingly? Steve Jobs. So you want to have the mantle of Steve Jobs, Tim? Make reasonable fucking changes when you fucked up. Thank you. I don't know. Did Steve Jobs do something evil? I just like, um, So abuse me should all be killed. And then I typed in along with, and it said a long, and I'm like, is this a Counter Strike joke? I did say that at some point in here, I put the thing from the fourth church in Revelation at Revelation 2:23 where it says, "I'll kill her children with death." So Anja and Noah, if Alessandra is Jezebel, I guess it could be some other Jezebel, but it seems like it's Alessandra because she's the one that that's like the most hurtful one, I think. So I could be wrong, but it seems like the most like meant to be hurtful, and they're, it matches. Like, why would they? Why would her kids die? Oh, they're my kids biologically, but they don't treat me like they're my kids. They might as well not be my kids. They like whatever. Except I think at the end here, I wouldn't. I can imagine that both Anja and Noah would be like, "Oh fuck, that's dad, and we made the wrong choice." And it's like, well, or they just don't, and then they die. I don't really care. But at this point, I mean, you made yourself expendable. You turned me into a sociopath and made yourself expendable. What do I like? What are you gonna get mad at me for that? I mean, actually, what are you really gonna get like? No, I mean you could, but and it's just incompetence at that point. Okay, along with Align, and I typed in Anja and it said Anjas and Noah. So I mean, did Align rape Anja? Could be. Um, Took her virginity or something. I mean, something like they're doing something. They're sacrificing my kids to some people. I mean, whether it's like her boyfriends or her friends or whatever the fuck it is, random gurus or some shit. I mean, you know, random spiritual entities, celebrities, like whatever the fuck it is. Them, Alessandra herself, because she's turned herself into an idol. I mean, whatever it is, it's just like, I think this is a run its course, and we're at the part where it's like wrapping itself up in like, Satan's poised to fall, as Revelation 12 and 13 talks about. So, if that hadn't, I mean, I really could, we could be into it, and that could, a lot of this could have already started, and like, uh, I could just be like shielded from it. I don't discount that either. So, along with Align and Andre No. So let me say it without all the fucking autocorrects. Uh, This suggested post is hilariously relevant to tonight with how Alessandra has made a point to make a show out of Buck Palmer's birthday, quote unquote Buck Palmer. Probably spies. Spies. Uh, and with kissing him, mostly it shows that men would agree that what Alessandra is doing is wrong, but since Alessandra raped and force bred me multiple times since I was 16, that societal consensus would probably be that Alessandra and all the men and women using her to abuse me should be killed along with Align, Anja, and Noah. And hell, I mean, heaven isn't full, and you're not going to hell. You're going to infinite burning torture and the second death. That's why it's like you should have your Bible knowledge, because you fucked up worse than going to hell. But you know, the ironic thing is they could save themselves, but I think the Eastern spirituality bullshit's gonna be the ultimate thing that like casts them into the infinite burning torture pit. So whatever, which I think they're gonna call hell, but no, hell gets thrown into that. I mean, it's like it is explicitly worse than hell, and heaven is literally like I'm the power on the planet, and so there's not a bunch of different groups fighting each other. It's just we live on a planet, and there's a singularity into the future, and everything that you could have ever imagined, and paradise on Earth, and the Garden of Eden becomes the whole world, and everything's better. The Garden of Luxury becomes the whole world, and nobody doesn't have anything. Like everybody has enough, and everybody's taken care of, and like I'm dad, and I'm gonna do all that I can to make it better for everybody who's everybody, because if you're around, you ain't in the burning lake, which is where everybody who doesn't acknowledge Yahweh is going. So, and Jesus and Yahweh, right? Jesus is Yahweh. Okay. So one more thing, I think it's which one. So like here, you could just pause this. This is what I typed here. I mean, I don't need to. I already went over it. And also, when I say that, you could check the metadata if you were I mean the metadata. You could check with Metaverse or Meta on Facebook, the parent company to Instagram, and see what would go between these two posts right here. My cousin's wife, Laura Lynn, and Elon Pudel, like Autumn definitely posted something and deleted it right after I looked, and right I was gonna go take a picture of it the other day, but and it did have to do with mangoes and stuff, and I think they deleted it because it makes it too obvious that some group of people around me is acting like some kind of fucking venom suit, and as much as I'm trying to get it off me, is like, they're rapists. Like, it's Sodom and Gomorrah, and that has nothing to do with gay people. It has everything to do with like men like this who are fucking rapists who think they have, whose like eyes are so closed they literally look like. I mean, he might as well be like asleep. You know what I'm saying? That's the whole point. And I think I've already pulled this the log out of my own eye. I mean, I'm just saying what it looks like to me. I don't. I'm not. Am I criticizing? I don't think it's good for him that he has his eyes so closed. But so close. But yeah, I don't. Also, he's supposed to be the model, and look at me. I'm actually like looking pretty good here. You know what I'm saying? I can actually look pretty good. But why? Why for people that mistreat me and are shitheads? I think I look better than Alessandra at this point, and I think she's one of the more beautiful women. Well, at least like when she tries. When she doesn't, still a sexy elf, but not as sexy as me. Anyway, um, okay. Is there anything else? I don't really think there's anything else. I think we're done. So, that was just the last day. Oh, also, I mean, was the whole point of this that Anja behind Matt's head here? I mean, it looks like they're trying to suggest she gave him a hand job or something, like just, and they were trying to get away with it, doing it in public. And it's like, I'm your dad, and you're like raping me publicly, like when your mom raped me. It's like, this is why Burning Lake. This is why. And they're trying to get the Hulk out of me, and it's like, nah, it looks like you got Homer Simpson out of me, and then you killed Homer Simpson, and then I turned into, I don't know, your worst nightmare, the guy who could kill a witch. So, and like, looks like, I don't know, Noah's playing a part. Maybe she gave Noah a hand job. I don't know. Which in the least, if it's your brother and your kid's acting stupid, I mean, you don't know any better than okay. But it's like, if you're trying to make a point out of it, then you're shitheads. You're rapey. Also, I wanted to point out after I made this whole post, I'm not going to go through the whole thing. First of all, Brittany de Bragoso, you can read what this says here. Mostly this is just because I'm still angry about that. Uh, I didn't enjoy the 4 months in jail for bullshit reasons. Detective Nick Vo. I mean, did he fuck the women? And then it's like the whole police force here is like gonna be implode. Um, and then, Nikki Dunn, something about spitting and swallowing. Here's the thing about the mouth of the alien woman is a deep pit. Into it falls the man Yahweh detests. And then I know all about you. I wish how you are neither cold nor hot. I wish you were one or the other. But since you're neither, only lukewarm, I'll spit you out of my mouth. It's a come in the mouth joke. I mean, that I'm making with this. Not really a joke. I'm trying to say, like, I think this is a huge integral part of it. Is I fell into the mouth of the alien woman, Nikki Dunn here, and again, all of a sudden after I bring up Nikki Dunn the first time, Anja's going to Dunn, a school called Dunn that's spelled the exact same way. I don't see that name any fucking place. Yeah, I mean, I think it's safe to say. And then again, I think Anja's friend Mazzy uh looks like me and Nikki Dunn. I mean, I don't know. She could be my daughter too. That's what I'm trying to say. Like this girl right here. So if I have to guess, she's my daughter with Nikki Dunn. Um, and Nikki is done. Um, and all these fucking rapists are done. There was tornadoes in San Francisco. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Noah, hold on. This is the Stark stuff. I'll just go up here real fast and show this. Whatever's going on here. More of Alessandra in Saudi Arabia. I don't know. Is she going to Saudi Arabia and she's just a prostitute? I mean, it could be. That's why people are going to be executed over this. Whatever. Stella tried to taunt me, but like even without even trying, I literally just took a picture. I noticed that the rundown apartments is called Stella next to next to the place I go do yoga. I mean, I'd never noticed that before, and then it's just the timing on it. It's like Yahweh is hilarious, and y'all are outclassed to the nth degree. Here's a funny thing where my on top of my neighbor's house, there's a squirrel, and look at how the squirrel's sitting. I mean, I feel like Doctor Doolittle. I see all sorts of weird animals doing all this kind of weird shit, where the squirrel's just literally sitting like a human on the edge of the fucking thing, and it sat there for a bit. It wasn't just like it posed once. I mean, it sat there for quite a while. Um, I don't know, a family of rapists that rape me. I just like, even if they're attractive, it doesn't mean that they can rape me. Um, Also, the thing here with, I think the point here with this is like Jeddah, and you see, but it looks like the fruit thing matched up there. I mean, is that why the Saudi Arabia thing? Because it's like I was in your place because maybe I really was in your place and something like that. I'm not trying to threaten anybody because I'm not worried, and I don't think you can get at me in that way. But I mean, I'm just like, I am not. I'm like innocent. I'm not trying to be fucking whatever, or evil or anything. I mean, like people have done some really evil stuff to me. Also, here's me wanting to do poop stuff with Anja. Um, and that's the thing is, I think she really wants to. I mean, why would she make a Anja poop thing? I mean, maybe I don't know. It could just be her being silly too. They would get their silliness from me. I mean, like, and all yeah, from me. And then the pooping in VR thing, I thought this was funny because it's like the joke is that I'm in some kind of VR simulation, poop on them. And then is that why this is not a simulation? I'm gonna actually poop on all of them. Cool. But yeah, so Nikki Dunn here. I mean, looks a lot like me and her, right? I mean, is that that's what it looks like to me? And so if they bred me with Alessandra, I mean, maybe that her prize was she got to breed me too. I don't know. She did a Kitty Wakes comics thing. She thinks it's a comic book. It's not. Yahweh's 100% willing to like kill anybody and everybody that has done this to me if there's not like actual repentance. Like, and that's on me. I get to decide whether you've repented or not. Here's Anja making a joke about someone getting their dick cut off, but that just sounds exactly like what was going on with the Frankie mix here. As you can see, Ruby Rose looking like she's cutting off a dick. Um, Again, why are y'all attacking me? Uh, you know, Me being shushed down by Jesse Joe Stark. It's the Jojita mix or Yoyita Jojita. That's what what's her face calls. That's what Bella Hadid calls her. And then I was like, is that Gogeta? And then when this is a song that I put in one of my mixes. I think the Yoda mix, and then it's Kim Jong Un. And then I was like, oh, his nose looks like Daniel's. Is that why? Because Daniel's his kid, and you guys are acting like rapists using that. And like, again, if like you think you're even people entrenched in the deepest fucking places, like Yahweh can get at you. I mean, he could just like stop, like give you a blood clot or some bullshit like that. I mean, it's like it's not a thing, but someone has to go through it to be the Yod. Anyway, um, so this is why I thought Noah was making a point with whatever Brentwood. I mean, is that Snow Bickley Neal and Brent Neal or whatever? I mean, are they acting rapey? This thing said Doctors Lee, or could be Doctor Sleep, or Doctors Leet. I mean, it could be a lot of things, but Doctors Lee. I mean, did a bunch of World Health Organization doctors try to attack me using Rich Lee because they thought like I'm just doing this for no reason, but it's because they're a bunch of fucking rapists that have raped me since my childhood, and like this would implode the medical system because it's just a bunch of wizards. Like literally, that's the whole point of like witchcraft and like sorcery in the Bible is pharmaceutical companies. I mean, it's pharmakoi, pharmakia, pharmakon. So it's people using drugs to get into states of whatever. I don't think all drugs are wrong, like aspirin. I mean, you can take aspirin I think, if you have an issue, or especially things that grow out of the ground actually, or there's just reasonable. But it's not that everything, like these days, it's like, everything has to be a drug, and it's like you can't. It's not about being healthy and in the right mind state and believing in Jesus and Yahweh. It's about whatever. But hypothetically, a bunch of all these kids in Houston, all of a sudden their cancer goes away. I think it's going to be really telling. Now that I'm saying like, yeah, manifest that, Yahweh, please. Uh, Jesus, in Jesus' name, Yahweh, would you manifest that so that they can be just embarrassed that they're even trying to like use sorcery to try to fucking undo you? I mean, undo Yahweh, like actually undo Jesus and Yahweh. And then here's one of the older pictures of them. It says or U of H, U of H. Look at her nose. It looks suspiciously like mine and suspiciously not like Jamie Mazur. I think my daughter's attractive, but maybe she thinks, oh, you're just dad and you would say that whatever or something. I don't know. She maybe doesn't treat me like dad, but no, I think you're really attractive. I mean, clearly I didn't know that you were my daughter to start. Well, maybe probably deep down I know literally everything, but that's like the altar that is Yahweh. But the Matt Wilkins one is like, oh, she's cute and she's kind. It was really the kind thing that you were had offered seemingly to help me, and then I mean, ultimately, this does help me, but damn, it's like a tough pill to swallow that my children have been taken from me or being held hostage. I've been raped and like, uh, you're playing part in the abuse. It's like that's the worst part. So I posted all this, and then Luard had posted. I deleted, but by the way, I'm following like 100 plus less people, including Luard. I mean, if you take it personally, you shouldn't, because like I just did. I'm tired of having people message at me without talking to me. I don't like being talked at without just like, hey, this is what this is, blah blah blah. So, but he posted this and it had some Jay Z you don't know thing, and then it looked like I immediately responded with something that showed like I probably do know more than you realize, but like I guess probably to stay sane, where I have to sit in a period of over 2,520 days, maybe over multiple sections, probably to stay sane enough to not be thrown into the mental asylum again. I probably have to kind of not know, but I mean, does it really seem like I don't know? Um, and like you know, Ivan Brave or Even Brave, uh, posted this chop, but also where it looks like the threat of every Russian dissident ever. uh, Even the threat of what Bashar al-Assad, even if he's living on the first floor, his ass is gonna fall out into the basement. They found a mass grave with like 100,000 people in it. How many people do you think that guy murdered to stay in power? And also, again, is that Alessandra Ambrosio's dad like he's like the it's more of this body double shit or something? Not he's actually her dad, but like that's something's trying to that's like a UI trying to tell me like this is what's going on. We just aren't showing you or something. I don't know. Like because of her family doing this to me, like you can see all the tens of thousands of people who died. So it's like that kind of stuff is on their head. It's not on me. If you always doing it because people are abusing me, it ain't on me. Because any and all people that could just speak out and fix this, you could stop all this. But nobody does. So yeah. Anything else? Oh, and then I responded with this. I thought it was funny. It's Morphin Time phased remix, and then it's Beehive because even John Veraldo, Johnny G posted something, and it's like I hadn't seen a bunch of Jay Z stuff being posted as like the whatever. I think Beyonce's paying a bunch of people off around me, or someone is to try to make me feel uncomfortable using Jay Z. But like they only started posting this stuff after he was literally accused of raping a 13-year-old. So like raping, not like the 13-year-old kid had consented. Not that I mean, can a 13-year-old consent? Could I consent when I was 16 and I didn't have knowledge of it, or did I have knowledge of it? I mean, like the answer is you're not going to treat me like you treat everybody else because of what you've done to me. That's the answer. Not that everybody else. I don't even think it's a good way we do sexuality now, but you aren't. And by doing so, by having tried to, this is what's leading to well, it's one of the things that's leading to a lot of people dying. And then yeah, okay, that's where I'm going to stop. I mean, I guess I could go up any further. Any further? Do I need to go up any? Um, did I already say this in another video? I don't know. I'm gonna end that part there. Here's what I said here. Am I acting wild? Sure. Yeah, like, did I post this picture? No. Or did I? I don't know. 12. Are they cops? Using teenage girls as cops and yet it's fine to rape me, but God forbid, I think a teenage girl in a bikini looks attractive. You're gonna be like, evil. It's like, whoa, 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 wait, wait, wait. You can rape me, but I can't. What? Yeah, get the fuck out of here. So, anything else? Anything else? Just me doing silly shit. I mean, if I'm just gonna be able to say whatever I want and do whatever I want, I'm act a bit wild. But I think that's it's part of the suggestion is that like nobody actually gives a fuck. People just are trying to like be adversarial to me. Just say poo on the side of that train. I think that just said poo. Looks like poo to me. So anyway, Anja, where are you, man? I need my toilet and my dog. Maybe she's into humiliation. I don't know. I'm not, but and maybe she's not, and she's like, you make me feel bad, so I wouldn't. It's like because you started it. Once you start, like once you rate me, there's like everything became like this is not we are not the same. Once you did that, that's just the reality. So, and holding up a double standard is not going to be helpful to you, and it's really unfair to me. So, anything else? I don't really see anything else here. Happy birthday, Taylor Swift. Matilda Varliani. Varliani. Uh, is she my kid with Phoenix Hamilton? I mean, she looks kind of like, kind of. Um, hey, Marissa Tomei. One of my mom's favorite movies is My Cousin Vinny. Anyway, and that's my aunt because I'm Spider Man. It's Marissa Tomei. That's my aunt. All right. Anyway, still joking. Stella Maxwell stuff. I don't know. More me and Nikki Dunn's kid or whatever. And it's like part of my point is like this is what I mean a fucking user interface. Like are you shitting me? Okay. Hold on. I think there might be another one coming up here. What does that say? No, I don't know. But I think I'm alive is what the suggestion is. Look, it's a Guy Fawkes mask. Something about a fox, and remember the 5th of November or something, and then the mushrooms from Mario. I need to fucking just turn that off because it's too distracting. So I'm gonna try to not look, but anyway. And like again, my daughter and all her friends in bikinis. Like, why is there what? You know what I'm saying? Like, or my daughters. I mean, actually, probably my daughters. See, this is why it's like I know that it has to be the Stark family that is participating in this because like and you're so like and Ja, but like I'm Ja, you're like instead of you are you're Diggs. I mean, I'm tired. Like, can you stop for a second? Like, let me finish this fucking video, please. I mean, like, uh, then it says CP. I guess that could be someone's initials, but it could also just be talking about CP. And I'm gonna do that there, and then okay, stop being distracted. So again, super relevant. I haven't seen like you can look through all my screenshots and you could go through all the footage. The AI could go through the footage and confirm. I haven't seen that those texts like your and all of a sudden like yeah. So I mean, you know, some kind of UI. But I think this. I wouldn't be surprised if this is my daughter with Nikki Dunn. Um, Also, they both have nice butts, so I mean, I gotta donk myself. Is Donk my kid? Like Donk from Counter Strike? I mean, I'm like looking at every young person. Like, what is the timetable on this? This is also why this is like difficult for my mind to take. It's like every young person. You look close enough. Not every young person, but most. What's up with Trey Black sending the picture? They sent a Christmas card, and it looks like the Black family that used to live next door with Emily Black, and is that the Imrata thing? But and Imradikowski is just Radikowska is just like another one of these body double things. We're just talking about. Oh my god, I'm just tired of all this bullshit. At least I get out of it, and a lot of these people don't, or a lot of my enemies don't. I don't know. Some of these people could repent, but and repent just means change your mind, admit you were wrong, and fucking like make up for it, and not just to me, to Yahweh. But if I'm gonna have the name Yahweh on me, I make it up to me. Also, you just wronged me, so you should make it up to me according to the Bible. Also, anyway, um, but yeah, here's both my kids, Mazzy and Nanja, in Australia because I guess they're trying to make me feel uncomfortable with Buck Palmer, or because Australian Five Eye intelligence service is participating in some kind of rape attack on me with all these other people, and this is why I'm, you know, whoever, like, someone is going to pay the price in wherever these things are going on, if that's what's going on. So I'm not going to stress out about who or what or when, but you should be terrified if that's actually what's going on, because very clearly that's going to happen if you've done that. Madison Lawner, right? Great Barrier Reef. Um, is it because she's a loner and like I'm gonna get all my kids back or something? It'd be cool to have a lot of hot young daughters to live around. I don't know, at least make me comfortable. I don't have to, Basically, it's like at least come live with dad and like make me feel comfortable because women haven't done that ever. So, uh, other than my mom, and she doesn't even make me feel comfortable. She just at least protects me though, or I mean, lets me live here and like I don't know. So I love her and I thank her, but if she actually had to admit that this was going on, she would probably treat me way differently. I would think. It's also, not to like put my mom on blast or something. I mean, I think her grandpa or something, someone abused her, so not like that doesn't make me happy. That makes me very sad and mad, but or makes me very mad, but I can't do anything about it. Now, I guess I could throw that person into infinite burning torture and, protect and love on my mom forever and make sure that she's taken care of, even if she doesn't want to admit that something probably worse, but maybe not exactly worse. I don't know, is going on with me. So, like both my parents, my dad, for grew up in segregated, but he's like whiter than most white people, or look, his skin's lighter, but than most white people, but still treated like a uh, still treated second class citizen here in the United States, even though he went to war and then got back, and they didn't treat veterans well back in the day, and so like he went through all sorts of stuff. And then my mom, she's a woman who's fought for to be, at the table and be taken seriously and stuff, and uh, I think men have treated her wrong, and for including, like I said, her grandpa. Or, I don't know if it was her dad, but her dad had secret families and stuff. I don't like. I have secret families, but not by my choice. She has like he had secret families because he's a shithead. I wouldn't keep secrets like that. I would just be like, that would be the from the start. Hey, like I'd like to have a big, like even what I've said, I'd like to have a big family because to make up for whatever the fuck this has gone on around me, and like I think at least if you're gonna give that to anybody on the planet, probably me is like it's reasonable. Because some people like wealthy people, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, they're giving that to them because they got money and because they're basically whores like for the money. But I think me being Yahweh on the throne, like 10% of everything for the rest of eternity is like more than anybody will ever have ever. So, I take the tithe, first fruits of everything, including hot babes. Maybe that's the most important part to me, but to take care of the hot babes, I'm going to need some resources. Not kidding. Um, I said this here. Uh, Pause that if you want. There's Val Lima. Probably already taller than me, huh? I'm a short little guy, but you know, got a big heart, and also a big dick. Anyway, uh, is it? I don't know. I don't compare my dick to other men, so I don't really know, but it's big enough. Um, and here's all the stuff that I was talking about with the Wayback Machine, going back to 2003 and the Silent Nights, and you know, you could pause it and whatever, and Cyan Riven, Echo 6 Delta, they're veterans. Um, you got Kevin here, like I was saying. These are all the things that they operate airsoft operations. You got Echo 6 Delta or E6D here. You know, Jamie. So that's what I'm saying. Like Cyan and Jamie, these names that I see, like seem to be attached. Like these were, I don't see the name Jamie a lot. It's not like a super common name in my reality. Jamie Lynn Spears and Jamie, whatever the girl from The Sopranos was. But you know, there are not too many Jamies in my reality that I remember. And then, or Jaime, whatever. Jaime Reyes from fucking Blue Beetle. Um, so just the fact that, you know, if you had a web of my reality and these connected ideas and names and stuff, it's like it makes sense in my reality that these things are connected. Here I tried to make it more like readable within the thing. Mist by Cyan Inc. Right? Cyan Worlds, and then yeah. So also have a TikTok and a Snapchat now, but it's mostly just to see what my kids were up to. Yeah, I'm old. Am I? I don't think so. I had a Snapchat when it first came out. I just was like, this is bullshit. So, like if I'm gonna send something, like like someone could screenshot any of it, but I just don't care. Like like I don't. I'm not like, oh, my text has to be deleted. It's not like it actually goes away. They still have all that data. You know what I mean? So it's like the something still has all that data. So it's not like you're hiding any of the things. And then TikTok is like, well, okay, yeah, let China steal all your everything and know where you are all the time and whatever. Anything you levy against the United States, Russia, and China, they're much harder on their citizens. So like you say you don't have freedom here. Yeah, you literally don't have freedom in China. You don't have freedom in Russia. Here you have like in the least legal protection to do certain things. You don't have that. Even in Canada you can't say what you want. So I mean like the state can arrest you for just talking. Same thing that's going on in England, mostly because the Islam shit seems to have taken over. Like there's like I think only like less than a quarter of the people in London are from England, which is crazy. And then I don't know. Here's my dog daughter being licked by her dog, but maybe she's trying to say she wants to lick me. I don't know. I legitimately think she has a dad fetish, which cool. I mean, if I was, if you actually treated me like dad, maybe, but you don't. So, and then this is where the Michelle Mazur thing was, and I can't post on Noah's stuff. I can't say, you know, I can't comments on this post have been limited. He'd have to follow me, but since he doesn't, I can't even talk to him directly. I mean, I can like this, and I can through my phone, but that's not. How about you just, if you wanted to talk, you could just be, my son, because you are. But anyway, at least you'll goddamn look like it. Uh, anyway, hey, Cleanse 2.0. I mean, is this semi haze, some bullshit like that? And these are fake Jews, and they're using knockoff religion from the East, and it's exactly what I said in 2018, except this is literally the people and what it is and how it's happened. Seems like it. I'm sure in 2018, when I just called it out of fucking thin air, it looked terrifying. Now it should be like, oh, fuck. Anyway, I think this lady's dead, but, these uh, Noah and Andra's fake grandparents. I mean, they could be the ones raping Noah and Andra too. I don't really know what's going on. Random kids in the mix. Uh, Maybe it's an Imrata thing. I don't know. Is Imrata's kid even her biological kid, or was she just a surrogate and she's like raping a child? I mean, it's probably something like that. Um, and in order to like, just the whole point was to make a point to me that they could do that, and I think BLM is protecting her. And then they're hypocrites because of it, and that's the team kill because she doesn't care about black people. She ain't black, and like she'd sell y'all's ass out in a minute. It's just like these Arabs that literally held y'all in slavery in Africa. I say y'all because I ain't falling for their bullshit, but that held. It's like the Nation of Islam people, Jay Electronica and the Bullets and Louis Farrakhan, empowering uh, Arabs that own black people and abuse black people, and a religion that explicitly is racist and in the text talks about black people in really subhuman ways. Doesn't say that in the Bible, but the knockoff of the Bible, the unofficial knockoff of the Bible called the Quran that asserts some fake deity. I don't give a fuck about y'all niggas. Like, the fuck are y'all doing? Oh, and also, if you're mad, am I too white to pass or whatever? Genetically, I'm literally 25%. But, being that Ray is 50%, but you're going to tell Ray he's not black? Good luck. Um, or white, you know what I mean? Like, this is why the race thing, using it to, like, try to fuck with me. Y'all are gonna fucking die for this. I wouldn't be surprised if like Louis Farrakhan and fucking Jay Electronica and all these people are raping kids too, because that's what they think they're gods. And it's like, no, you're fooled ass people who support slavery. Like, shut the fuck up. You aren't strong black men. You're the exact opposite. And if that's gonna cause beef, it's like, then you're fucking idiots and you deserve all the problems that you get. The Epstein thing that I talked about here. And then like this is the oldest picture that she posted up, and it's yoga. But I've been doing yoga since before this. So um and like yeah, I'm pretty sure this is Jamie Mazur's mom, but I don't know. Also, I think she looks like this lady that like I think this was a message to Jamie Mazur and their family. Hold on here. Like I mean, did she already die? Is that her? I mean, this just looks like her. So I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty sure this lady is gonna fucking die soon. And it's like Jamie Reserve's a rapist and like stole my kids from me. He deserves it, and this whole family deserves it. Same thing with Trent, who I'm pretty sure is Terrence Gello's brother, actually. So, I mean, is this some kind of rape attack on my reality through? Oh, using universities. Universe City. I think the reason it explicitly says I'll be named after, or the one who's conquering at the Sixth Church is going to have the name of the city of the future written on them, is because all the universe cities are connected and they're using like some kind of sovereign authority that they're being afforded by the government to be like some kind of rape laboratory around my reality. And so they're going to be locked down into something, and I'm going to have the overarching ability to like do the same lab thing to everybody. I think that's the point. Is like they were already in a bigger lab. You know what I'm saying? Is that should be pretty visible, huh? But in case it's not, I think they were already in a bigger lab. I mean, that's just my point. It's a company, but a more secret lab, and a 6,000-year-old prophecy type lab that like is going to condemn these people thoroughly. So I mean, so this lady died, right? I mean, it's like it even looks like It looks so much like her, and she died the day after I posted this. Like this was the day that she died, or she died on the 8th. This was announced seemingly. The Hollywood Reporter and all these people announced this. It says an hour ago that she died after I posted this, so it might be something to do with that. But it's also could just be a message to Jamie Mazur and his family. Empowering fake deities, fake religions, raping me, stealing my children from me, abusing me, trying to taunt me with this kind of bullshit. It's like, you've sealed your own fate. This is not going to save you. The Bhagavad Gita is younger than younger than the Bible. It's like newer than the Bible. It's more just IP theft. So tell them this. So I'm telling y'all, the gods who did not make the heavens and the earth will vanish from the earth and from under the heaven. And to the nation of Islam, by his power, who? Yo, Yah, not knockoff fucking Nation of Islam. If you're the NOI, this is the ZOI. You know, Z, we're done. Last, done. Or the AOI. AO, like AO Gong. No, they don't, because they have no spiritual fucking wisdom, because they're just a bunch of janky ass niggas who don't know fuck all and want to call themselves gods and act like rapists. So, and who want to support slavery because Islam literally supports the slavery and ownership of black people. Not really white people so much, except Jews maybe, but black people. That's explicitly written in there. The Arab Muslim slave trade is and was worse. They would castrate the men. It was larger. That's what Nation of Islam supports. So get at me if that's a problem that they support slavery. If you want to argue with me that it's all right that they support slavery because they're empowering black people, letting them be called gods. It's like Yahweh would, instead of you calling yourself a god, Yahweh wants to create a world where you live as like you have the spirit of God actually in you, and you are experiencing the heaven on earth, the idea of the Garden of Eden, except the whole world. It's the new earth, new heaven, new earth. That's what Yahweh wants for everybody. That's what I want. Matthew Ray Wilkins. I don't want people to be separated by race anymore. Race isn't even real. Ethnicity is kind of real, but I mean, to the fake Jews here, it's not that real, is it? Because they're Jews, but they ain't really Jews. According to the Bible, they would not be called Jews. They would be thrown out of the Commonwealth of Israel. Probably I would be grafted into the Commonwealth of Israel. Oh, that's what the New Testament talks about. Oh, wow. Who would have thought? And seemingly, again, that modern Israel seems to be as I'm winning, they're winning, as I'm losing, they're losing. Well, it seems to be in Israel's best interest that the Mossad should be dealing with any fake Jews that are, fucking with me, because I don't know, it looks like they participated in the Epstein thing either against me or whatever. This is why I think that some two people in fucking Jerusalem are going to be spending the next 3.5 years, or 1260 days, 42 months, going around Jerusalem like repenting in sackcloth and ashes. Because if I go down, Israel goes down. Oh, I didn't show the thing where the building collapsed. Before I go, by his power, who? Yah. He made the earth. By his wisdom, he set the world firm. By his discernment, spread out the heavens. Well, how do you know that's about Matt Wilkins? When he thunders, there's a tumult of water in the heavens. He raises the clouds from the boundaries of the earth, makes the lightning flash for the downpour, and brings the wind from his storehouses. Didn't Jay Electronica say something about MCs causing locust hail and something in one of his tracks? And it's like, no, Matthew Ray Wilkins, me. I guess I was born Matthew Cohorn because a clerical error at the hospital, but no, I seem to do that. Random fucking people do not seem to do that. Yahweh makes a point. I think Jay Electronica is on the road to perdition. I think he's gonna die for what he's done. But I also think Jay-Z's about to get thrown in jail. And I think just like in Batman versus Superman with the Shank thing, have I shown that? Oh man, I got so much to show. Here's more of Alessandra trying to taunt me with random DJ guy. Here's Colt Chrome. It sounds like, oh shit. Hold on. Here's Alessandra Ambrosio trying to taunt me with random fucking DJ guy. Here's Colt Chrome. Here's where it seems like some Stark Chrome thing. After I posted this, the Starks are shitting themselves. Here's the mob calling me a poser and trying to make me feel bad because I don't know, they're claiming to be Christians. They used to have a cross on all of these, but now there's just a sword and some kind of Buddhist wheel. But again, not right action. So you're even in Buddhism, you're fucked. You're like reincarnated as, I don't know, a bug that's crawled up my ass and I'm gonna shit you out or something. I seem to be obsessed with shitting. Yeah, everybody poops. Um, Trigger finger, because trigger finger. You don't want me dropping the A and using an ER. It's kind of a joke, but not really. Also, I don't think she looks very good anymore. She like, I don't know. I think all her bad decisions have caught up with her because I think she kind of looks like, I made the joke I think before that she reminded me of Emily Ratajkowska, but she really like Brittany Orlando really looks like a frog here. And also B, I mean, is this slash B? Is that what that's from? 4chan? So I don't know. I'm just like tired of all these fucking people. When I posted this, by the way, within an hour, a 6-story building in Iran mysteriously just, you know, imploded. Yeah, a 6-story building collapsed in the southern city of Iran. Residents reported tremors and blah, 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 blah. It's unknown at this time. And I mean, it literally just looks like a controlled demolition to me. Looks like probably even in Iran, someone could be reached at. So if you think you're the supreme in Iran, you're not. MGMT here. Then I did this, and yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that has to do with anything. I do like that song. And one of the things is I had seen this multiple times, like this, and I might have even liked it, but I don't think I did. But I was like, yeah, this is a good. Maybe I did like it. No, I don't know. I usually like these things to make a point. Did Daphne Keene already have a kid? Because like if or am I just going crazy? It looked like she had a C-section scar. So um, I don't know. Did Anja already have a kid? Could have. I don't know. I don't know. People doing evil shit. So I'm just, did this happen? It's always very possible. Uh, Chloe Moda, Chloe and Fernanda Moda. Um, I don't know. Is Fernanda trying to breed me again for a boy? I mean, would you guys stop breeding me without my permission and abusing me? I mean, it's just like, or is that the threat? Like Buck Palmer's a bi or gay guy, and they already did that with Jamie Mazur, but now some gay people out of Australia or something are threatening to breed me again and rape my newborn son or something. I mean, like, can y'all just kill these people already, or can Yahweh just kill these people already? I mean, just like, legitimately, I'm just over this. But I mean, I think that's what they did with Anja and Noah, and it's like I don't blame Anja and Noah, but they are making the conscious choice to not go with me and to like side with their rapists and abusers and or just like the people that stole them from me. And it's like, why would I? What, you think I wasn't there and you're blaming me for it? How could you do that? I'm gaining all these powers because of this happened. You know what I mean? Not, I mean, maybe I already had stuff, and then what your mom already did to me was like, this is meant to disempower me. And I think maybe for a period of time it did kind of, but probably because I had to go from liquid to solid. Anyway, Issa has a account called My Fuck Slave Reginald, and I think this is Anja's account here. I don't know. Grape loose leaves. So I just don't really, it's I'm at the point where I'm just like, oh, these people fucking suck. So this is what I was gonna show. Um, did I already show this? Behold, coming with the clouds. Oh yeah, I did. And then I think Jay Z's gonna get the Bat brand on him, and um, you know, four bats, right? And they're even doing the act one, two, three. They go to act like six or seven, and then oh, Matt is actually a Batman. He's a bad man. Uh, yeah, everybody's bad men. That's the point. That's the joke in the Bible. Biblically, there's none good but God, and so there's none good but El. Okay, Superman is Kal El. You get it? Okay. Well, that's in DC Comics, but in real life, Superman's Matthew Ray Wilkins. Well, Superman was Jesus, and then if I'm the guy conquering at the seven churches of Asia, and I conquer at the fourth church, I get that Morning Star and that Iron Rod. I'm Superman. Um, or at least I'm Goku, and Goku's gonna whoop Superman's ass. No, I think I'm both. That's the point. It's like they're just the same character, and they're both knockoffs of Jesus. Um, Maybe I get to be the Martian Manhunter too. Uh, Lawrence Fishburne here. I think he's giving me my Lawrence Fishburne here, right? This is in the Gal Gadot mix. Cerebral 67. Well, Lawrence Fishburne was in Apocalypse Now, where he's a young man sent to war too early. You know who Lawrence Fishburne reminds me of? Rayfield Wilkins. Oh, more of this body double stuff, and I'm Henry Cavill here, just a British guy who's Superman. Uh, it's funny to me. Okay, and then so Lawrence, uh, the Bowery King here gives me Mr. John Wick, Mr. Superman. Remember Neo in the Matrix? They even say, "Oh, he's doing his Superman thing again." Um, so they're giving me my suit, and then and so I put on the vigilante suit because I'm Batman, and then no, and then it laugh. It's just laugh. Get it? Laughing, and then it says no up in the corner. So I think it's funny. And then also my son's name is No. Uh, get it? Also, there's an artist, a dub music artist, Knower the Boy, and it's that whole A and ER thing that I have made jokes about before plenty, even up to probably before this guy was making music. So that's probably where he gets his name from, is I'm guessing. Noah the Boy, Knower the Boy, get it? So if you change the A to an like, again, my whole point, if I'm saying niggas, you don't want me to say niggas and then, like, change the A to an ER, right? Okay, there you go. That's also why the Yoka the, and the Yoker. The Yoker is existence VIP and, like, is going to be a problem. The Yoka is fun guy. I mean, daddy's girls, I get to be both of them, but once the ER comes out, that's the end of the world. So, just FYI. Or, once you start applying that to me, that's the point. And then, at the same time, this was Gal Gadot was seeming making a point with Amy Adams and Mila Kunis. So I think Gal Gadot's kind of attached to this because, I don't know, Israel? I was going to throw that out there. I don't know if she's fake Jews, but. And then more of this Yoon Ambush taunting me, and I don't know. By the way, I don't think Blue Ivy here looks like overly sexualized. I mean, I think she looks honestly, I think she looks very pretty, but it's like I don't really like the Knowles family and Beyonce anymore because they're fucking assholes like all these other people. In the same way, like, I don't know. I guess she looks kind of like an adorable kid, but she's really just a shithead rapist. So, like, what the fuck can I like? This whole family is like, you know what I mean? Like, why? Why are you doing this to me? Um, like, look, even the didn't this look like it matches up perfectly? I had to rotate it, but it's like because they're looking at me. It's the mirror thing. And look, wasn't this dude in a DC Comics movie, Constantine? Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was. Fire! I was born of this. Yeah, I got a pretty good memory, huh? Maybe is that him? Um, more of the Batman joke, Batman joke, and Superman, and then so I posted that, and earlier Yoon had posted this, right, and then after I posted all this, especially with the dog doing this, Yoon posted this. So it's very hard for Yoon Ambush to pretend that she's not participating in this harassment, because she just clearly is. Like, I think that might even be one of the most obvious examples of it, but also the simulation thing. But the whole Daniel Book of Daniel thing is that there's a, and I'm guessing. I mean, is that Kim Jong Un's kid? He looks. Hold on. Or is it my kid with like Amy Chang or something? I don't know. Let's see. See that this is the thing I was talking about. Oh, well, I can't really open it in the same way that I would, but you can see that. Oh, whatever. You can see it says ODM on her hat, but also, just be Dom. So I'm guessing they're raping my kids. Um. Also, this would be another reason why I think Gabriella Deleuze got has cancer is because like she's been participating with this probably knowingly, especially if also especially if they're both my daughters. But uh, and Luan sounds like almost like Yoon on, but Luan could also like they could all I don't like could all be my kids too. I just it's not impossible. But like here, like that's not her dad. You know what I mean? Like why is he holding her like that? You know what I mean? It just makes me uncomfortable. That was the whole point of this. But Yahweh shielded me from being like whatever about it. But I think they're trying to make it seem like Buck Palmer's fucking them too. But like she has a dad fetish. How stupid does it look that she's like picking all these men that I mean, I guess Jamie Mazur kind of looks like him, but like Buck Palmer is just like a random fucking guy, and you know, but maybe they're fucking I don't know Alliance kids or something. I mean, I just think they're all fucking rapists. So I'm like, and I think it's being empowered by the fashion houses out of Italy, and that's part of what the big grill thing has to do with is that if it got brought out in the public, Italy's done. And I don't hate Italy, though my grandpa did fight against the Italians in Italy, so it feels like this is a thing that's extending from World War II, and that Italy, like, you know, using the Catholic Church to attack the guy who sits on the throne of Yahweh, and like it just, I think Italy would implode in the same way Israel attacking me like that. Israel would implode. Like that's why you can either make it in this and make it up to me, or like all of these systems would implode, but it's not like they would want them to go away, but it didn't happen. It just reforms around me and I'm in charge of them. That's why I'm like, I mean, it only gives me more that you've done this, but I would have already had. I would I don't know. But I'm trying to find like these pictures. I couldn't tell that at this point I there wasn't close enough pictures of Noah or even Andra really because to like know that they were my kids. It was only when they're a little older and more defined features, and then more also close up pictures because they started doing that more and posting more close up pictures. Um, I think this is probably the first picture I ever saw of Anja. So It sucks that they use my own kids like this against me, but I'll make it. I mean, like, you've only condemned yourself. You're the rapist. You're the abuser. You're the shithead. It's like, what more do I say here? Um, like, I guess I did see this, but at this point, Noah didn't look a ton like me. I mean, maybe he did, but he's wearing a hoodie. I mean, I guess I should have taken a thing from that. And like, I don't know. I think Anja's even her chin looks like mine, except she has a cleft chin. But like, like I said, the men in my family have cleft chins. Oh, I guess she's a man. Okay. Um, could be it. They could identify as trans, and it's just like, shut up. No, it's not actually trans. You know what I mean? Like all these things that where it's like, oh, I'm gay. It's like, no, you're okay. You're having sex with men. Does it really mean like at this point? Now that they've done all this, I feel like it's done undone all these labels. Like, no, you're just people, and these are the choices that you're making, and you're in league with a bunch of other rapists who choose to identify like that. But no, you're just a person. And should I treat you any differently because you're that person? I don't. Do I? No, I don't. I treat people fairly and nicely. This is why you guys are a bunch of fucking rapists and I'm the one in the right. So, anyway, I'm just kind of super over this and like, I didn't get to see my kids grow up, you know what I mean? I didn't. And like, it's not going to make it like up to me. Like, if you 5 months after having the kid brought the kid, after getting pregnant, that you came to me, it wouldn't make it up to me. So, I mean, I really at this point just want Alessandra Ambrosio to die. But whatever. What's gonna happen is what's gonna happen. I can't stress too much. You know what I mean? I can't stress about it. Here's where Anja tried to first to like, oh, she's got a boyfriend. And then but I'm trying to find the thing where you would be able to see, because I'm pretty sure he looked like Kim Jong Un's kid. Like he's got that nose. But it'd be funny if he was my kid, because that seems to be like what it always, what it's always seemed to be these days. I mean, look at her nose. Her nose is just that's my nose mixed with Alessandra's nose. That doesn't even look like Jamie Mazur's nose. Um. Oh, here we go. I mean, is that my nose? Is that whose kid is that? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. He could be my kid. She could be my kid. I don't know. Is that is it Danielle? Is that the point? I mean, I just feel like I'm just tired of this. Um, Is that my kid with one of the Asian women from my reality? It could be. I mean, I don't know. There's a number of them, but I'm just like kind of over it. And then here, trying to make me feel awkward. I don't. She's probably wearing little coverings on her nipples, but I thought that this whole point was to make me feel awkward with the word Ray in the thing, and where it looks like she's got kissing her boyfriend. So like, do you get why this would make me feel uncomfortable? Even if she's my daughter and she was doing it, like, if I wouldn't like, why does Alessandra Ambrosio's attractive daughter look like she's fucking with me? And then like, oh, I'm her dad, and she is fucking with me, but not in a good way, not in like a fun way, in like a really abusive way that maybe she's just too young to realize how evil it is. Because I think when I was younger, I didn't get it, but I mean, who can when you're a kid? So, is there anything else? No, I don't think so. I'm done. I'm gonna keep doing this. So, I just wanted to get everything from recently. Um. Oh, I guess we can look. Damn, I accidentally opened Steam, so I'm trying to close Steam. Uh, or just minimize it and hold on. I actually do want to do one more thing. I haven't done any music stuff today, but I'm about to. But or maybe I'm about to eat and then I'll do music. I don't know. I'm not really. I had so much fried rice last night. I'm like, Then I bring up Kylo Finn earlier, and look, there he is, or at least the Finn part of it. Hmm. I also just want to say, like, I really do think Alessandra Ambrosio is incredibly beautiful and attractive, and I'm just like bummed out that this is who she actually is. It's disappointing, but I can imagine being her actual father. I don't know. He's probably just a gay dude, so I'm just like that's what I'm pretty sure it is. So I don't know, and maybe Lucilda has kids in secret. Maybe Alessandra has kids in secret, or she has siblings in secret, or something. My thing was, I'll be your dad, and make you a sibling. Lucilda's hot grandma, great grandma. You guys are weird enough to like that doesn't seem that weird, you know. But anyway. Oh, and yeah, just wanted to point out. I mean, I think his nose kind of looks like Daniel, so that's what my thought was on that. Is that probably some kid of some wealthy person or some person in power trying to abuse me, and like, if you get caught doing that, that's the end of the game. You're getting tossed into the burning lake, or your kid's getting tossed in the burning lake. I don't know. Unless your kid wants to rat on you, then yeah, okay, come on. We'll end this, and you don't get thrown into infinite burning torture. You get out of this. Oh, also, the music thing seemed to. Did I show this? Uh, I got this Jimmy Summers guy. His eye looks like fucking bulging out of the left side, and it's like, I've been talking about the left side thing. My thing is probably he's the guy that is using Alessandra to do all this. And it's like, you know, look at Trump next to him. His eyes are more open than Trump. And like I said, either he's with Trump and it's a problem for Trump, or he's, not with Trump, he's against me. And then it's an even, it's a security issue for Trump. I'm not here threatening the president. You know what I'm saying? Um, though I don't think there's any position that you could be in on the planet. Like you can't attack an American citizen like I've been attacked and be okay. So, and also Cara del Toro makes a thing in this, right? You see Cara del Toro there on the left, and you know, Alessandra is using this guy to make me feel uncomfortable. She keeps saying he's her best friend, and it's like, no, he's a like you're a rapist, and he's like I think a gay dude trying to make some kind of rapey point, and it's like I'm just over it. Or bi, these could be bi men, I don't know. And then look, it's Cara del Toro. This is why I think the Cara throw thing. It's like you're intricately involved in this, Cara. Your reality ceases when this ceases. You know what I'm saying? Like you might even be the thing that ties it all together because you're to all these people, you're just fucking random lady. You know what I mean? Like, it makes considerable sense in the context of my reality. Also, he's wearing a MAGA hat, but it's a camo MAGA hat, and I think the point is he's not on MAGA side, but he's all like so. Either he's on MAGA side actually, and then it's a problem for MAGA and Trump, or he's not on MAGA side and he's like a national security threat that got right next to the president. One of the like it's one or the other, but either way, you're gonna have to fucking make it up to me. These are rapists. You know what I mean? Who raped me as a child. Like it is mind boggling that this is still going on. Unless the American government has been captured by some kind of thing. And then like I think we're at the point where the deep state can kill all y'all and give it back to me. Because I think that would make me the 47th president if I'm the most fucking awake person who's actually connected to all this, who's been attacked. Yeah, though, I mean, I'll settle for being 48 and 49. And I think by that point, we're off to the sunset. Nobody's ever dying again. All this is wrapped up. Even then, if I'm 48, guess what that would mean? That would mean 1,260 days after my birthday this year. That's 3.5 years. Is when I could be elected as president legally because I'd be old enough. And I'd probably be someone who the American public would look at and be like, this guy is fucking Batman or Superman or both. We do not give a fuck. He could be the whole Justice League. He's been wronged. Nobody wants to be wronged like this guy has been wronged. It should be made up to him or something. I don't know. He's not going to treat us. He's going to make this place better instead of it sucks. So, Oh, and here did some stuff with Poison Ivy here, and you got Hellbore Venom, and Poison Ivy. I mean, Gabby Deleuze here posting stuff, and the whole Bane thing, and you got Red and Green, and it looks like Circo Loco's trying to make some. I mean, is that what this is? It's like they're trying to hold the IP of them making music by being that they can then take a sword and legally assert on me, except they're doing it by using rape tactics. And so if they're caught out in public, I'm gonna own Circo Loco. I'm gonna own Ibiza. I'm gonna own everything. That's the whole point. I own everything anyway. If you've already done this and this, that's what this is. You know what I mean? The whole thing where Spain got flooded recently. Guess what? The place that most got flooded, that saw the most insane record rainfall, is a place called Kivu, or Shiva, Spain. And it just looks like a community. Again, it's one of these Eastern religion things, and Yahweh just drowned the people there. And good. Stop following fucking foreign deities that are willing to rape people and abuse people. And this Buck Palmer guy is just his birthday was however long ago. Why are they still, you know what I mean? It's the whole point is to make a show out of it and make it hurtful to me. It's not. It's only bad on you at this point. It only is condemning Buck Palmer to be executed, which good on him. I mean, all these people are fucking rapists. They deserve all sorts of evil. Oh, guess who's all attached to this? Beyonce. Who would have thought? Thanks, Beyonce. Um, so being that this dude got right next to the president, and either he's with y'all and y'all are fucked because there's no way that you can pretend that this isn't the reality and that there's not some, as the Bible calls it, fourth beast empire that's able to harass the saints of the Most High, and then a court case decides, probably like a Supreme Court case, decides, no, you cannot do this, especially not in the open. Maybe if you got away with it and did it in the darkness and I killed myself, but no, you can't do this in the open. Matt is the Supreme. Matthew Ray Wilkins, yo. Or, the Supreme as in I'm the Supreme Court and I'm judging any of the justices that might be on the Supreme Court would judge. What, do any of them want to be raped and have their life stolen away from them? Probably not. If so, they're hypocrites and they don't have they should not have the ability to serve because they clearly aren't operating in some kind of sane mind. You know what I'm saying? And they're trying to call me crazy, and it's okay. And then also look who makes an appearance: Leo DiCaprio, Mr. Titanic himself. Look, it's Major Laser here, Diplo, and look, it's Buck Palmer. Except I've already made a point where Diplo has been used to make me feel uncomfortable with whatever, and I think Yahweh killed his mom for doing it, and he's still fucking trying. You know what I'm saying? He's still trying to make me feel uncomfortable and psychologically abuse me. I've already told you this needs to end however long ago. So there's no way you can pretend that this is for me or good or anything. So and at one point I might have even felt bad that I said that, even if it was true. But I guess it's a tough reality, and that's what you're trying to tell me. So that's what the reality is for you. And if you've condemned your mom to death and burning torture, then you're a shitty person and you deserve to die and be tortured yourself. Your mom is a Christian. I'm sure she's I'm sure she's asleep and then wakes back up when we go to the kingdom. And, I'll be friends with your mom and, you'll be in the burning torture. But using Alessandra Ambrosio, you're a fucking rapist. And I hate all of you. And I'm just I just want you to go away. But I do want to wrap this up. So let's see. Anything else? Hey, look, is it trying to say that Jason here? Jason? Because it has Jason, and then she's gone, right? And is it some rapey bullshit like that? Or adrenochrome, laser buck? Oh, because this is why it looks like I have a UI. This was one of the songs that I moved into my thing that day uh, into the Alessandra Ambrosio mix. To the day everything syncs up. unfortunately for them. Adrenochrome, that thing that you get from like I guess raping children and murdering children. I don't really know what adrenochrome comes from. I'm just making the point. Laser buck, and then you have major laser and buck, right? But I'm sure I'm just a guy who doesn't know fucking anything, and y'all are the spiritual masters of the universe, and you're teaching me a lesson, right? That's rich. No, I mean I think that that's what Rich Lee was trying to do, and then or Rich Stark, or I don't know, but I think it's the joke that I just made. Where is that what's happening? Because it looks like the opposite. It looks like you got that backwards, and yeah. Oh, and look, hey, it's my adorable son here with blonde hair. I mean, she literally was doing this to make it like make him look less like me. Also, all the Disney stuff. I'm thinking if Bob Iger didn't make something like this, like I've been saying, I'm thinking that Disney is participating in this. Why? Because it's the Magic Kingdom, not the Kingdom of Heaven. It's another IP knockoff. Magic, divining, enchanting. Oh, you mean dragon Satan thing? Yeah, and he's a Jew. Is he? Well, I don't know. Does he follow Yahweh? I follow rabbinic Judaism. So you follow the IP knockoff of Jesus because he's the first rabbi written. That's where y'all are fucked with this because it does seem to be some kind of IP theft thing, and like the way they're trying to hold down the rapey abuse is to do that. Also, cigarettes after sex. I mean, she could be the one, I don't know, raping Noah and Dylan and Liam and stuff, and Anja too. I mean, I don't know, but I don't think she just gets to get away with it because she's attractive. And these days I think she's looking less and less attractive, honestly. Well, actually she looks really beautiful sometimes, and then a lot of the time it just looks like she's really stressed out. And it looks like it's harder and harder for her to hide the fact that she is incredibly stressed out and is like doing everything I think that she can to like prolong this and not die and whatever. And the next step, I think the only next step they have is for her to get pregnant again. But again, if it's with the guy, people are going to kill you. If it's with Buck or some other person or Dan or who the fuck ever, I don't know, name random person that you're going to use to do it, as opposed to me. Either way, it's gonna be like a huge fucking issue for you, I think, because like if it's my kid, it just shows another pattern of you trying to breed me and rape my children. You rape me, rape my children, and then like if it's Buck or I don't know, again, name random person, because I have a feeling if she's gonna do it and it's not my kid, Buck is just too small fry for her to make a point with him. She would either go even smaller fry or she would go, I don't know, pick a world leader, pick maybe it's literal Satan, like the guy who I've been saying is like just a sack of meat that's being used and probably is older than his like doesn't have a birth certificate because he's a sack of meat that's been around and like kept alive by the spirit of things or whatever. And yeah, I don't know. So and maybe they do that for 5 months and then just the whole thing implodes. I mean, we'll see what happens because I have a feeling that's what she's trying to do. That's what it feels like. The whole Giselle Bundchen thing was like an attempt to make me do that. Is that going to be my kid too? I'm just like, and Tom Brady is going to be raping the kid, or because I think my guess is he's a gay guy. I think a lot of these guys are gay guys trying to hide it, or I say gay, and don't identify with this thing. You like men? Okay. Like you're sexually attracted to men? Okay. But I don't think there's any league of these people other than at one point here in America, they couldn't do that. But now you can. I like, you know what I mean? Like in Israel, you probably could. You can't in Palestine. Uh, that's why the Queers for Palestine thing makes zero fucking sense. But, you know, I'm just like, whatever's going to happen here is going to happen. I'd like it to go one way. This whole thing is a sexual disempowerment, rape, like exercise against me, I guess. And like, I think it ends with they take it as far as they can, and like, I guess if they're gonna tie me off with some other person, some other man, well then I think that's just the end. Maybe she's even gonna have a kid with her dad. I mean, like Louise Ambrosio or something. or like some Detective Nick Vo, or I don't know, the name random person here in Houston. It could be. So I'm just like, or maybe that's what Stephanie Houston was. I'm like, I can only speculate at this point and throw up a probability chart in my head, or probability like shotgun blast of all sorts of random, like it could be this, it could be this, it could be this, it could be this. Low probability on that one, maybe higher probability on, but like Yahweh knows, and like what I'm doing now, probably will look back and be like, well, he called it, but like he's like it was too vague for it to just be like the final stamp. But like he clearly knew something was up, and Yahweh was making a point to y'all through him. So like I don't know, when Jesus smacks the shit out of y'all, don't be surprised. That's all I'm saying. That's not all I'm saying, but that's like I guess the final thing is like he comes back with a sword and an iron rod. He didn't come back to be uh he didn't come back to be a pacifist. You know what I mean? Like, and you're either with him or you're against him. You know what I'm saying? So like, I don't know. I don't really have anything else to add. I guess I'll add this. I mean, I think Alessandra's butt is getting a bit better. I think it looks great these days, but too bad it's being wasted on Buck Palmer. Um, yeah, I'm just gonna end this, but you know, I'm gonna say I think Yahweh. How about this? I'm manifesting that Yahweh just cuts Alessandra Ambrosio to the deepest part of her being. I've already said this before, but in one of the affirmations, but when I say it out loud, I do think there's some extra empowerment. Like not just Alessandra, Anja, Noah, Aline, Lucilda, Louise, all the people around them, like all of their friends and family who know that this is going on and are participating in it. I hope that this cuts you to your, not, maybe not even just this, but like that Yahweh makes it really obvious. You ain't getting out of this. You fucked up. You aren't as clever as you thought. You're not as clever as a fox or whatever. You're just silly rapists who are not even silly, just rapists who aren't very good at whatever you're trying to do. Uh, whatever success you've had, Yahweh allowed it. It's just like with Jesus, killing Jesus. Wait, you think Yahweh couldn't have just blown the planet? Whatever the fuck Yahweh could have done then? I mean, he makes a point after Jesus dies to be like, "Oh, really fucked up," and tears the fucking curtain separating the Holy of Holies in half. Earthquake, darkness at noon, like all sorts of shit. Pretty apocalyptic, except the point is that's just foreshadowing, and it's just to say, like, y'all fucked up. Like, what? You think you're teaching Yahweh a lesson? Like what? Which spiritual guru has his head so far up his ass that he doesn't realize his ass is about to be thrown into a fucking burning lake? Like, like I don't care what religion you follow. You fucked up on all of them. None of the main religions allow what you're doing. Satanism, except you're not more powerful than me as an adversary. If Satan is against Satan, then Satan is lost, and Yahweh is Satan's Satan. So if I'm Yahweh, then to Satan, I'm Satan. And guess what? You fucking lost. You're a bitch. You're getting thrown down, and you're getting thrown into a burning lake and tortured forever. Congrats. You really fucked up. You aren't as clever as you thought. You aren't as whatever as you thought. It wasn't killer instinct. You aren't, I don't know. You aren't as strong as you thought. You're just a bitch. And, like, what more can I say? I like could continue the taunt, but it's like I don't really need to say more. I don't the taunt, and I don't get enjoyment out of the taunting. I mean, like, though I do feel that part where it says in the Proverbs, I for my part will laugh at your distress when calamity comes. I'll jeer at you when the whirlwind crashes down on your head. Yeah, I will. I am. Huh. I mean, like, uh, trying to wrap this up. I've already talked for almost 5 hours, so I might as well. But these are things that like I could not have typed all this out, and there's certain thoughts in here that I've been sitting on for a while that I wanted to type out, but I'm like, this would take like 20 affirmations, so I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna say it in the next video that I talk for a while. Um, Making good progress on the mixes. I'm getting pretty close to moving on to the next portion of this, which is going to be adding new music to my library, which I don't think is good for y'all because when new music gets added to my library, it's usually pretty impactful. Um, New music or game clips or movie clips or TV clips or whatever. What else? I think is there anything else? I mean, Tanja and Noah, I love you guys, but you treat me too poorly to like be okay with you still being here. I mean, you can like not treat me like shit because your mom already raped me, or you can like, are they the product of rape? It would seem so. If this is actually what is going on, yeah, they are. Um, if it's something being done for me because some other people were doing stuff, I think you're still the product of rape. But I mean, you know, in the it's like I didn't consent and whatever. But I mean, maybe I might like Alessandra, and maybe I might, I don't know if you guys aren't taunting me. This is my thing. It's like at this point, just whatever. I'd rather be Job in this. Maybe that's the part that's like most cutting. I'd rather you just go away. Like it's not like I'm just over this. I'm just tired of it. I don't think they're gonna come to me. I don't think they're gonna treat me right ever. I think there's a reason the Book of Revelation is written the way it is. I think there's a reason that Jezebel's children die. I think there's a reason Jezebel dies. I think more than anybody that I can see publicly, Alessandra matches all that, and Anja and Noah match that. And I would say align Ambrosio seemingly as well. So I'm just like, and everybody attached, Fernanda Mota and Nikki Dunn and whoever's been breeding me. If you have a kid with me, just like none of y'all treat me right. None of you even like acknowledge that I exist, which is like not in any meaningful way. So I'm just over it, and I'm over y'all, and yeah, I'm just manifesting. Yahweh just cuts you to the deepest place, and you just feel sick to your stomach and want to fucking die, and like I'm manifesting and hoping and praying that Yahweh obliges you, but that you don't die into, oh, heaven is full, so I'm gonna go to hell. It's like, well, remember, I can make the joke about going to hell because if I'm the guy with the power and authority and spirit of Jesus, well, I guess Jesus went to hell. So, but and then came back, and after speaking, preaching to the dead in Sheol or whatever, the Rephaim and the land of the shades or whatever the fuck. Uh, he came back and then came to life, and then but yeah, I'm just like, I just want to move on to the next thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, because they've already made it just undesirable. But I'm just not such a shithead that I'm like, well, I fucking hate them and I want them to die. But it's like, I am at the point like I don't want my parents to die, and I want to honor them. And Andra and Noah aren't honoring me. None of my kids are honoring me really. Um, And, I think that their promise attached to that is life in the land if you are actually honoring your mother and father. But if you're doing what y'all are doing, which is like the exact opposite, I literally, it says, like, I think in the Greek it reads, I will kill them with death. Moot? Or as Apocalypse says in X-Men, Maveth. I think it's moot, but okay. Um, Is that why the 4chan and that's the fourth church thing, and these are nuns that are going to help me do this? Could be. Um, but like, I'm just over it, and like, I hope that I'm the most desirable person ever to all of them, and that they just feel gutted and cut to their core, and like, I don't think they're going to show it to me, but I'm hoping that's how they feel, and that every moment of this is just torture for them until they get thrown into infinite burning torture. And am I gonna laugh at you? Well, I'll jeer at the thing like it says in the book, but Like, I'm just gonna move on. It's not gonna be a it's not gonna be a thought to me when I'm in. It's like right now, currently, what it is disquieting thoughts. Hmm. I mean, I think that's what it is in Hebrew. Is the word hey wav mem, hey wow mem. But also is memo. I mean, is the joke that it's like yo-yo, but then memo. Um, like yod hey yod hey, but as opposed to mem hey moo moo or momo memo. I guess if it's memo, it'd probably just be mem hey. Um, or as Morgan Knox was going by for a bit on her OnlyFans, Mamo. Okay. Oh, maybe you're meeting Daddy-O now. But the cat daddy, Neff or Titty. Anyway, that's a joke. Um, talked for 5 hours. I might as well just get everything out. Yeah. So I'm just gonna keep going, keep doing my thing, and uh, yep. Okay, I can't really think of anything else. So I mean, maybe there is something. Usually when I do this, there's always like one or two things where I'm like, damn, I wanted to say that. I forgot. It's hard to remember all these concepts in like one sitting and like doing it on the spot. But yeah, this feels like a lot like a YoTV content type thing because it's like super unnecessarily long and also just me talking and like not being like maybe this is what people want like on the Joe Rogan podcast that they just talk and like actually say what they mean instead of it being the news and people trying to look and signal virtue signal and stuff. Maybe this is what people actually want. So which again could be just the thing that cuts these people to the core. It's like you just wronged someone that you shouldn't have, and you don't want to admit it, but you know it deep down. And you know, the best example is like Anja has a dad fetish or a daddy fetish. Maybe Alessandra and Anja have a daddy fetish, and like it could not be any more daddy than I am. I mean, maybe I don't know, but but that I'm like the daddiest person in their reality and their uh, zaddy, daddy with a Z because I'm the last daddy, and then but they're still just like they don't want to admit that they made the wrong choice and that they wronged me more than anybody, and that they're just disappointing. That's the worst part. That's why I think it's rot. Is that Alessandra, well, even Anja at this point, and Noah, they're just disappointing. It's just all my kids, I guess, because they're all born of rape, but they're just disappointing. Everybody in this situation, pretty much everybody is disappointing me. But well, maybe not everybody, but anybody attached to them is disappointing me. And most explicitly, Alessandra and Anja and Noah. But the whole thing is I would want to make a reality like the one that I want for Noah and Dylan and Liam and if I have any other sons. I guess Dan is Dan my son actually. Am I is that like what this actually is? It could be. I mean I don't know. This is a Wonder Space thing. Is that me and Emmy Chang's kid? I don't know. I don't really can't picture Emmy Chang's face anymore, so I don't actually think so. Though I do think the thing from Venom where Miss Chang, I think that's the Emmy Chang joke because she's in San Francisco and that's where Venom is, and that's also where the Bot Easy sisters are. Botez. I'm just making a joke. Um. Oh right, is Andrea Botez me and Olivia Munn's daughter? She kind of looks like it. She got all the freckles. She got kind of the nictoid thing that she got a nose that looks like somewhere between our you know, somewhere between that, and maybe even a jaw. I like that. I don't know. I don't know. That why the Canada, like that why the Prime Minister of Canada is about to resign because it's like all these world leaders that have played part in this are like, it ain't looking good for y'all. Nobody's gonna be have any problem with world leaders participating in some kind of rape attack against an innocent American civilian. Am I innocent? I don't even think if I was guilty of something that this is like something that would be okay to do. But me being innocent, me being at least that this happened started happening when I was a kid, and I think as soon as Alessandra raped me and like bred me, or as soon as whoever the first person that did that, anything following that, like it has fucked with my head so much, like it literally internally like me, but like that you wouldn't be able to ascribe guilt to someone who's been attacked like this until you actually boot me back up into normal, like, my body isn't broken because of what you've done to me mode. So like Andra's nose looks like mine, except kind of like her nostrils are a little smaller, and her this is a little more like this is a bit more like that, and the edges are sharper. Though as I'm getting in better shape, or as I'm losing fat, my nose is even losing fat, and I think you can see the. It's not just round. I mean, it literally like Anja Ambrosio's nose looks exactly like my nose, except I have a little more fat on mine, and I'm an older male. But and that's also probably disappointing. I think Anja's beautiful. I love Anja Ambrosio. I love Anja Wilkins. I love my daughter, but she's just goddamn. Does she make me feel bad? So, or in the least, while they're doing this, she doesn't make me feel good. She just participates, which is like, eh. But like I said, we're coming up on 5 months from Buck. I think that's when Buck. I don't know. Something's gonna happen after 5 months from the first time he appeared in my story and pictures. I think. Um, why? Because that's how these things fucking work. That's how it consistently has been working. So there seems to be some weird 5 month buffer period around whatever the fuck is going on. Um, like look through the picture of Andra's every picture of Andra's nose. I mean, it's just like the end of my nose looks exactly like hers. Um, even more than Alessandra's because Alessandra's is flat at the bottom. It doesn't do this. You know what I'm saying? And Jamie Mazur's nose isn't rounded like that, and neither is Alessandra's. So where does that come from? Yo, uh, I mean, I believe. Oh, that's what I wanted to do. Okay, real fast. Hold on. I wasn't quite done with this one point that I was trying to make. I mean, I guess I could be because I already said it to like you could just explore it yourself, but since I do think that this is like a pretty key element of this is probably why we're about to be at 7 years for 2,520 days from when Jamie Mazur was like publicly kicked out of Alessandra's life, but she keeps him around to do like be some kind of scourge in the background or whatever. I don't know, how these people operate is like it's mostly just stupidity to me. So I'm like, I wouldn't do this way. That's why I'm just like, it just, it's like hard to guess what they're gonna do because they're operating, like when you add the element of kind of like stupid into stuff, and I think maybe that's even what has happened to me, where they can't exactly guess what's going on. It's like once you add the element of stupid into it or like unintelligent. Like you base in like certain things, you base the moves that you think people are gonna make off perceived intelligence, right? But when they're fucking stupid, sometimes it's just like I don't know how to predict this. Yahweh does, but like me throwing up probabilities, you pick the stupidest fucking probability that I would have not gone for. So anyway, uh, that's what I was gonna do. Okay. Oh, look at the beautiful city of Houston here. There's a nice rainbow earlier. You want to see that? See, look at what I woke up to today. Look at this beautiful rainbow. Man, like this was like I say woke up. Yeah, I woke up around 3. This was when I sat back down with coffee and immediately, after the whole fog thing, did I oh, I recorded a video about fog last night because it was super foggy and it seemed to sweep through because the fog seems to do, the weather seems to do like help me because Yahweh controls it. And like all of a sudden in Louisiana there was like a 50-car pileup because of fog. But then when you think back, like what has happened related to fog? Well, Kobe Bryant died because of fog. The president of Iran died because of fog. Like, there's been some fog incidents that are just like they died because of fog. Yeah, kills your visibility, and so like if you're in some kind of helicopter, can't see a damn thing. Well, that happened to both Kobe Bryant and the people and the president Raisi of Iran. So not saying I killed Kobe Bryant, though I think he might be trying to do some black man, but I'm a snake type thing, and it's like, oh, don't be a diviner enchanter. It's my understanding that he was really mean to people. Actually, like maybe he was nice sometimes, but that he was really like overly competitive to the point of acting like evil to people, so that a lot of people didn't like that. But that he was, I don't know, you got a cult of personality. Sometimes you're being shitty to people, they just are gonna overlook it. But like, look at the beautiful rainbow. Oh, look at the moon behind Houston. I like the city of Houston. I mean, like, I don't know why people here are seemingly allowing them to do this to me, but okay, this is what I wanted to look at. There's a couple things. Um, Michelle Mazur here. I can find maybe. I actually think the one that I pulled up was maybe the one of the better pictures of her that would be. I mean, just also notice there's no, if she's a Jew, there's nothing Jewish about this. There's nothing, there's a supposed Jew. There's nothing Jewish about this. OF treatments, I mean, this is why I'm thinking like some kind of OnlyFan rape thing, or like, I don't know, she's trying to make a point about black women doing yoga, but black women that I know that do yoga don't act like fucking rapists that I can see, so, okay. I mean, actually. Um, And again, what I describe to black women is my grandma, and that my grandma was always nice and loving to me. And so I don't ascribe black women as being against me. So you can try to use black women or black men against me, but it doesn't fuck with my sense of race. It just makes me look at you in particular, like whoever the black person is, as like uh, race traitor, but also kind of like I don't know, you're just willing to sell out yourself to make some money or something. I don't know, for some bullshit idea. That's the whole Nation of Islam bullshit that I'm talking about. Um. Okay, so like, look, doesn't she look like this lady? Right? Am I like? Is this just her? Was this just her playing a role and then she died? I don't think her most recent picture is like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think it precludes what I'm saying here. This lady could already be dead. And like, if she's Jamie Mazur's mom and she's doing some rapey bullshit to me, I would not be surprised if she's already dead. Like, so And it's some kind of Star Trek Q rape joke type thing, because Q is, the synagogue of Satan. When it says that, like when he uses the word Satan at the Fourth Church in my Bible, there's a Q next to it, which could be someone I know with the first letter Q in their name, but and there's not that many. Um, but it could also be, the idea of the Q from Star Trek Next Generation. And it could also be someone outfitted with quantum technology, not like Ant-Man quantum technology, but like actual like a quantum computer that they've had access to for a while, which I think that's what magic is. I think you're tapping into advanced technologies that when you're putting your intention out there and then you're using whatever ritual, it's like able to lock onto you and take your intention and it knows your intention. And then whatever spirit you're like using that's using you to do that is then able to use that computer through your meat sack because you've willingly given your meat sack over and you're willingly like basically locking onto the computer from wherever, like the computer's able to lock onto you based on your intention, your ritual, and your um like what like whatever the magic thing is you're doing. And like the more evil and whatever fucked up the magic thing, the more it's able to lock on because it's able to like find that in reality. Otherwise you're just lost in the sauce of reality. It's all just ones and zeros. But when it can find patterns of people doing stuff, it's willing to do that. Something like that. And then I get the most powerful version of it in the light of day because I don't think theirs works in the light of day. Hey, look, it says Jason Isbell in the 400 unit. Isn't there a unit with a number that's I don't know what happened. Like, what's up with Israel that there's going to be two people walking through Jerusalem having to repent in sackcloth and ashes, and I'm going to be the one on the throne of Jesus and Yahweh? What's up with that? Is it something like this? Is it, again, the Mazur family that they're claiming to be Jews, but they're not? They're just, I don't know. Did she rape Noah and Aja? I mean, or one of them, or I don't know. I don't know. But damn, if she didn't look like this lady, like they look pretty similar to me, except one has red hair and one has blue hair. Is that her sister or something? I mean, these are actors. I mean, at least like the one on the right's an actor, and the one on the left is random lady who lives in Los Angeles who might as well be an actor. So is this Michelle like Obama, some kind of Obama thing? I don't know. I'm just trying to grab from the name Michelle Meliora. The girl, the Asian girl doing tarot who's in the army. I don't want to be like the Asian girl, but you know that very much specifies in the things that we just looked at earlier. I guess that would also bring up Olivia Munn because I think Olivia Munn also thought she was like some kind of Delta thing or I don't know, whatever. I remember when G4 TV and Olivia Munn first entered my reality, it felt like some giant ship started attacking me. So yeah, and just more idolatrous bullshit. Like, how does this help anybody? You know what I'm saying? Like, even the yoga stuff, it's not like doing anything spiritually. I guess you're putting your intention on whatever, but like, you know, it's just a nice exercise. Again, I do it to get some good stretching in, but especially on my leg, which fucking hurts a lot, which feels great to stretch. Um, and here there they are at Alessandra Ambrosio's house in the corner there, the one on the far right that I'm trying to zoom in with the crystal. But I think that's more of a set. I don't actually think that maybe a set that Alessandra and her family live, and Andra and Noah live in. And then I think this is a thing. Maybe this guy's raping children or something, raping this baby boy. I don't know. She says it's her grandson, but like, I don't know. And like, she's willing to read all these books, but it's like none of them have any value, right? You've already gone completely beyond right action. That what the Asian people who actually created all this stuff, what they believe. Not this white people added on top bullshit. Because that's what this is. You want me to break it down into like this, that, and the other? That's what it seems like to me. Let me be mixed guy who, what are you gonna ascribe to me that I'm a racist? Okay. Uh, I'm not gonna accept that point, but whatever. Um, oh, he's Jew hating. It's like, how are you Jewish? All this stuff is exactly what Yahweh would come and beat you over the head for doing, which is my whole point here. It's like, it seems to have led you into abusing my family. So, like, you know what I'm saying? Also, divine we. You see that? I have a feeling West End Church is something to do with it, and that Patrick Kelly and the idea is like it's the end of the West because they're faking being a church and like I don't know they're doing rapey bullshit and this that and the third. So, mm, 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 mm. Anything else? Yeah, I'm guessing this Yuval Noah Harari and these people are like a lot of them aren't. I'm not saying this to every Jewish person. First girl I ever kissed Jewish. First, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like I like Jewish people. Literally, you just like you know white people who've been in slavery. That's like the closest thing to black people that you could be if you're not black, I think. But most modern day Jews maybe don't represent that as much because they represent this kind of thing. So I'm like, but I've never had an Anna Silverman, first girl I ever kissed. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, the one goal I scored in high school was on Emery Weiner. I don't know. They literally at Lutheran North they used to call me Jew. I mean, like that was the I don't know. I don't think it was very loving and whatever. I think they thought it as a whatever, but I didn't hate Jews, and I always thought it was just like them being kind of racist towards me. So but I do think y'all are fucking up, and you better accept the way I'm telling it because it's based on your Tanakh, right? How Jesus comes and says your book says this. Because really, if you were actually following it, you'd be living in the spirit. But how can you live in this Holy Spirit of Yahweh when you're following Krishna? Oh, exactly. So, you can't. You're following a fake deity that's a knockoff. You're causing your own people disgrace. You're a disgrace. That's why. The choice a person faces is not between struggle and lack of struggle. The only choice is always between struggle at one level and at another level. It's just bullshit. It has nothing to do with spirituality. It's not even good philosophy. They're just fucking people saying shit. So just don't get caught up in them thinking they're gurus and shit. I'm not a guru, and I'm more of a guru than these people. I mean, actually, because going through what I'm going through and not fucking killing myself and not like going like murdering a bunch of people. I mean, without superpowers, I do think some people have literally just died around this situation. That like, yeah, it's just the weight of doing what they're doing to me killed them. But okay, I mean, doesn't that look like that lady? They look exactly like what? Is that her? That's her, right? That's what I'm saying. If she ain't dead, I think this is a sign that she's about to be. Jamie Mazur, you're a rapist. Like, I don't, you know, probably Trent Mazur too. It's just two brothers acting like fucking rapist shitheads. Um, or one of them's Terrence Gello's brother. I mean, he looks a lot like I remember Terrence Gello's brother looking like. So, I mean, it could be some kind of Texas rape thing attacking me. I don't understand, but like, I can understand some kind of synagogue of Satan, people acting like fucking evil, and I don't, whatever. But yeah, like look, these other than the eyebrows, which they don't have to eyebrows and hair. Almost everything matches, like lines up and matches. Michelle Mazur here just looks like this lady, but this lady's older. I mean, wait, Michelle Mazur looks older than this lady, and she has blonde hair instead of red hair. But this isn't a party, probably from the. I mean, a party. I read this as I'm saying it. This is a BET premiere party. The this is like a younger version of this lady. I mean, it just looks like that to me with like It just looks like the younger lady. That, I mean, like, yeah, and like, I don't know, did Ruth Bader Ginsburg or whatever was she participating in this, and that's why she died recently? I mean, and that's why it would be supreme that the Supreme Court actively participated in this or is actively participating in this. I would suggest y'all vote in the way that gives me the power of the Supreme before Yahweh, forces it, because Yahweh doesn't care really what you guys decide. Once you've done something so evil that it can be linked to you and you've participated, it would give me the power anyway if it's brought out in the open. But Yahweh, the way Yahweh always works, at least through the Old Testament, he gives people a choice because he's not a fucking rapist. So that's why you have free will. He doesn't want robots and he doesn't want to be a racist. And I mean, racist. He doesn't want to be that either, but he's not going to be a respecter of person for any reason. But, you know, which is why he's the ultimate judge. But, also, I can't even sit in this fucking posture here because of how my knee hurts. I can't sit in lotus. It hurts too much. On my right leg. My left leg is fine. I can bend it all the way around. But my right leg is, the one that's rotted away because these people rape me and are raping my children. Yeah. Um, so that's why it's like, it doesn't matter if you can do the yoga. Most of those people don't have the gravity of some actual situation going on around them. That's why I even